There we are. And there will be dragons.
Go on, Ed. I've got 2 StreamYards going and they're still talking, making me all confused. Oh, sorry. See, you weren't muted either, so you just heard what I said to Ed. Too easy. I'll see you over there, boys. Oh. Oh. You right? You need a drink? Pick one, but that one? Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Graham. I've just posted the link there. Whoa. Am I echoing myself?
You are a bit, yes.
Am I in here twice?
I think so. I don't know what's the black screen, the other black screen.
Yeah. Did that fix it? Oh, I'm echoing.
Oh, we're all here now.
What the?
But just to fill time while he's adding.
There we go.
Yeah, I had tried to get on for an hour, and then when I finally got everything set up on my phone, it was like the connection was total trash. So I couldn't even hear what anybody was saying. It sounded like musical notes when people were talking. So I was just like, I gotta break in. This is the problem. So sorry. Bye.
Yeah, nah, no problem. No one was upset about it. It was a really enjoyable stream.
Mm-hmm.
Am I still echoing? No. Hallelujah. Okay, welcome back. Does anyone remember what the conversation was in the middle of?
Marijuana tea with
right.
Ashura and myself. And yeah, everything he was saying was right. The most efficient way would be to put in some oilaginous concoction, but I just figured it's an oily resin. The hot water will cause the oil to lift up and slide down into the pot. So, maybe it didn't get all of it. I do remember after it dried, I did go ahead and smoke the leaves underneath. So I did get whatever benefit, but I wanted it to be a slow infusion to last over time rather than just get me high.
Greetings, Graham.
Graham knows all about that.
A little too much. Good evening, all. Good
Evening.
morning, good day.
Good morning, good
How you doing,
evening,
Mr.
wherever you are.
Graham?
Take me. What's new, Ironic?
Okay, last boss.
I'm rewiring. I gotta restring my guitar right now, so that's what I'm working on.
Did you
That was
abuse your
so
guitar?
weird. Were you waiting out the back for ages, Ariel?
Yep.
Oh God, I must have not, because you were like right at the top, and they add to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
That's that old last will be first, first will be last.
Mm.
Yep.
Graham, are you on your phone? Graham?
I mustn't have heard you. Oh, he's having connection issues.
Maybe he fell asleep in that second.
Narcolepsy.
Oh, he
That was
does.
me
Oh,
yesterday.
not breathing.
Some days I actually wouldn't mind narcolepsy.
Yeah, don't wish that on yourself.
I know. Hey, do you know I already have fallen asleep behind the wheel, and not too long ago, the end of last year, wrote my car off.
Shit.
Thank fuck for the design of the safety rails on our freeway. It took me from 110 kilometers, so 70 miles an hour? I'm not sure.
Yes.
To stop in 20 meters, and it was like it wasn't even jarring. They are brilliantly designed.
Did you
My
wake up?
car was oh shit, yeah! I woke up as soon as my wheels
I
left the
thought you
road.
said it. I thought you said it wasn't jarring.
Oh no, I meant physically. Like there was no whiplash or anything, but fucking emotionally, it was jarring. I shit myself. You know that moment where it's like, once upon a time it was, oh shit, this is it, this is the
Right.
end.
This is the end,
Nowadays
right?
it's like, is this the one? I don't automatically assume it anymore because I've survived so many. It's like,
I know what you mean. I mean, I've had two sort of, these happen to be auto crashes that I thought this is it.
yeah. Do you know one of them?
I was talking to God, getting ready to say hi.
Well, speaking of talking to God, during my first big crash, I was a passenger, and so it was completely out of my control, which a crash really is anyway. But
Well, yeah. Once it starts,
we hit a roundabout at speed. He didn't realize, and there's no going around it. He just hit it and launched. Hit an embankment that launched us upwards and over the embankment. And on the other side of the embankment was a big drop into trees. And as time slowed down, the inside of the car seemed yellow. And it's like I had time to look around, see everyone, their faces in slow motion, look where we were going to end up, prepare myself. It was like 2 minutes when in reality it was mere seconds.
Isn't that incredible? I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. one time I was this was early in my life. I was delivering pizzas for Domino's, and I remember I had like a 8-pack of Cokes in the front seat, and pizza, or whatever. And I'm going down the road, and I don't know, this girl just pulled out and broadsided me, but she knocked me into these other cars, and it caused me to flip over. And but all that took place in probably 5 seconds. Really, right? Like by the time there's an impact, and by the time I stopped spinning, and I was on my roof. Uh, but man, does it? It's like you got time to seem like you're thinking a lot of all kinds of shit right in the moment. It's like
Just because you're hyper focused.
that you don't have time to think that much, in those seconds. But go ahead.
What?
Hillary,
But
what does it
imagine
mean?
if we could harness that. We could not have to experience fucking life-threatening experience for it to happen. You could just summon it up and slow time down like that.
But I don't think we could. If we had that much of an adrenaline dump and whatever else happens, I think it'd wear our heart out eventually.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying I wonder if we could. I was just like saying, imagine if we could having
Well,
access to that.
I am imagining, and I think that's what would happen.
Good. it'd be something incredible.
Ed, were you going to ask me something?
Oh, it is not related to the subject, but what does it mean to be a pontiff of planet?
That means a bridge builder.
The bridge of elder.
Bridge builder. Someone who
A bridge
builds
builder.
bridges. Like the Pope of the Catholic Church is called a
Yeah.
pontiff because he builds a bridge from heaven to earth.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
It is. But that's why I chose this name. I mean, the subtitle.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was your
You
name.
know, Pixie. Anyone
Pixie.
interested in 2 small children? They're
I already
blonde. You could
raised 6
resell
of
them.
them.
They're blonde. You could resell them. You'll get a fucking fortune.
If you could get them through immigration, I'd take them. I've never had any kids.
Then why should you take them then? What qualifies you then?
What quantifies what?
What qualifies you to take small children if you didn't have
Oh,
any
Well,
He
I
didn't
would have
list any.
Hillary's as my dad.
Yeah, he didn't stipulate any qualifications. They just made the offer, and I said I'd be willing to accept. Yeah, my wife didn't want any kids, so we didn't.
When I was a kid, there used to be yard signs. It was
Mhm.
it was just for fun, but it would say "kids for sale."
Mhm.
People knew it was a joke. I mean, you couldn't get away with that today.
Oh no.
Which is
Totally
sad
different
because that's
time.
fucking hilarious.
It is.
My parents used to tell us the naughty boys home, which there's no such thing. Like there's juvenile detention centers and shit, but there's no home you can just take your naughty kid to. But obviously I didn't know that.
Well, they did have boys' schools.
Yeah,
Is that what you're talking
you go
about?
back far enough, there was boys' homes, Wayward boys' homes. But they were more like
yeah, it was kind of like
institutions, I guess.
juvenile hall, but it was for boys that maybe. Well, it was basically juvenile hall, like what we call juvenile hall today.
Yeah,
I don't even think they call it that anymore, but
in the U.S., there was a priest that came up with something. It was like a diversion for at-risk youth called Covenant House, and a lot of cities still have that.
okay. Okay.
There's always been boarding houses, though, like men for boys and girls, right? That kind
Yeah,
of
but that's for wealthy people.
So in Australia, right, in the last 10 years, we've actively eliminated all institutions for disabled people, right?
Mm.
And they now live in homes, what we call SIL homes, supported independent living homes. The only ones we didn't shift out were the lifers, like people who had lived in these places since they were babies. And that, you know, it probably would have killed them to shift them out. So I think the government's decided to let them stay and live out the rest of their days. But we've essentially now eliminated institutional care for disabled people. I wish it was possible for aged people, but I think that's a much bigger move because there's a lot more. But do you still have institutions?
There are
Like
some
in
like schools for the blind. Yeah.
like institution with the name like the special needs school and stuff like that.
No,
No, it's
so
called
more
schools for the
hospital
blind.
type.
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
there's still mental and there's still mental institutions in the U.S.
Yeah,
yes.
There's
just try
just
to
not as
eliminate as much
many.
as
A
possible.
lot of them closed down.
Yeah, they're not called asylums anymore, but
No.
they still
Yeah,
exist.
but they still are. Yeah.
I think in America, Reagan did something that caused something to do with the mental institutions closing or something.
Yeah, that
At
sounds
least we're
about
not
right.
giving them lobotomies now. That's a step in the right direction.
Well, the lobotomies worked.
A
That's
properly done
Just ask the
lobotomy can
CIA.
have positive effects, but what they were doing was not that.
I know.
that's like saying that shooting someone works to stop them from attacking you. I mean, yes, but it also destroys them.
I know. I know.
Shooting people also helps to deter crime.
Yeah, but we're talking about something that was being used as a medical intervention.
I know. I'm messing around. That's what they told Kennedy's daughter, Rose Kennedy, start counting, and then they just kept cutting away at her frontal lobe till she couldn't count.
Imagine if she would have just, I mean, obviously not that she could have known, but imagine if she would have just shut up after a certain point and then she could have saved herself. But again, that's not something that anyone could know.
Right. Especially in her state.
Sounds very barbaric.
Yeah, it is.
Well, they didn't think of it as barbaric. It was a medical procedure to help the patient.
Some of them did see it as barbaric even then.
Yeah, what if they were sick, twisted people?
By our standards, yes.
I
But
don't.
by their standards, no.
I've just walked back, so I
No,
don't know
I
what you
meant
were saying, but
like
I
they
don't think
weren't
we
all
should be.
there.
Lobotomies.
I don't think people deserve to be
Yeah, the
lobotomized.
doctors giving it
See,
might not have
To be
been.
fair, there is a certain type of person who does. Like someone
yeah,
who
yeah.
would like, like
They are medically beneficial, done properly, and for the right reason. But
voluntarily
depending,
as
like if
well.
you're talking about 100 years back, sort of thing, and more, they were all experiments. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. All they knew is you cut this here, and they go really sedate.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
You
we've
know.
got chemicals to do that now that are mostly reversible, like Thorazine and haloperidol.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Where'd Graham go?
Oh, he
Connection.
keeps. Oh, he might be at the back actually. I should check. Nope. Keeps dropping.
Yeah, I was gonna hit. I was gonna hit you with the. Why are you neglecting the elderly, sir? But since he's not here, I can't pull that card.
Collect the what? Sorry.
Neglecting. Why is he neglecting the elderly?
Ah.
Graham is the elderly.
Jody and I are here.
You're not old, Hillary.
No,
I had a nap. I had a power nap.
Is that what old people do?
Yeah. It is what we do.
Yeah, I usually sleep 2 or 3 hours and then I'll be awake for, I don't know, maybe 10 or 12, and then I'll go to sleep for another 4 hours.
I usually sleep about 5 hours at night and then 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Is
Hillary,
someone?
Hillary, you sound like a 17-year-old kid.
It is
Like
Graham.
he's been living.
Hey, Graham. Graham?
Audio
Graham.
check Graham.
I'm here. Hopefully, for I'll get to stay. Yeah, yeah. I'll keep coming back.
So,
Yeah,
Graham,
that's good.
Sisyphus is me.
so what are your thoughts on lobotomy?
Kind of a pain in the head. No, no. I was gonna say
No.
that's one of those where you were talking about those surgeries back in the day. It's worth noting that Freud almost really screwed himself up with one of those nose surgeries back in the 1800s.
What do you mean?
Oh, I think, was it Alder he was with? I forget which one of those was his buddy, but that was the big thing back then was nose surgeries would fix all sorts of problems. And Sigmund had one and it really screwed up his life and ended that friendship.
So it wasn't the cocaine; it was an attempted nose surgery.
Sure.
Was the nose surgery to repair the cocaine damage?
Yeah.
Or was the cocaine to repair the pain from the surgery? Or numb the pain? I'm joking. It's just a chicken or the egg shit.
Either way, there
Right.
was a party.
Well, the real reason for their parting ways was that Freud wouldn't stop asking creepy questions about his mum.
Oh, have
Are you guys all mama's boys?
I am.
I'm a
I'm not.
nanny's boy.
I'm not.
Welcome, William.
Thank you.
Hi. Willkommen, William.
Yeah, willkommen.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks.
What, are you going to use that now?
Oh no, I couldn't pronounce it. I'm quite simple.
Ariel, wie geht es Ihnen heute?
What?
Wie geht es Ihnen heute?
I don't actually speak German.
Oh, entschuldigen Sie bitte. Das tut mir leid.
I can only say natürlich. That's all I
Yeah.
can say in German.
Aber
And 2 Polizei, 3, 4 Grenadier, 5, 6 Saltigex.
Where are you from?
Romania.
I'm a continental European.
Cool.
And I'm a man of leisure.
What does continental European mean?
Non-British. EU.
Non-British?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, British and Scandinavia are outside the European continent.
I mean, to be fair, Britain isn't a part of Europe anymore.
No, they are part of the continent, but they're not part of the continental landmass. They're not in the EU.
I'm joking about the EU thing.
Oh, okay.
What do you guys think about the Georgians revolt in there? Georgians wants to be European. Do you consider Georgians and Armenians and the most
no.
western part of Europe as Europeans?
No.
I mean,
No.
No.
Well, so this is the interesting thing. Is Turkey part of Europe?
The western half.
They want to. Or they did want
I'd
to.
say yes. Go ahead and let them in. It's a pity.
But yeah, no. So the thing is, Turkey like basically in the ancient context, Turkey or Anatolia was the east. Like that was considered east, and then you have Greece, which was considered west. So I mean, by that logic, I mean, I guess technically you could argue that Georgia is east of there, but still, I mean, culturally, I think that they're probably closer to Europe than to. I mean, either. I think you'd either have to say Europe or West Asia.
Yeah, but if you let if we let Turkey in, we should let Northern Africa as well.
Is Northern Africa in NATO?
So that's the criteria.
For me, it is.
Huh? Right.
But
I
no,
mean,
to
like,
me, Armenians and Georgians are not European. They're their own little subclass. People always joke about, are there black Russians? Yes, Georgians are black Russians. They don't have black skin color, but that is what's defined as black Russian. And then Ukrainians, Belarusians, and those over there are more white Russians, and they are the anti-communists.
wait, what? No, no, you're talking about the White Army versus the Red Army. The White
Yes, yes.
Hmm.
doesn't the isn't that separate from the idea of the from like Belarusia and would it be like Chernorusia?
I don't think it's that much separated. No, I used to be able to cite what the different colors meant, but it's been around for a while, like a couple of centuries.
Etymology of Belarus, White Rus. There are 7 claims to origin of the name White Rus. An ethno-religious theory suggests that the name used to describe the part of old Ruthenian lands within the Grand Duchy of Lithuania that had been populated mostly by Slavs who had been Christianized early, as opposed to Black Ruthenia, which was predominantly inhabited by pagan Balts. An alternative explanation for the name comments on the white clothing worn by the local Slavic population. A third theory suggests that the old Rus lands that were not conquered by the Tatars, i.e., the Polotsk, the Vitebsk, and Mogilov, had been referred to as White Rus. A fourth theory suggests that the color white was associated with the West, and Belarus was the western part of Rus in the 9th to 13th century. So it totally predates the time of the communist revolution in Russia.
Right, right. That's why I said a couple of centuries.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there's any connection. It's a cultural versus a political thing.
Right. But the political went largely with the geographic areas and the ideas of each group.
Then, if that were the case, why wouldn't it be the Black Army versus the White Army instead of the White Army versus the Red Army?
Because the whites were part of Tsarist Russia, the reds were communist, and Stalin was a black Russian.
Stalin was a Georgian, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, Georgia is black Russia.
And a bank robber.
I can't find the article, but I know that there is one on Wikipedia that explains it.
So you don't support Georgians to be part of Europe
No.
just because their heritage?
Because of their current culture, or at least their culture 20 years ago when I met a bunch of them.
Right.
But yeah, they're much more Muslim.
Oh.
And that's, where Chechnya is. And they are more than happy to commit horrible crimes against civilian populations.
So you're lumping in the Chechens now with the Georgians and the Ossetians and the Abkhazians.
I don't know what the third one is that you said, but yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So just to be clear, what in your understanding Black Russia refers to which lands?
Georgia. Without reviewing the article, I don't remember if Armenia was included, but Georgia definitely is. And Stalin is known as being a Black Russian.
Georgia, Ossetia, North
Yeah.
Ossetia.
Probably Ossetia. But I can't find that article, so I can't be sure.
Is it everything that is west of Caspian Sea?
Like I said, without looking at the article, I really can't recall.
The old Pontic Empire, the Pontic Kingdom.
So what I'm looking at, basically, here. Let me just double check. Oh wait, hold on. That's not the right thing.
So are they basically called Black Russia because there are more Muslim Islamicized?
I don't really know why.
Or because they're not mostly Christian? Because there are very Christian in there.
Let me see if I can find something on this.
No, I don't think it has to do with their religion, does it?
One of the theories is that it does have to do with pagan versus Christian.
Pagan versus Russian?
I can't find
No,
it
no.
on Wikipedia.
Pagan versus Christian.
Christian, okay.
Okay, I think I might have found something. Let's see. I mean, like if wait, what's this? Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff you're going to find if you look for Black Russian, it's going to generally be about like Black people in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
What is that noise? Somebody snoring? Seriously?
No, my mic is very close to my PC. My PC is
Okay, I thought somebody was snoring.
I'm sorry about that. I need
Oh,
to
my
find a new
bad.
place for my mic. So, therefore, Black Russia should include countries like Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, or the former Soviet stands. And also, is there a Yellow Russia?
I imagine.
Like the most eastern side of Russia?
Yeah, east of the Urals. Yeah.
So it's actually very racial based.
Yes, racial, cultural.
Right.
I don't know much about the topic, so I'm just going to sit this one out.
If you give me one moment, I'll find something.
Why is Israel allowed to compete on Eurovision?
I mean, there's actually plenty of non-European countries that are allowed to compete.
Right.
Yeah, my wife threw a fit when we were talking about that and I said that Russia wasn't part of, or no, I said that Russia wasn't in Europe; that they were most of Asia. And then she threw a fit because there's a little sliver of Russia that's in the European continent.
Yeah. I mean, Israel is allowed. Kazakhstan is allowed in Eurovision. Armenia, Georgia, Faroe Islands. So you see, we don't have a proper definition for what an European is, isn't it?
No,
It's just expanding culture.
Oh, here, I might have found something. I just need to find the specific timestamp that corresponds to what we're talking about. Let's see. Oh, here, I think I found it. I'll share my screen. All right, it's up. Is Sammy here?
we don't know.
What does it say?
Oh, it's a video.
That's a bad move.
Why?
Because that's what flat earthers do. They give you videos. They give you homework. Nah, I'm joking. Plus, if Sam is not here, you can't share screen it.
Yeah.
I would do it, but I don't know what I'm doing. I'd probably end up ending the live.
We could always wait. No big deal. Let me see. Is this a map? Does it show? Okay, wait. Here is this. No. Oh, here. This one's better. Yeah, I'm going to just try to. Okay, let's see. So, I mean, I'm looking at this one map, and what it shows is that Black Russia is. Yeah, I mean, it basically doesn't show it going past. Well, this is referring to. Okay, so yeah, Black Ruthenia or Black Rus is a historical region on the upper Nemunas, including Novogrudok, Grodno, and Slonim. Besides these, other important parts of Black Rus are Valkaviskas and Bialystok. The region was inhabited by Baltic Yidvingians from ancient times, and the name Black Russia appears relatively late. So, the convention of distinguishing different Ruthenian regions by colors was first done by medieval Western and Central European historians from the 4th to 17th centuries. It was first done circa 1360 by Heinrich von Mugeln, referring to the Black and Red Ruthenia, placing them in modern Ukraine. So it doesn't talk about anything about Georgia. Some researchers claim that this color naming convention was influenced by the Mongol invaders who used them for the cardinal directions. Sometime in the 16th century, the names Black, White, and Red Ruthenia were given respectively to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, and the Lithuanian-owned Ruthenian lands that were given to Poland during the Union of Lublin. According to Banks' book from 1813, Black Russia was composed of the governance of Kaluga, Moscow, Tula, Ryazan, Vladimir, and Yaroslav. According to Alfred Nicholas Rombad in the late 19th century, the Lithuanian territories of Grano, Novgorodek, and Belostok were sometimes called Black Russia. So, I mean, here it doesn't say anything about really anything even past Ukraine.
Yeah, this isn't it. And I looked at the sea also, and it doesn't have that color palette that I looked at before. It's just about Ruthenia.
Hmm.
But I think maybe it has something to do with the Black Sea. The area east of the Black Sea is Black Russia. I don't know. I really wish I could find but I can't. No matter how I look it up.
But yeah, I mean, the name of the region you're talking about is like Ossetia.
All I get is cocktails.
Nice.
How do Russians drink vodka? It is meant to be gulped down in one go, not sipped. There you go.
Oh, wait. Sammy's back. I didn't even realize that it was up here. Okay. Here. So let's see. Right here.
Power in the region, the Khazar Khaganate. This led to all-out war, and during the reign of the Grand Prince Sviatoslav I of Kiev, the principal Khazar trading centers on the Black Sea coast and Crimea were destroyed, crashing their economy. And finally, in 969, the Khazar capital city of Atil was burnt to the ground. Not long after this began the golden age of the Rus, as they monopolized Eastern European trade. Kiev's primary exports to the Mediterranean and Middle East were furs, beeswax, honey, and slaves, while they imported precious stones and metals, where a thriving jewelry industry arose. Vladimir the Great of Kiev converted to Christianity. During his reign, the Russian Orthodox Church was established, which has played a major role in Russian society ever since. By the 12th century, the decline of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire, the principal trading partner of the Rus, combined with constant infighting among the Rurik dynasty, caused decentralization, fragmentation, and eventual disintegration of the Rus state. The first major blow came when Novgorod rebelled in 1136 and established an independent republic, where public officials, including the prince, were elected and could be fired by the voting public, which included people from all classes of society. In 1157, the Grand Duchy of Vladimir emancipated themselves as well, and in 1169 sacked Kiev, forever damaging the city's power and prestige, resulting in roughly 12 Rus successor states occupying the region. This was the state of affairs when the Mongols arrived in 1237. In 1240, an already weakened Kiev was destroyed by the Mongols as a brutal example for all other Rus principalities. The Mongol conquest of the Rus lands was completed in 3 years. The Golden Horde was a successor state that separated from the larger Mongol Empire that was partitioned not long after the death of Genghis Khan. The Tartars, as the Rus called the Mongols, did not directly rule their vassal states. Instead, they extracted tribute and encouraged rivalry and infighting among them. The exploits of Alexander Nevsky, elected Prince of Novgorod, are best to understand this period of time. He is renowned for defeating not the pagan Mongol overlords, but the invasion of the Livonian Order of Teutonic Knights, charged by the Pope in Rome to defeat the Mongols and Catholicize the Rus, whom were viewed as practicing a heretical brand of Christianity. When given the choice between fellow Christians whom wished to dictate their faith, traditions, and politics versus the Tartar Golden Horde, who, as you might have guessed, cared more for gold than for what religion or form of government their vassals practiced, the Rus principalities paid their taxes and defeated the invasion, and the Horde was happy. The fourth youngest son of Alexander Nevsky, Daniel, only 2 years old at the time of his father's death, inherited the least of his father's possessions. A small fort and trading post, which a few decades before had been sacked and the population massacred by invading Mongols. However, as Daniel came of age, he made the most of this insignificant stronghold on the banks of the Moskva River. He welcomed refugees and the dispossessed from the region, growing the population rapidly. And after siding with the victorious of his two brothers, who were competing against each other for rule of Vladimir and Novgorod, Moscow attained the position as an independent principality. Yuri of Moscow further increased the influence of the city by living amongst the Tartars for several years, marrying the Khan's sister, and with the Mongol army at his back, secured Vladimir as a hereditary possession of
So
the
it's really
princes of
interesting because the
Moscow.
Russians
The
are a
Golden Horde
combination
also
of
bestowed upon him
Vikings
the privilege of
and
being the
or
sole
not
collector of
basically
tribute
descendants
on
of
his fellow
Vikings,
principalities.
and as
His
well
brother,
as
nicknamed Kalita
the
or
Khans and
Moneybags, was an
the
adept
horde.
political negotiator and effective at extracting tribute for the Golden Horde and growing Moscow's territorial possession, not through war, but through using land as collateral for unpaid debts. And over the next century and a half, the Grand Princes of Moscow would ever so slowly obtain more power and privilege from the Mongols, who became consumed with internal infighting and relied on Moscow to handle the threat of the rising Grand Duchy of Lithuania, granting them more autonomy.
So this is where
Until
you start
finally
to
in
get this idea of
1480,
different
Ivan
roots
III of
fighting
Moscow
against each other.
confronted the Tartar army across the Ugra River. And after a long stalemate, the Tartars withdrew without a fight and never again challenged Moscow's independence. The diminished remnants of the Golden Horde, the Crimean and Kazakh Khanates, would continue to exist for several hundred more years. Ivan III ruled with an iron fist. After subduing the Novgorod Republic, the majority of the city's rebellious and affluent population, accustomed to self-rule, was either deported, killed, or enslaved. Ivan is perhaps most remembered for his marriage to Sophia, the niece of the last Byzantine Roman emperor, after which he began.
So just for context, this region of Black Russia, at least what you were referring to,
Mhm.
as like what's Georgia, this is Georgia over here. But the
Mm-hmm.
thing is that traditionally, Black Russia is only really seen as being like this region, parts of Ukraine, parts of Poland, Lithuania, and then you have White Russia, which is further north and is modern day Belarus and like Moscow and St.
Mhm.
Petersburg.
began to stylize himself as Tsar and autocrat, and adopted Byzantine court ceremony. His grandson, Ivan IV, or the Terrible as he would be known, officially took on the title Tsar of all the Rus, and brutally consolidated power into a single position, beginning the Tsardom of Russia. The period after his death, known as the Time of Troubles, saw internal strife, a few impostors known as the False Dimitris, and the occupation of Russia by Poland, and ended with the termination of Rurik's dynasty and the ascension of the Romanov dynasty, which saw the Russian Empire reach its apogee. This has been Epimetheus. Don't forget to subscribe, like, hit the bell icon to get notifications every time I make a new video. And if you would like to be like this handsome lot who help contribute to me making better content on this channel.
So yeah, I mean, oh wait, is this? Okay, yeah, here, Russian Civil War in 3 minutes.
ADHD is just so misunderstood. Like school was just terrible. I failed like all my classes.
So we're dealing like I don't know, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I thought you were trying to connect the two types with the ethnic groups and the political parties.
In 1917, during World War I, Vladimir Lenin and the Bolsheviks took power in the October Revolution in Russia. This threw the country into a period of chaos, and nations across the old empire began separating and fighting the Bolsheviks, notably Finland, Ukraine, Poland, the Cossacks, the Caucasian states, and the Baltic states. However, when the Bolsheviks made peace with Germany in March 1918, many of these nations were left under German influence. Plus, many would go on to fight civil wars and wars against other new states. Meanwhile, in Russia, people rose up against the Bolsheviks, opposing left-wing groups as some of the first to fight, while monarchists, Republicans, foreign volunteers, and various other anti-Bolsheviks made alliances with the regionalists and formed the White Movement. In early 1918, the Whites under Alexander Kolchak established their government in the east, but the first major battles took place in the northern Caucasus, where the Whites had a great deal of support from the Cossacks. Otherwise, peasants...
So, and this is the thing, I think the Cossacks are the Black Russians.
Yeah, I think so.
So the whites and the blacks, and again, the only thing is that like it's a bit like because there were plenty of people who were would have been like White Russian who actually ended up joining the Red Army, and plenty of people whatever the reverse would be.
Defending their villages formed green armies, and anarchists formed black armies. But in May 1918, the Bolsheviks...
Interesting, so the anarchists were the blacks.
Prevented the Czechoslovak Legion from traveling to fight their Austrian enemies on the front again. So they revolted and took key cities along the Trans-Siberian Railway. So, fearing that the Tsar could be rescued, the Bolsheviks had him executed in July. To make matters worse for the Bolsheviks, the Allied powers who hoped to overthrow them and reopen the Eastern Front began sending troops to Russia. They moved into Arkhangelsk, Central Asia, the Caucasus, and large parts of the Far East. So, after peace with Germany, Allied invasions, and the White Army's advances, by late 1918 the Bolsheviks only really held power in the western industrial cities, although they did have supporters all over. But then in November 1918, World War I came to an end. Eastern Europe was redrawn and thrown into chaos once again, and the Allied powers, except Japan, slowly began to withdraw their troops. So, seeing that opportunity, the Bolsheviks launched an offensive as far west as Poland, hoping to export their revolution to Europe. This was possible because Leon Trotsky had just implemented forced conscription, increasing the size of the Red Army to around 1,000,000 men, and unlike the Whites, they had a united command. Nevertheless, by March 1919, this offensive ended in failure, and they only really took control of Belarus. In the east, the Red Army had more success. In April, they successfully counterattacked Kolchak's advance and, for the remainder of the year, pushed his armies further and further east. But in the south, White Army General Denikin launched a major offensive hoping to take Moscow, while General Yudenich, working with the Estonians, began to push on Petrograd from the north. Denikin advanced quickly and threatened Moscow, so the Bolsheviks formed an alliance with the Black Army in Ukraine in October 1919. The Black Army were able to cut off Denikin's overstretched supply lines, forcing him to retreat. This allowed the Soviets to repel the assault on Petrograd and reoccupy lost land in the south. At the beginning of 1920, the Bolsheviks finally had to admit they could not break the Baltic states, so began to withdraw and would later recognize their independence. Meanwhile, in the east, the White Army was all but destroyed. The Whites handed Kolchak over to the Bolsheviks to be executed. However, to appease Japan, Lenin created the Far Eastern Republic to act as a buffer state. In the south, Peter Wrangel replaced Denikin as head of the White Armies. However, by now the Whites could no longer effectively fight both the Black and as head of the White Armies to act as a buffer state. In the south, Peter Wrangel replaced Denikin as head of the White Armies. However, by now the Whites could no longer effectively fight both the Black and Red Army. In April 1920, with the Whites on the retreat and an army a couple million strong, the Bolsheviks were able to invade Azerbaijan and secure its oil reserves. However, the Polish and the Ukrainians made an alliance and launched an offensive against the Bolsheviks, hoping to reunite the Ukrainian state. They captured Kiev in early May, but they were soon met by a numerically superior Red Ukrainian state. They captured an alliance and launched an offensive against the Bolsheviks, hoping to reunite the Ukrainian state. They captured Kiev in early May, but they were soon met by a numerically superior Red Army. The Red Army's counterattack drove deep into Poland, but it was eventually halted at the Battle of Warsaw in August 1920. The Polish made a separate peace with the Bolsheviks. This guaranteed Polish independence, but placed Ukraine and Belarus firmly under Bolshevik control. Then, in late 1920, the remnants of the White Army began to flee en masse. This allowed Lenin to break his treaty with the Black Army and turn on them. The Black Army would only finally surrender in August 1921 when their leader, Nestor Makhno, fled to Romania. In the meantime, in the winter of 1920 and 21, the Bolsheviks invaded Georgia and Armenia and crushed the White Army supporters who had taken Mongolia.
Wait, this almost seems to be implying that part of Japan was under the control of Russia. Is that the... Wait, the Sino-Russian War, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. They actually occupied Japan?
The northern part, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Although pockets of resistance remained, notably in Central Asia until the 30s, the Japanese withdrawal from Siberia and the Bolsheviks' annexation of the Far Eastern Republic in 1922 effectively ended the Civil War and the Soviet Union was created. Millions died during the war, and both sides carried out a staggering number of massacres and executions. To give just a small example, the White Army carried out pogroms in Ukraine, while the Red Army killed and deported hundreds of thousands of Cossacks.
Wow. That's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
No wonder there's so much cultural trauma in Russia today.
Well, the weird thing is, over the successive generations, there's been so much interbreeding that, like, people have a mother from one group and a father from another one, and so you're like, where do your allegiances lie? Well, you kind of just don't want to be part of any of it and hope everybody else leaves you alone.
Yeah, but it's in your genes. How do you avoid it?
Yeah.
Well, actually, think about it. It's pretty similar to what a lot of people will do. They'll create these fictive, realities, and like look at what Putin's doing right now. Like, I mean, they basically created this dystopia where, and again, not to say that we don't live in a dystopia, but a dystopia where everyone is like, people are afraid to speak out against like this official narrative, but basically what they're saying is that the West is evil and is trying to, basically doing all these things, and that's a justification for why Russia is waging the war in Ukraine. But beyond that, like I don't know how much y'all know about the state of religion in Russia, but after the Soviet Union fell and religion started to become acceptable again, a lot of people became really easily radicalized because they wanted religion that bad, and finally when they were able to get it, they sought the most extreme forms because those were the types that tended to really be the most attractive in that sense. And so now you have like all these extremist movements, and like even Alexander Dugin, who's got the ear of Putin. He's into I don't even know how to explain it, but I mean he's basically like another Rasputin, but he's also like in a lot of ways comparable to someone like to honestly kind of someone like Himmler. Like he's deep into the occult, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the occult, but he's genocidal. He's called for the genocide of Ukrainians. He's just an absolute madman, and yeah, well, him, and then the other thing is the patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church is a former KGB agent. So it's like even though the KGB isn't around anymore, the people who were in it are in control of the government.
Hmm.
Damn.
Shoot, there's like something in my eye.
Would you say that Ukrainians are more Russian than the Russians?
I mean,
I would, yes.
basically, yeah.
Expound on that.
Ukrainian territory is the fatherland of Mother Russia.
Hmm.
It's one of the reasons why they're trying to get it back so bad.
It's the fatherland of Mother Russia.
Yeah, the the Rus came down from Scandinavia. They settled in Eastern Europe around Ukraine, and eventually they kept pushing further and further east. Kind of like in the U.S., we settled on the East Coast and then gradually pushed west.
Mhm.
So that sounds to me like Russia belongs to Ukraine.
Yes, that's what a
Just
lot of people
saying.
would argue.
Yeah.
But you see, the Russian ideology shifted from the territory to an idea of what a Russian should be, which is centered in Moscow.
Well, it was centered in Kiev at one time, but then it got moved to St. Petersburg and then to Moscow.
Right. So they are wrong in saying that they're taking back Russian people.
Yeah, like like for instance, the name Ukraine, it refers to this like idea of like a borderland, I think. But
Mhm.
the original name of the what's now Ukraine would have actually been Kiev, not
Yeah.
Ukraine.
The Kievan Rus.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys keep track of all this.
I love me a good chicken Kiev.
I don't even think I know what that is. What is
Stuffed
that?
chicken
It's
boobs.
like a chicken hot pocket.
So take
Oh.
a chicken breast and stuff it with garlic sauce, basically.
And then bread it.
Oh, kind of like chicken cordon bleu,
Yeah.
but different ingredients.
Yeah.
Instead of chicken cordon bleu, it's chicken Kievan Rus.
Who?
Chicken Kievan Rus instead of chicken cordon bleu, like Kievin instead of cordon, and Rus instead of blue. It's like a very very rough rhyme. Not really, but
He's
almost.
using poetic alliteration.
My mother-in-law was a manager at a restaurant, and that was one of her like signature dishes.
Yeah, but the Gordon Bleu has cheese in it, isn't it?
Yeah,
Swiss cheese.
it just
I
made it
don't
very
remember
good.
what kind of Swiss because there's lots of different Swiss cheeses, but she would pound it really thin, like cut it, butterfly it, open it, and then pound it really thin. And then I don't remember all the details, but I know it was Swiss cheese and ham, and then she'd roll it up and dip it in probably egg, and then like
Oh, that sounds like a schnitzel.
a coating,
It
and
is.
then you bake it. You
The,
bake
the,
it
Rus-
for quite a while.
the Russian word for schnitzel is kotlet.
Cutlet, yeah. Pork cutlet, yes. That's the same Romanian word.
Okay.
Is it basically cutlet?
Yes.
I
Hmm.
have made them a couple times, but they're very time consuming.
Making food is time consuming. That's why I prefer
Sorry,
sandwiches.
did
I'm
I
weird like
see
that. I love doing
correctly?
that. What?
Russia calls it a cutlet, and the English speakers call it a schnitzel. Have we
No.
got that around
No.
the wrong way?
No.
No,
In German, it's called a schnitzel.
yeah.
Oh,
And then,
yeah.
yeah,
Fuck, I didn't even realize I said Russian.
and the
Okay.
English version cutlet is similar, but I'm not sure if it's exactly the same. But it's that butterfly cutting type.
Yeah.
I grew up on a lot of venison and our own homegrown pork, and we did a lot of butterflying just so that you could have a larger piece of steak. I don't
Oh,
remember calling it a cutlet though.
no, but
No.
and another purpose of that is to make it thinner so that you can cook
Yeah.
it more evenly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know what would be schnitzel in English, Hilary.
It's a loan word, so we just say schnitzel.
Yeah, but
I mean, honestly, I don't know, like maybe like breaded chicken or something.
with chicken nuggets would be a schnitzel.
No, because doesn't schnitzel need to be like pounded out, like
Yeah,
flattened?
yeah.
And chicken
Because it
nuggets.
tenderizes it so that,
Hmm.
yeah, like it cooks even, like Alex said. I don't even know if you guys can see that.
That looks nice.
It's a
Doesn't it
juicy.
look yummy?
Hmm.
That's a chicken Kiev, right?
No, that's chicken cordon bleu.
Oh,
My husband was obsessed with that food.
Mm.
So I thought I needed to make it, but that was something his mother did for him.
Is it served with the bechamel sauce?
I don't think she did the sauce, but I might not have been paying attention.
Hmm.
You know how that saying, like, nobody makes it like mom?
Hmm.
I think that's true. I
That's
mean,
valid.
as a wife, I tried to, but my mother mostly cooked in a crock pot and, and like had some really good dishes that she baked in the oven. But, like, we never had Chinese, never had pizza. It was all home cooked meals, you know. I don't know. She was very stuck in her. She's German. My mother was German. Redhead, left handed, and very stubborn.
Are left-handed
And a
people stubborn?
bartender. That was her lifelong thing, was bartending. Maybe that's why I want to sit here and listen to you guys, because it's kind of was my childhood. Weird. Yeah, she had men that came in every day at the same time to get her daily special because she'd make this food for them. And they just loved her food. They loved her company. And that was kind of like her vibe. You know what I mean? Like it fit her personality.
Hey guys, I'm gonna call it a night or morning. Pleasure talking to y'all. Enjoy the sea evening.
You as well.
Night. Have a good night.
I think
See
I'm
you
probably
later.
going to do the same. I need to work on some stuff. Take care, everyone. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye bye.
And I think I'm gonna mute also. I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah.
People are leaving.
Leaving. Yeah, I probably should go lay down.
Is it Sunday there already?
Saturday here. It's 2:08 in the morning in New York. And I just made a pot of coffee.
It's 7 o'clock in here, and I
7 o'clock a.m. or
a.m. Yeah,
okay.
and
Wow.
I'm on wine.
Oh, you're on wine. 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. I did that a couple days ago. And then I was hungover for a whole day and slept a lot.
I woke up in the middle of a nightmare, like half three. I woke up and then I came online.
I do that a lot. I'll wake up in the middle of the night, see if anybody's live.
Are you the guardian?
What was that?
Are you the guardian on duty?
I guess so. I'm the only one other than my boyfriend. He's pretty sick. He's got stage 4 COPD. And yeah, that's a lot to deal with.
I ain't got no whiskey on me, nerdy. All I got is wine and some shitty cider. Don't really like cider.
Yeah. I'm not much of a wine drinker, but this is what I was drinking, white rum.
White rum.
There's still some in there, but
That's a big bottle,
Oh,
isn't it?
it was here when
Hillary's
I
left.
came to my boyfriend's.
All
He
right.
had a huge collection of liquor that he didn't even drink. So I've been like working through it all. A little here, a little there. Some of it I dumped down the drain.
Go on, Sammy.
Did Hillary's leave?
Yeah, he did. He said he had something to do or something like that.
Good night, Hillary. See if you come back.
Snorting tequila.
I
love
imagine that
tequila.
it's very painful. Needed to. Oh, the family's asleep. Gotcha.
I used to eat the worm in the tequila. I mostly did it for my nieces and nephews because we'd be hanging out and just having fun, and I'd have a shot of tequila, and then I'd get the worm out of there, and I wouldn't chew it. I would just swallow it. I did it for shock factor.
How did it taste?
I didn't really taste it. I just,
Mm.
you know, made it go down.
So about 12 months ago, maybe 2 years, I had tequila for the first time,
Right.
and I was drinking it. We were on holidays and we're leaving the next morning, and I hadn't had a good drink, so I was having a drink, and I'm thinking, geez, this shit's pretty weak. So I'm drinking, and I think I got through the bottle, and I was like, well, that was fucked. I might as well go to bed. And I laid down, and the drunk kicked in
Oh God.
and kicked in. and kicked in, and I got drunker and drunker. And
Yeah.
it's not like you could stop drinking because I'd finished drinking like half an hour ago. This tequila just kept coming and coming.
What
And
kind was it?
oh,
Jose Cuervo?
yes.
Yeah,
How did
it'll not. It will. Yeah.
I thought it must have been all tequila did that.
No, that's
Because
like top shelf. There's probably something above it, but
I have a terrible tequila story. I never drank tequila ever after this.
yeah, well, I haven't either.
I have a few tequila stories.
I was
But I'm
18.
not going there. I'm definitely not going there.
So I was 18. I had this '68 Mustang, and like as guys our age did, we get together at somebody's house and we play cards and party or whatever. And anyway, somebody got it was Jose Cuervo Gold, I think it was, a bottle of that, and we about four of us, we finished the bottle. It wasn't that
How old were you?
18, and so somebody had the bright idea, let's go over somebody's house, and I had the car, but one thing was wrong with my car is the back the seat, the back part of the seat that you rest against, it gives you support. That was gone,
Headrest?
right? There
Oh,
was no, so I'm just sitting there with no, and
Patron. Alex said
anyways,
Patron.
long
Okay, go
long
ahead.
story short, I ended up, I hit a tree, like a maple tree, like about, I don't know, this big around or whatever,
Ouch.
and it just, right on my center of my hood, just jammed my motor up. There's like four of us in the car, and we all piled out of there and took off. Like, there's one of the cops. The cop showed up. And this is back in the day when you could do this kind of thing. But his
Yeah.
brother, we were friends with his brother, the cop, and he kind of just told me, "Hey, you need to get out of here, man. Just go."
Yeah.
And so that's what we did, and picked up the car later or whatnot. But so, anyways, yeah, that was an awful night. Yeah. I was so drunk. I mean, it just hit. It was like that, It was like hit me late because I was
Yeah.
fine when I got in the car. I mean, I felt I was fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And once it starts kicking in, it just keeps coming, doesn't it?
And that's what I was like. I hate that shit. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
When I was 14, me and my best friend were going to, of all things, to babysit my older brother's kids. And the ritual was he usually gave us alcohol as payment. But for this, whatever reason, we were bringing our own this time. And being 14-year-old kids, it had to be cheap. And for whatever reason, we wound up getting mandarin-flavored port at a liter each. And we get to the train station, and we notice there's fucking cops everywhere. Now, we could have just done nothing and catch the train. They weren't going to search us. We're just two kids catching a train. But we panicked.
Paranoid.
Shit, we need to get rid of this. So we both down our bottle outside the station. So I finished the bottle, right? I put the bottle down, take the few steps. By the time I'm on the station, I cannot see anymore. I couldn't stand up. Thankfully, the cops were all busy on the station. The train came, we were like, fuck yeah. Jumped on, sitting there, and of course the police had gotten on. Tickets, please, tickets. And at the time, for some stupid reason, I was keeping all my train tickets. Not for any reason, I just was collecting them for, I don't know, just some weird thing. So I had this big fucking wad of train tickets in my wallet. I can't focus for the fucking life of me. And I'm standing in the aisle, man, and I must have been swaying like all fuck. That the cops actually said to me, "Do you want to take a seat, mate?" I was like, "Oh, yes, please." So he knew. And it was cool. We did that for nothing, but I was so fucking crook. The smell of port now will make me throw up.
Isn't that
My
weird?
brain goes straight back to that level of fucking nausea
I'm like
that I
that
was
with
at.
wine. I've had like red wine specifically. I've had really bad experiences where I, I even thinking about talking about it makes me kind of go back to that experience. It was
Yeah,
awful, like deathly sick.
yeah. It was so bad that even some wines now, because it's close to port, I smell it. It's like, ugh.
I love
I
I
don't know how
love
people
port.
get blotto on that shit.
I
Port is
like
lovely.
I love
I
pork
like
too.
Jameson.
So you never fucking alcohol poisoned yourself on it, obviously.
Wow.
Yeah, I
I
probably
think
had a
I
couple
did,
times.
but not on Mandarin port though.
Oh, I know, right? I think it was like $4 a bottle.
Right.
So
Is that
I
like fortified wine kind of stuff, isn't it?
yes, like a thick wine,
Have you ever had
and
kosher wine before, Manischewitz?
But
Kosher
isn't
wine.
port
that
made from
name does
grapes?
ring good.
It's
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
That's
the
yeah.
the port I'm used to.
it's the Jewish
Oh,
kosher
blends.
wine. It has to be made a certain way. I went on a field trip with my daughter, and it's right next to the elementary school where she went to school. Anyway, the whole town was founded from this winery, and it was named. The town is Naples after Naples, Italy, because it's full of grape vineyards.
What's Stilton?
Anyway,
Malt beer or
pardon?
something? Or something? Oh, I was just wondering what Stilton was. It is it a like a malt beverage or something?
It's grapes. It's all Concord grapes,
No,
local
Stilton.
grown. What?
Stilton. See the
Stilton.
comment on the screen?
Port is fantastic, but only drink it out of very small glasses. Consume considerable amounts of Stilton at the same time. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Nerdy. What are you talking about?
Is it a mis or a typo?
I'm asking what Stilton is. It's a brand of something, I think. A
Oh.
bottle of something.
I
Anyway,
have heard the name.
yeah,
Yeah, but I fucked if I know what it is.
Manischewitz is they have to have a priest come in every morning, and they have to bless the line before they begin bottling it. Well,
Oh,
actually, before they begin making it. And
I should have said it. I thought I was going to sound stupid. I was going to say I thought Stilton was a cheese, but
oh, blue
he's talking
cheese.
about wine. He was talking about fucking cheese.
I love blue cheese.
Lovely. Yeah, it's Christmas. Christmassy stuff. Yeah, but
Port mixed with rotting cheese.
yes, how French. How French of that, isn't it?
What is it?
French. How French is it to drink wine with cheese?
With
Oh
Brian
yeah.
juice. Is is that motorbikes I hear in the background or whatever, or automotive sounds, or what am I? What is that?
That's not me.
No, I'm
It's
talking
me.
to yeah, yeah. I know who it
It's
is, but
me. My mic is sitting is clamped next to my PC, and my PC is purring because my PC is
oh,
old.
okay, and it's like catching a little bit. Okay, it
Yeah.
sounds like a oscillating fan or something, but I mean, it
It's
sounds like traffic's to me a little bit
Yeah, it does.
in the background or something.
is it loud?
No, it's
Is
not
it?
that. It's not very disturbing at all. It's just you can hear it if everybody's quiet.
I'll try to move it next time. I need to find a new spot.
It almost feels like a motorbike just going around the corner for a second, and then
Right.
I don't know, a little or something like that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
it's more like an
surrounded
oscillating
by
fan or something. Go ahead.
where I live, I'm surrounded by car lots. They literally sell used cars. And when I left my husband, I moved in with my boyfriend. This was 3 months ago. Um,
Oh, I see. You're
there
the
are
faithful
no
type.
houses. It's all industry. So all I hear are big trucks, and it's so weird because I've always lived in the country. So it's completely out of my element. Strange. It's very strange. I can't even have a bonfire because the fire department will probably fine us. And the building that we live in is an old beer brewery. It's a brick building. It's brick on the outside and there's brick on the inside. And there's like huge safes, which doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, huge, as in like 8 by 12.
Well, if
There's
you were
one.
dealing with a lot of cash back in the day, you'd want a safe like that, I guess.
Well, there's one in the basement that's open, but the one in the living room isn't open. But it takes up like an entire size bedroom. That's how big this safe is, and nobody can open it because it's like from the 30s, and nobody has the combination. But it's the
Well, there's
fucking
got to be someone
coolest
that can
looking
open it.
door. What?
There's got to be someone that knows how to get that thing operating.
Well, we're
I would
renting,
think.
so it wouldn't. I mean, we're just not
Got
going
to
to
find
bother.
the right guy. Yeah.
Yeah. It would
I don't
be
know.
cool to
Are
have
there
the
still
space,
safe
though.
crackers around?
Yeah.
The FBI has safe crackers, I'm sure.
So my boyfriend moved in here 5 years ago, and there wasn't even a kitchen in here. So they had to build one out of one of the offices. So every room has its own deadbolt on the outside. So it's really weird. Like I can't even open. Okay, one night we lost the freaking key that opens all the doors. It went down into the recliner, and it took like 3 hours to find it. And all I could do was just keep laughing about it because, like, I'm locked in my fucking house. And how am I supposed to get out of here? I don't even know anybody here. I literally left my husband 3 months ago and came to my boyfriend's. And I'm an hour away from everybody that I know. And I don't have a vehicle. I do have a cell phone, though.
Maybe God's trying to teach you something about marriage.
I know. I had to get the fuck out of that marriage. And then I locked myself into another one. Yeah. It's fucking trip.
I'm the marrying type, but so I don't know if I met somebody, I'd want to get married.
Yeah, I don't ever want to be married again. I did it for 33 years.
Yeah, I was married 25 years, two
Yeah.
times. I mean, in between two marriages. Yeah. Looking for number 3.
Well, I don't feel like that our marriage failed. I just feel like we kind of grew apart.
Well, my first divorce was really, it was awful. You know, we had kids and everything. Young.
Did somebody cheat on somebody?
Yeah, my wife cheated on me.
Yeah, I cheated on my husband. And I admitted to it right after.
I was right. I mean, I was willing to, work it out and everything just for, because of my kids, really, because I don't know.
Well, I think when you cheat, the marriage has already been dead. Like, you just didn't want to see the writing on the wall.
I don't know. But yeah, regardless, I mean, it fucked up our kids. I mean, a lot, I think. But,
yeah, but kids can be affected by seeing their parents ignoring
if you stay together.
Ignoring the obvious. I mean, my kids have all said to me, "Well, Mom, we kind of knew." And we knew you and Dad loved each other, but not in a husband-wife kind of way.
Well, yeah.
Like, we were best friends. We could talk about anything. Well, to a degree.
Statistically speaking, I mean, there's no argument about how much better it is for kids if they're raised in a 2-parent family. I don't know, every family's gonna have shit going on, but.
Well, my kids were all raised, all 6 of them, by their dad, which is very uncommon, and myself. But he was always chasing the next business venture and trying to make a good business,
So
and
did you guys, when you got married, was it like you agreed that you'd stay together until we don't like each other anymore?
Honestly, we were under the impression that marriage was you just ride
I mean,
until you
did you
die. You ride
did you
until you
did you
die. You
did you
don't
say
you
some
don't give
vows?
up no matter what.
Did you say some vows like through thick and thin, through sickness and health,
So I got to tell you, the guy that
till
married
death
us.
do we part? Yeah.
So the guy that married us was the justice of the peace, and he literally had the pamphlet that came with the marriage license, and it's
Uh-huh.
your standard
Yeah,
wedding
marriage
vows.
vow. Right.
And our wedding took 7 minutes. It was in a
Yeah,
public park.
I did one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, it was in a public
Carson
park.
City, Nevada.
Yeah, and we had a huge party, and my
But
brother-in-law and
but
sister-in-law were the band.
I just noticed that those vows don't leave like any room for cutting out generally. I
What do you mean
mean,
by cutting out?
like leaving the marriage unless there's some cheating that's gone on.
Well, so my
You're
husband was a
muted. I think
slut,
you're
and he'll tell
muted.
you he was a slut.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just talking about the vows, people. Right? It's like, in sickness and in health. Okay, so you can't that if you get sick, that's not an excuse, right? Whatever. There's financial thing, and if rich or poor, right? Sickness and health, all this stuff. And until death do us part, right? And then
Yeah, we were both
and then
raised to be that way.
and you take that vow. That's what I'm
Yeah, my
saying.
husband and I were both raised to be that way.
So unless there's, but if you guys were doing a bunch of hanky panky on the side, I guess.
So this is the thing. I never cheated on him, but in the back of my mind, I knew he was cheating on me. But it was only when he was drinking in a bar setting.
By cheating, you mean fucking another woman? You mean?
Well, let's put it this way.
Or are you talking about flirting?
He was terrible at flirting, and he didn't even really have a lot of control over it. It was when he started drinking whiskey, Wild Turkey. Because
I mean, I don't think any man, a married man, should be flirting with somebody either. But go ahead. Sorry.
So both of us were raised around being in a bar setting where people just shoot the shit. Well, myself, I was raised in the country, but my father frequented bars, and then his buddies would hang out with him in our yard. So us kids were always around it. Like there was always a party. Like we couldn't escape it. But we loved it at the same time. It's weird. I don't even know how to describe it. Anyhow, so my husband was like that.
What city or state was this in?
Pardon?
Where'd you grow up, or where are you taught? Where were you living?
New York State, Western New York State, not.
Not big
we're
city.
5-hour drive away from New York City. Yeah, country.
So middle class town or whatever.
No, very rural, like out in the middle of
town.
nowhere.
Okay.
Like the houses were far apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we lived right on top of a hill.
It was a little different growing up in areas like that, man. It was like,
yeah,
you'd be prone to start drinking and stuff early because what else?
Well,
is
there was also a recession. It was the early '80s.
Mm-hmm.
The economy like tanked. This is right before Reagan.
Yeah, I remember the Carter years. Yeah,
right. But my father's family was around my whole childhood. We were always together, like just having gatherings and hanging out, and people would just pop in. Nobody called. You just showed up, and we would just. There was usually some drama, though. There was somebody pissing somebody off. And my mother didn't really get along with my father's family because my father was a mama's boy and he loved his mother like deeply. And my mother hated that. And then I married my husband and I got into the same situation.
With your boy, you mean, or what?
So when I married my husband, my my husband was the youngest, the two older sisters, and they pretty much like treated him like royalty. I mean, he's just a guy, but to them, he was the son that they were waiting for. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So when I met him, he was 28. I was 22. And I was on the construction site working for a guy that was working for him. And he asked me on a date. So we went and had a drink at a bar because that's just what we did back then. And then, and then we pulled over on the side of the road. There was like a beach where you could just pull in and sit in,
Right.
like a rest stop.
Right.
And it was on a lake. And him and I got out and sat on the bank of the lake and just sat there and shot the shit. It was pitch dark. It was like 1 or 2 in the morning. And we just sat there watching the water with the light hitting the water and all that. I mean, it was actually, now that I say it, it was quite beautiful. But we both were a little bit drunk. See, that's the thing, is we both kind of grew up around that because his parents were all pretty bad into drinking. His mother was on and off, and I was that way too. But I was kind of the one, I was kind of like a single mother in a way. That's what it felt like. Because my husband was always working, he was running a crew. He always had guys underneath him that depended on him to like keep the work coming to them so they could get their 40 hours in. So he was always under fucking stress. And yeah, that
that's what comes
put
with
a lot
business.
on
Yeah.
our marriage.
Why is that?
So the business would fail because we'd owe the IRS. We'd owe them so much money that
Were you guys spending money, or?
so what would happen is the home industry, it would go really good and then it would go really bad. So it was like a fluctuation constantly. And I
Right.
was
So
used to that. When
usually
I grew
you
up,
have to
my
put money
father was like
away,
that.
but don't you
Or,
have to put money away while you know, in the busy times, so you know when the slump comes, you got a little to live by. But
so this
anyway,
is the thing though. My husband wouldn't like put them on unemployment because he thought it was going to turn around the industry, you know, the home industry.
mm-hmm.
And he worked for a big company that was national. It was, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Ryan Homes.
I've heard of them, I think.
Okay, so his father started it in the late 70s. He got the contract with Ryan Homes. So everything had like a schedule, like whatever trade you were,
Mm-hmm.
you had a certain day you had to be in there, but you only had like 1 or 2 days. So each phase of the paint work that my husband did, he was a painter, interior new work. And each phase, we only had so much time. So it was always a race against the fucking clock. And then there'd be
Well, wasn't
nothing.
it? Wasn't it? But it seems to me, if especially that kind of setup, you just you know what the job is. Every job, it's like the same. You know, you go in there and do everything. This, you know, every
Yeah,
job.
everything got the same color. The walls.
So I mean, so he's got employees, right, or guys that work for him and stuff.
Yeah, they were mostly family. Like all of them were like either
Yeah.
out of high
So
school or I worked for them.
as long as everybody knows what they're doing, you just go in there and you kick ass and you walk out of there. And
But the
like
problem
they
is
got to
that
give you
the
time for the
industry,
schedule. Uh-huh.
the building industry fluctuates so bad.
Oh, okay. Well,
And then the bills don't stop coming. Like the workman's comp was fucking insane.
well, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah. So when
I
my
mean, it's not easy
husband,
to run a business. Yeah.
my husband's bills for the business would climb so high that, and we'd owe the IRS, that he would have to walk away from the business, and then he would be miserable working for somebody because he always ran his own business. And so this last time was a year ago, this April, he started up again, but he was only one man doing it all. So
Well, you make more money that way sometimes.
yeah, but the problem is that he was getting cash. So you're not showing income. You see where I'm going with this?
Well, so far, but why do you have to show income?
Because workman's comp, that's how they base your rate on what they're going to charge you.
Okay.
So like
But
he
workers'
just got
comp,
charged.
if he's just by himself, workers' comp shouldn't be
So
an
in
issue.
New York State, you cannot be a contractor without workman's comp.
Right, even for yourself, I understand.
Right.
But there's every insurance company or whatever has a plan for you. That's
so the only reason he needed it was because he took this job where it's a house that's being built. It's around a wealthy section, and the interior paint job was $30,000. So he had to get workman's comp, but he didn't have any income on the books.
He probably had to get bonded or something on the job, but that required workers' comp. Is that something like that, maybe? Because of the 30.
He didn't have to get bonded, but
okay.
So
right.
The guy that he was working for did him a favor and picked it up for him. But for the entire year, they charged $31,000. I mean, it's so fucking expensive to be a business, to just fucking sling paint on the fucking wall.
Yeah, you're not gonna hear me. I mean, I'm so sick of fucking government getting their hands anywhere and everywhere they please.
So that was a constant pressure point with me and my husband because of the fluctuation of the money. We were either pinching pennies or.
Did you ever think about going to work or something were you needed in the business?
Anxiety myself. I have. So any job I've ever had is usually like janitorial. That was just what I did, unless I was painting for my husband.
You didn't feel like going to school or getting training for something?
No, because of my anxiety, I couldn't go to school.
Okay.
What
were you anxious about? I mean, were you anxious about anything?
I had childhood trauma. I've been diagnosed with PTSD when I was 19. Emotionally disabled, and then
like if the doctor had told you there's nothing really wrong with you except you just need to buck up and go to work.
Okay,
would
so
you,
I did
would,
get
would
that
you have
advice.
said okay?
I got that advice.
I'm just curious. I don't know.
No, I got that advice in my early 20s. So they didn't call it anxiety back then. They just called it being shy. But I was more than shy. It was like when it came time to talk to somebody face to face, I kind of froze. I guess it was a panic attack, but I didn't know what it was.
I'm not saying people don't have some issues that can't be worked out.
So they told me to make sure to put myself in a social setting, and then eventually it would work itself out. But I tried that. I got hired at a gas station, and within 2 weeks they made me a fucking manager, and I was just trying to be around people in general. I didn't want all that responsibility. And that happened more than once to me. They fucking made me a manager, and I didn't want to be a manager.
Well, why didn't you just refuse the job?
I did receive the job, but I didn't want management.
Why didn't you? I know, but when they come to you, hey, man, hey, I'm not into the management thing. Thank you.
Because I had anxiety. I wouldn't speak up for myself.
Oh, okay.
You get that, right?
I guess so.
So when you have anxiety, you're afraid of saying what. When you have anxiety, you're afraid of saying what's on your mind. You can't be real And that actually causes more anxiety because you're like, oh my God, I
Well,
have to go in here and wear a
right. I mean,
fucking mask.
I can see where it gets you in a cycle where it's like, oh shit.
Yeah, that
Here we
is
go.
my life. Well, not
Yeah.
so much anymore. I'm trying to come away from it after I left my husband. I'm still coming back from that.
Have you tried cannabis?
I smoke a lot, and I only started smoking when it became illegal or legal in New York State.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, good.
Because when I did try smoking it back when I was like 19 and 20, I got super paranoid. No,
All right.
seriously, I did.
I'll be right back. I got to take care of a dog. 1 second.
All right.
Your story really resonated with me a lot, Jody, because
Really?
I suffer from social anxiety. Yeah, and I found that like early on, like in my teens, it drove me out of school. It drove me away from social situations, and like to the point where I couldn't even like go into the grocery store, shop for my groceries, and just interact with people normally. And then over time, though, and like this has been my recent epiphany, I've like kind of forced myself by a certain way into a career that forces me to deal with people, and not just people, but like the most difficult, irate, irrational people that are out there, and I have to put myself in those situations and be able to handle
How
it.
did you
And
find that job?
I got into it by accident.
What kind of job?
I'm a security guard.
Security guards are irrational?
No, I'm talking about the people I have to deal with as a security guard. The upset
Oh.
customers, the drunks, all those people. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, like a bartender.
Right. Yeah.
Oh God. Life is fucking exhausting.
You got no idea.
My youngest son is 18 and he's got severe friggin' they diagnosed him with general and social anxiety. And then he's got this depressive disorder. So he had psoriasis from the top of his head to his toes. The only place he didn't have it is where his boxers were. And it started when he was probably 8, 9 years old. And he had like this personality though that was very vibrant, and he had a lot of girlfriends, if you will. And they would literally like wait on him. They would like I guess they were flirting with him now that I think about it. But anyway, but he got to a point when he reached middle school when he was in 7th grade, he didn't want to be in school. And it got so bad that when it came time to get on the bus, he ran away and he scared the living shit out of me. So I started taking him to therapy, trying to work through what's going on with this kid. And then they put him on this drug called Stellara, which is $18,000 every 3 months. And all of his psoriasis disappeared. So he was being bullied because he had patches of psoriasis all over his arms. And he would try to ignore it, but these kids got nasty with him. And I mean, it got to the point where he's like, I honestly have no choice. I was born with psoriasis, but there was no reasoning with these kids. They were like sports jocks, and they were using my son to make themselves look bigger. I don't fucking know. But so I started taking him to like Strong Hospital in Rochester for a day program where he could be around other kids just like him that don't want to be in a school. My son, when he would describe school, he said, Mom, it's like you're taking me to prison when I go to that school every single day. It was like prison to him. So, long story short, after 4 years of this shit, back and forth to lots of different experiences where I had to call the cops on him because he spit in my face. And he would try to jump out of the car when I was trying to take him to an alternative school that was out in the woods where you sat around the open fire and talked about David Thoreau's philosophy of life, where people need to be communing with nature. I mean, we tried everything with this fucking kid. And finally got to it was mostly me. My husband was working, but it finally got to the point where we both agreed that we were going to smoke pot together, and that's what we did. I started smoking pot, he started smoking pot, and him and I just started kind of connecting.
Hey, I got to take off. I just wanted to pop in here real quick and thank you,
Okay.
Sammy, and say goodnight to everybody. Have a good
Good
night.
night. Have a good night. So when I walked away from my husband, my son was kind of ripped to shreds because I'm like his only best friend. I mean, he does a lot of online stuff, but he never really connects with anyone.
Sounds like a guy that I want to meet.
Very nice guy. He is a really nice guy.
I
Yeah.
don't remember if I ever apologized to Irenic for that time I flipped out on him when I was drunk over it.
What was
Sorry.
that?
I said I can't remember whether I ever apologized to Irenic for flipping out on him when I was drunk when we were over at Wild Hearts channel a while back.
Oh. Isn't that weird when you get drunk? There's things you don't remember, but then all of a sudden they start coming back.
Yeah, I get some of that. Usually unfortunately, it's very hard for me to black out, so I remember most of my drunken episodes that I just can't really account for them other than, I was drunk. But there were a few good blackout moments where I was like, what the hell happened?
Right. I think it depends on if I'm hydrated when I'm drinking. The more hydrated I am, the better I do.
I used to
Because,
take a
yeah.
lot of stimulants, and I take stimulants when I drink, and then I'm a pretty small guy, so if there's something keeping me up when I should be passed out or puking, that's usually the recipe. Then somehow you keep drinking, and like
What do
I
you mean
didn't.
stimulants?
Yeah, my husband used to drink quite heavily, but the only way I could get him to curb his appetite for alcohol was to make food and just set it in front of him, and his drinking was over. And then
Because you
sometimes, go ahead.
because you got him into a food coma kind of state, or because he
It
was.
depends on the evening. Like if it was early, we might just like put some food on our smoker and then we would just piece on it and keep drinking. If it was late and we did that, we'd both eat and then just pass out
Right.
until, until we're both awake the next morning. But I mean, we haven't drank like heavily in probably the last 20 years. So when we do it, it's like we do it too hard. And then I'll say, because my husband does it a lot more than I did, I would say to him, well, hon, you're not as young as you used to be.
Mm.
You know that old cliche.
Are you having White Russians?
I like White Russians.
Are you having White Russians now, or is just
No, this is coffee.
coffee? Okay.
Yeah, it's just
It's too white to be coffee. Ah, right. Real milk and cream.
it's not bad. That's the first time I tried it. I like to try a lot of different things. I'm weird like that. And this is the coffee. I love this coffee.
Right.
It's been around since 1916. I figured by if they've been around since 1916, they know what they're doing.
I guess so.
Right? I love this coffee. I got it in a gas station, so I asked the attendant, "What kind of coffee is this?" And so I started looking for it. I found it at Walmart. So I buy the big bag. It's really good.
Do you use a filter or
Yeah,
what's
it's a
what
filter.
filter?
My coffee pot is literally right here. It's just a bun,
Okay.
like from a restaurant. My daughter got it for me for Christmas. It's the only Christmas. No, I got a couple Christmas presents, but a couple weeks ago, I said, "How much did you pay for that coffee pot?" $150, Mom. I'm like, holy shit. That's a lot of fucking money.
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
So it's got a hot water tank in the back. So when you pour it in, you have the whole pot of coffee within 2 minutes. I love it. It's the best Christmas present. I told her, "You know me too well." My kids know me. I'm used to being around them though. So now I have to do it on video chat. It's a lot different.
Do they live far away?
An hour away. I just got my truck, the truck that's gonna haul the camper, because we're gonna go live in the wild. We're gonna live in like nomad land.
Right.
Yeah, we haven't quite figured out where, but we got to get rid of a lot of my boyfriend's. He had a 30-year marriage that he never got rid of anything. It all sits in the basement. So I walked away from my 33-year marriage and left everything behind, but I came into his 30-year marriage and we have to get rid of all of it.
By we, you mean him?
Well, he's got stage 4 COPD, so it's probably going to be mostly me.
Right.
I'm just going to advertise it on Facebook and set it up so like they come on like say a Wednesday, Thursday from 7 to 9 if they want to view the art style. I'm just gonna have it inside though. He has a lot of tools and he has a collection of eagles. His mother bought him like for the last 30 years, bought him collectibles of eagles, like he's got a bronze eagle, it's pretty big. And then he's just got he's got a wide variety of things. I don't even anyway, and some of it is worth something, some of it is just junk,
Right.
but somebody will buy it. So I have to sort through all of that crap. I'm not really looking forward to it. But his daughter did come last weekend and she hoed out a big ass closet. So that's the other part is like I have to get to know his kids. I'm trying to kind of stand off because I've never been in a blended situation because I've always been with the guy that I married and had 6 kids with and 12 grandkids. So this is all fucking new territory to me.
Right.
But she seems very nice. She's got her health problems like he does. She's like 32-ish and she has a little girl that's 6. And so he's been a constant in their life. When him and his wife split up 5 years ago, his kids came and lived with him. And they were mid-20s. So they shared the rent together. And because he's on a fixed income, he's been on disability for quite a few years. He's a retired truck driver over the road. And so when I got my truck, I got to tell you, it was almost like I could see a light coming on his face. He got behind that friggin' wheel because that's his element. you know, and he's been sitting in a fucking recliner alone. I mean, his kids go off and do their thing, but he's mostly alone. And so
Yeah.
him and I split up when I was 14 and he was 15. And he messaged me back in November. And I kind of thought of him as family. I didn't really think of him
Hmm.
like a
As a stranger,
boyfriend.
right?
Yeah. And then he was in a situation where he wasn't getting enough oxygen from his oxygen machine, but he didn't have the insurance because he makes too much money to get Medicaid to cover the oxygen machine. So he got pneumonia, and then I got really worried about him. And then I'm telling my husband about this, and he knows that Gene was like my first boyfriend. And anyway, I got super worried and I drove to his house. I never called him or nothing. I just showed up
Hmm.
and we just hung out for a couple hours. And then I went home after I got groceries. And then I think it was the next day or the day after that, I ended up coming here and I cheated on my husband. And I went home and we were sitting around in the morning having coffee, smoking cigarettes, just talking our normal talk. And I told him that I cheated. And yeah. Um, he said, "Well, are you done?" That was what he said to me. And I said, "I cannot say one way or the other." And he he said, "Well, you know you can't stay." I'm like, "I know that." And then the next thing I know, I'm getting an Uber and all my shit is getting piled in there and I'm at my boyfriend's house. It's almost like I took off my old life and put on my new life. It was like that.
As long as you're happy with it, there's no problem.
I have moments where I'm like, "What the fuck did you do, Jody?" But
Mm.
then most of the time I'm like, I feel like I'm kind of coming back to myself.
Hmm.
Like I had to live that life for a time and now it's a different time
Right.
and
Right.
it's okay. My kids thought if you would have talked to my children, you would have thought that I died, literally died. And I said to them, "You guys realize I'm only an hour away from you and I can talk to you whenever on the phone, live chat or whatever, not live chat, but you know."
Yeah. Yeah.
And so yeah, it's gotten better over, the last 3 months. It's gotten better.
I have to ask a personal question. Was it that good?
Probably,
That
yeah, that
worth
played a big role
worth
in it.
that worth
You so
to
bad.
kill?
So let's put it this way: I hadn't had sex in over a decade, guys.
All
So
right. Okay.
yeah,
Okay. So it was worth it in that area. Right.
yeah. So the weird part is that my kids call me and tell me about their dad.
Hmm.
And when I first left, my daughter Casey, she'll be 33 this year, said that, yeah, Dad and I had a really awkward conversation in the morning. So my daughters have kind of assumed a weird position, like somebody for their dad to talk to. And
Hmm.
he said, if I would have just got this medicine from the doctor and not been so stubborn, maybe I could have satisfied your mother. And Casey's like, Dad, I don't think it was just that. And it's almost like they're kind of bringing him back to so that he's not so wounded.
Right. Yeah.
But I am worried about my son. Okay, he's been going to work with his father. So that was why my husband started the business up, because he wanted his son to work with him. But my son gets bored painting because it is pretty boring to paint. I mean, you guys probably know that. Um, and my son is so used to sitting in front of a computer screen, and he's never done social media. Okay, he's never done Facebook. He does do Discord a lot, and
Hmm.
he watches a lot of YouTube, and he watches historical stuff, and
Just like
uh,
me.
yeah, he'll talk my head off about things. I'm just sitting there like, what has he been watching? I'll
Yeah.
just be like, I'm trying to engage it, but my brain doesn't always do that.
Mhm. But we can only engage in from your perspective anyway, from your level. You can
But as a
only.
mother, you want to try to get to the root of what's eating your kid,
Right.
because my son was like being tortured. Um,
It's like the generation gap gets a little wider in like years. Like we don't know what the I don't know what TikTokers and Snapchatters are doing.
so he watches like weird shows, like he'll watch Chef Ramsay and tell me how to cook, and then he'll watch Joe Rogan and all these crazy, what do you call them, like shock factor videos with snowmobiles on water and fucking demolishing classic vehicles. And I don't know, it's weird because I'm 57 and he's 18. There's a lot of years between us.
Hmm.
But so my son can talk to my husband if my husband and him are like sitting around having a beer together. But if my husband's in that work mode, like, my son and my husband do not relate to each other. Like, my husband doesn't have the patience for him.
Right.
And my son knows it. So everything would go through me to my husband. If I knew my son needed something, I'd make sure my husband would pick it up, or I would say, you need to get on Josh about his room because it's a toxic dump waste. And it was, yeah, it was a big stress, along with my husband's business. And
I'm on a
um
phone, Kev, and with shitty speakers, and I could hear you fine. So he was just asking in the private chat if his audio is okay. Sorry to interrupt.
no, you're fine. I needed to be distracted. I'm still coming back from this shit. I think I need a drink, but I'm not gonna do it.
That's hilarious. I just said it's fine, and Ed's like, it's shit. He's probably sitting there going, well, fuck, is it shit or fine? Go
It
with
has its
Ed.
moments, yeah.
Go with
Try
Ed.
again. Try again, Kev. Last time you went, I heard only half of it.
Test check 1 2. It's probably because I'm on my phone.
Now it sounds fine. Does it? No, it doesn't.
See, it's weird. It sounds okay to me.
You don't hear the microphone humming?
Oh no, because I'm on my phone. I've just got it on speakerphone, so it sounds dog shit anyway.
I am pretty much legally deaf. So, no, I'm not kidding. And it's probably because I was constantly around chaos. No, they said it was because I had a ear infection when I was a child, and my eardrum probably, I don't remember what they
Burst.
said. Yeah. So I
Yeah.
never went to a doctor when I was a kid. My parents never took us to the doctor. Never went to a dentist.
Do you know
We were
my
raised in the country, like kind of like feral cats.
my
Think,
ex broke her arm, and her mum didn't take her to the hospital.
oh my God. My son broke
She
both
got
of his arms at the same time, but he could move his fingers, so I thought he was fine. So
mm,
like a week later, I he was still complaining. But what happened was he
You
broke it
little
right on the
sissy, you with your
growth
broke
plate.
arms.
Yeah, so they x-rayed it and they said it was like hairline fracture right on the growth plate.
Mhm. Yeah.
And so they were going to do surgery, but when they put him under and they didn't need to, but for 6 weeks I had to be this kid's arms. Tell that was a there was so what happened was he did a backflip, or no, he did a front flip trying to impress his girlfriend on a trampoline, and instead of landing on the inside of the trampoline, all the force landed on the ground. And so he had these casts on both arms. This was elementary school in 5th grade. And these girls were freaking daunting over him like
I bet
he
he
was
loved having to have mum wipe his ass again.
Lord.
Ew.
Oh, hubby, you know I do that for a living, right?
You do?
Well,
Ew.
I don't particularly anymore. I run the business, but once upon a time, yeah, I've
Oh,
won
you
many
run the
an old
business?
ass.
Oh,
Yeah, I started my own company.
that's
Now
cool.
you know I've never asked you about what you do for a living. I mean, I'm just happy to spend your paycheck.
I know, and I'm happy to give it.
Do you make money on YouTube at all?
Oh God, no! I've only got 200 subs.
Not yet. Give us time.
Getting there.
Is it even possible?
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
You just got to have something, that, like some sort of regular, consistent show. You know what I mean? That has features that people are interested in.
Yeah.
Well,
What
I've
is
been
it?
watching
So,
YouTube for a few years and I have my favorite.
well, I originally what I wanted to do was reviews of all the JW bullshit. Right? I did one. My videos average about 50 views. The one video I did in the style I want to do almost has 15,000 views.
Wow. How many
Yeah.
years though?
Maybe 12 months max. So
That's
it
not bad.
climbs, it's still climbing. Like I checked maybe a month ago, it was 10,000. And then I checked the other day, it was 15,000. So it's gone up 5,000 views in, a couple of weeks, a month.
Wow.
JWs are pretty much in the spotlight at the moment with all the
Yeah.
Australian what's it called, the CHI, the child abuse thing, and
Oh, yeah, that was,
in Beijing. So
so
it's
that actually
it's in
happened
the
in
media.
2016.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still pretty popular. I think there's a big movement of JWs leaving.
Mhm.
There is.
And so they're watching all the old stuff.
Are those the
I
ones
think
that they can't like touch each other when they're before they get married?
Yeah, you're probably thinking of the Mormons because they do that weird
Oh,
soaking thing. But
to
JWs are the same.
show
Like they have
only
chaperones.
underwear.
And
That's
those
what the
old
Mormons have.
they
I
do
think
that.
that's awesome. You have holy underwear. I mean, and not the kind
Yeah,
that you've just worn holes in, because everybody's got those. Well, dudes do. But like
the hell.
Somehow I
temple
had
draws.
JW get a hold of my number, and he's called me, I think, twice this week and 3 times last week. He really wants to have a conversation with me. I might try to record it.
Oh,
Mm.
please, monkey, please do that.
Yes,
Yeah. And if if you
I've
want
noticed.
any juicy questions, me and Ed can help you out there.
I'm on Discord for the most part of the day, and I'm on the Christianity channel, which is the biggest Christian channel on Discord on Discord. And I've noticed in the last few weeks a lot of JWs are surfacing
Oh, really?
online, which is mind-boggling to me because they are not allowed to go allowed. They don't go online. They don't know go on debates online
Yeah.
and stuff like that, and they are starting to surface on online platforms to get their stuff.
That's the beginning of
I've
the end for them.
I've seen that with
Exactly.
the Amish and the Mennonites around our area, or
Yeah.
like
I love you,
yeah.
Papa.
Pardon?
Oops. Sorry. I was telling my daughter I loved her. I didn't realize I'd unmuted.
No, you're fine. I gotta go potty.
Hey. Yeah, I was planning on making my format more about picking apart like the fundamentalist Christian arguments, but I just can't listen to it anymore. I was just over at Praises listening to him talk, and it's just madness. I don't know how it all made sense to me before, but now I listen and I'm just like, the fuck are you talking about?
It just sounds crazy, isn't it? It's not just
Yeah, but it
crazy. It's
didn't
a
it didn't used to,
refusal.
Ed.
It didn't.
Like I was in, so it like I was able to do the same mental gymnastics, and now I can't do it. I listen to them, and like the more I learn about the early Christians and the early church and the orthodoxy and all the infighting in the early Christians and shit, I'm like, what you guys are talking about two different ideas of Christianity and smushing them together like they're the same thing.
Not to
Between like Paul and Peter.
he's so like duplicitous. Like he'll act like such a nice guy, and then if you really watch, he's running around doing the same. It's like other people calling people scumbags and trash and all that, trash humans, all that shit. And then I don't know if you saw, he made a video on Guts Gibbon. He like lip synced her to
Are you
some.
talking about Kevin?
No, I praise. But, yeah.
Okay. When you said scumbags, I was thinking Kevin's biblical discussions because he always calls everyone scumbags.
Yeah, that always tickles me.
But like I will say I got to meet Kelvy the other day, and Kelvy Cuello was he was great to have on my stream. He was he was over in that group. I met him on Praises, but he was out of the group. He's been the most reasonable and logical of all of them. I mean, aside from Bond, obviously, because Bond's just amazing.
I don't think I've ever conversed with Kelvy. I've seen him in side chats, but
Well, he had a different like I think he saw me in a certain way until we until he came on my stream and talked to us, and like Sammy was giving him good questions, and Hillary's. I mean, just really everybody, Halsey, and he was cool. He got defensive a couple times, but overall, he lent himself to reasoning, and I'll always be willing to talk to someone who's willing to reason.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? When you see them thinking, actual thinking.
Which dude are you talking about?
Kelvy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you were there the other day. Were you there when Kelvy was in the room? I think you were.
No.
Or no, maybe that was the day that you were over at Ariel's.
Yeah. Because I didn't know you fucked off to do a stream. You should have. I think you might have messaged from Google, but I
did
didn't
message
get it.
you. Yeah, I did message you. It was. I mean, it was fine. It's it was good. It was more pointless or aimless. I started out like about to talk shit about Graham until I watched some of his material and realized he was far too boring to do a stream even mocking. Like it was just I could not sit through it to mock it, if that makes
Is
sense.
is Graham a pantheist? Or I misunderstood him.
Graham?
He
No,
is an
different Graham. I
apostate
was thinking,
Catholic. Oh,
Oh, all right,
yeah,
sorry.
that different Graham. I was talking about Graham Gould,
right, okay.
My
that
husband was
Yeah.
Australian
trying to
fella.
get me. My husband was trying to get me to do YouTube, but because of my anxiety, I wasn't on
You,
Yeah,
board with
here
that.
you are.
yeah.
Here
I
you are
know.
on
The-
I've been
camera and
bracing
everything.
myself, you guys,
Yeah.
because I have severe anxiety.
Oh, you can't
I,
tell.
I was
Well,
honored when you
I'm
came
not
on.
completely myself because I am quirky. So,
Sammy, I'm trying to
Yeah.
flirt, and you're just cock
I'm
blocking me. Can you
sorry.
just chill back?
Yeah.
God damn.
so
Back in
Anyway,
the
I'm
day,
flattery
sorry,
will get
slowly.
darling.
you everywhere. Flattery will get you
Yeah,
everywhere.
you got a face for broadcasting. You know.
Flattery, yes. Flirting, no.
And Will, Hillary's in the chat. He may not appreciate your flirting.
Okay.
Oh,
He
why?
may see you as competition.
Right.
Oh, did he already? I missed where he called dibs. I didn't catch
Competition for
dibs.
what?
He's
Called
been
dibs.
Don't
flirting.
worry about it. Don't worry about it, Jody. Just just let it
Yeah, never
happen.
mind.
All right. I think.
Oh, just competition for your attention, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
I was waiting on Kevin to
That's
join in, but
probably the
Kevin's too
root
much of a
of my
gentleman.
anxiety.
Really?
Wait, me? Oh
Well,
yeah.
because I was preyed upon by my step grandfather and then his youngest son. Meant a few years later, I was preyed upon by them. So
Okay,
I
red
think
flag, red flag.
preyed.
Back it
I
off.
only said preyed. PREY, not PRAY. I was preyed upon. So it took me a lot of years to come back from that, and I'm still coming back from that. So I'm trying to put myself out there, and you guys are my therapy.
It's good.
Well, I hope everyone's been really nice then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just
It's
make
good
passes at everyone, so yeah, don't let it scare you off.
So my husband
Especially
was sort of my
monkey.
therapy for 33 years. It took a lot of years to where we became. I know this is going to sound weird. We became more like brother and sister than husband and wife. You know how you can tell your sister or your brother.
kinky.
Pardon?
Kinky.
Yeah, but we weren't
Sorry.
intimate. We were not
Fancy.
intimate. Like if I wanted
Th-
to kiss, I had to initiate that. It wasn't the
This is
other way
why I
around.
just don't flirt full stop, because
Unless he was drunk.
I'm socially retarded and I have no lines and no filter.
It's fine. I'm the
Yes,
same
but you're
way.
you're handsome, so it doesn't even matter.
Oh,
Yeah, my
don't
father
tell me that. You'll
isolated
make me
me.
worse.
My father isolated me in the country. I think he thought he was protecting me, but he didn't realize that within the family, I was being preyed upon. It wasn't on the outside, it was the inside.
Mm.
So even though he meant well, by raising me in the country, but it didn't matter. It still happened.
Speaking of that, Ivan, Will, did you see my comments on your stream? It's like timestamp 48 seconds. Will says, "Let's see in what spirit he comes." And 58 seconds. Graham admits he has anger issues. A minute 4, Graham
Don't we
loses
all?
his shit. Yeah, but it was a minute of the stream, and he lost his shit at a comment, and it was fucking hilarious.
Well, when I went to do that stream the other morning that I invited you to, I started out and I was looking at his latest stuff. I was like, I'm going to give Graham a chance. We'd never gotten on, so I'm gonna, and like again, like 2 minutes into his stream or whatever, where he actually starts talking, he brings up my name and calls me some sort of devil, heretic, and all kind of shit. I was like, okay, well, This is going to make it hard to be, unbiased.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that one was about me. It's just I keep coming up. That's like several different streams now that I wasn't even a part of. That he brings my name into it. So I must have hurt his feelings pretty good.
So
That's like Richard
I've never
Manson.
been.
He went off on me. I wasn't even on his case, but
He did.
he got
That
fucking.
took me by surprise.
I'm like,
I
Did
nearly
that happen
spoke up.
today?
no,
Yeah.
this was
Last night?
Well, yeah, I didn't even understand what happened today. I'm talking like a month ago.
No. Wait, Jody, I
What?
always get Richard. I have no fucking clue what he was on about. So don't feel like odd that you had no clue what was happening. I had no clue. I don't know if anyone did.
Okay.
I don't know what sort of triggered him. It was he had his panties in a knot.
It might have something to do with the Ace Theo because Ace kind of shuts him down, so he can't have a platform.
He sees you as coming from there. Okay.
Yes, because that's where I started doing this was through Ace.
See? And I've been streaming for fucking 3 days straight with one message. Do not come at people with your dogmatic perspective. Try and see what the person is saying before you fucking attack them. And of all people, Richard just lost his shit at you over something you didn't actually say.
Yeah.
I noticed the whole thing, yeah.
So
And you
being
even tried to stop him
we're
and say,
all hypocrites,
oh, no, I
though,
wasn't
Sammy.
saying
If
that.
we're honest, we're all hypocrites.
What?
We'll point a finger.
Can I ask
What?
I'm not a hypocrite. I'm an asshole.
A hypocrite, like saying, doing the opposite of what you say to someone. So he's trying to be open, but he's actually having moments where he's not. But we're all that way. We're coming back from dogma. So we have to be that way in order to get rid of it. Like we got to confront it and see it we have to recognize it before we can do anything about it. I think. I don't know. Yeah, peace and anger. They have to exist together or not together. You have to they have to be separated. So you can't have anger and peace at the same time. So I've noticed that since I have peace, my anger has definitely gone away. Like, especially about my marriage, especially when I found out my husband had a 26-year-old son. I didn't even know the man I was married to. I thought I did. And I think I still do, but there was just a part of him that he wanted to have sex with his ex-girlfriend. I don't fucking know. I guess
Hey, that's a common part of men. It's called the penis.
But women have penises.
Pardon?
And Jody, this
women, no, back that up. Nope,
Women
stop.
have penises.
No, ma'am. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Where do they keep them?
It's the clitoris.
That's not a penis. That's a clitoris.
It's only a clitoris
until it reaches 3 inches.
Right.
Then it officially becomes a penis.
So it doesn't get 3 inches, but it looks exactly like a penis if it's aroused.
I think you're just describing Jill.
Yeah.
So the reason it's unknown is because women can't talk about their parts of their bodies because they've been shamed.
They don't have penises. They don't have penises. That's not a penis. It's a
what is the definition of the
I am
penis?
not lying to you. My boyfriend didn't believe it either until I sent him a video.
So there's no such thing as a woman. There's no such thing as a woman. They're all just men.
Oh my God.
There's women with penises. Or a clitoris that has a knob. How's that? Will you accept
They're
that?
just little, but they look identical to a penis.
There are women who are well endowed when it comes to clits.
But they have a knob, Will.
Yeah.
An
That's
actual
where the
cock knob.
arousal is.
Yeah,
It's not
but
on
it's
the inside,
normally wrapped in some sort of flesh lettuce.
Yeah.
Flesh lettuce.
Yeah, exactly. Normally
Would you prefer meat
wrapped in
curtains?
flesh lettuce.
So most people don't know about it because women are told to be, you know, conservative. They're not supposed to talk about those things.
Don't whip your ladies' dicks out in public, for God's sake.
What Jody is trying to say is that the female body and the male body has the same homolog body parts in the same body. So we are basically the same kind of body with one is outside of them, because men have
Right.
uterus as well, but it's not working in the same way as
Yeah,
the
and my
female.
womb is barren as it could be.
Yes.
You don't have a womb. That's what a woman
How
is.
dare you?
That's
How
why a
dare
woman is a woman,
you?
because she has a womb. She's a womb
Will
man.
identifies as having a womb.
What?
It's a barren, empty wasteland of a womb, but it's mine, damn it.
Okay.
Are you also hysterical?
And
Will?
it resides where Jill's God lives. In special
special.
existence.
So I do believe hormones play a big role in society. Like,
What the fuck, nerdy?
Mouse eggs? No.
male mouse
No, those
eggs
aren't a
are
thing.
Mice don't lay fucking eggs anyway.
No, those are actually little black turds, and don't fry them up.
Yeah.
Ew.
Do not eat mouse eggs.
Isn't it in a way we are all laying eggs? All animals on Earth are laying eggs.
I'm not laying eggs.
Speak for yourself, Ed.
I'm not doing it.
I can't remember
But
the last time
you
I
are the
laid an egg.
participant to it. You are a participant to laying eggs.
I am not. They will lay eggs with or without my sperm.
So the scriptures say that of all the animals or creatures that were created, there was one of each kind, the male and the female. But when it came to the human or mankind, there was just the man.
Yeah.
So God pulled
Just
the
a
woman
bunch of
out
dudes
of
running
the man.
around.
No, God pulled the woman out of man. So man
Yeah.
is always
That bitch was
trying to
hiding
get
up in us.
man is always trying to get back into woman
Oh,
because
yep.
woman came out of man.
How
how's this,
Freudian of you? So
No, this is the
they
actual
have
scriptures, you
penis in
guys. If you
envy.
read
Yeah.
it, you will see it.
And
I don't know
and,
that
you
that
know,
means anything.
in those scriptures, Jody,
Penis envy.
it also says that God searched and couldn't find a suitable mate for Adam upon the creatures of the earth. God was trying to find a root for Adam in the animals.
A what?
A root.
A mate,
Root?
something
Girlfriend.
to
A mate.
Well, in my
Sorry,
opinion,
it's Australian for fuck.
So in my opinion, Eve has both the male
Hang on, I
and
want
the
you to
female.
acknowledge first that God wanted Adam to root animals, please.
Root
That's
them?
in your Bible.
Are you talking
Huh?
about have sex with animals?
Yeah, he was
That's
checking to
right.
see if he
God
was
was
fit.
looking for a mate amongst the animals and couldn't find a suitable one, hence made Eve. Why
But
the
what,
fuck
gotta
was God
wonder,
looking for a mate
Sammy.
What's his
among the animals?
criteria?
So how
Sammy,
did
you
Adam
gotta.
give
Yeah.
birth to children if his womb was inside of him? So woman
Okay,
was
but
made
see, that
out
wasn't
of
the
him.
case. Yeah, but that wasn't the
Pardon?
case because he was looking for a womb to put some baby batter in.
Yeah, he
So I'm just
wanted to
wondering
make
if
his
God was like,
seed.
if God was bringing the animals to him and he was like trying to fit it in just to see if like this is the one. No, this isn't the one. Or, like, how did that work? He was trying to find a mate for him. What did that look like?
I imagine he was quite confused.
Yeah, he's just like, what do you think about this goat? And he's like, nah, I'm not interested.
Oh my god.
Oh my God!
Although
I almost drank
the
your
horns give you
beer.
something to hold on to.
Like
Oh
he had
God!
to actually boink the animals first, and then like, oh, at least try it out first, and then he's like, oh,
Right.
Well, the Bible says that he had to name all the animals. So I think by the naming all the animals, that's what he did. How can you
He
name
named
all
them by the
animals?
sound it made when he tried to mate with it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
So if Eve didn't get made, there wouldn't be, because she's the mother of the living, there wouldn't be any people.
Aren't we
Eve,
all females
Well, there would be one.
in the
are you?
embryonal stage? Aren't we all females, and we become males after?
Well, I know that during that conception, the male determines the sex of that child. And yes, you're right. There's both. Wait a minute. I just sent something to Ace. I got to show you this. I got to tell you this.
By the way,
Do
what
you?
what is Ace? I'm late to this party.
Ace is
Ace
just
Theo.
like you guys, like hangs out and talks about
No, he
God.
is not like us.
I see Ace like us. He is a lot different, but he is like us.
Yeah, he is.
But I don't think Ace would agree with me.
So
Here we go.
what's Ace?
This is what I sent him. March 4th. It's an interesting fact. Mars shares the same symbol as male and Venus. Venus shares the same symbol as female. Does that boggle your mind?
No.
Not really, no.
Mars shares the same symbol as male and Venus. Venus shares the same symbol as female. So it was an astrology, astrology verifies God's handiwork. That's what my brain says.
So
I
the
don't
the, the male
know.
the male symbol is a modified female symbol. Is
Let
it?
me read it again. I haven't even processed this. It's hard for me to.
Which
Okay.
which symbol was first? The male one or the first one?
Which
The male
symbol
one
is
or...
first? The male is always first.
So the female symbol is a modified male symbol.
Are you
Yes,
saying
because
when
the
a
male
baby is...
symbol has the
Go
the
ahead.
arrow bit, and then the female symbol has a retracted point back to like a plus sign, right?
Yeah.
Or do I have that wrong?
I don't know.
Now I need the artist formerly known as Prince logo on my avatar.
What's it called?
The
The
artist
artist.
formerly known as Prince, that was his name, legally amalgamated the male and female symbols and gave him his name.
Oh, Kevin.
That if the male comes first, you're doing it wrong.
The male always comes first.
Yeah. Fucking pain in my ass.
Well, that's the problem. You're doing it in the wrong spot.
Oh my fucking god, Will.
What? She's the one that volunteered the information. I just acted on the information given.
So, okay, let's derail the conversation. What is ACE? I haven't understood what's ACE stands for.
Ace is a universalist
Theological.
Christian.
Ace Theological is the name of his channel. But it says Ace Theo when you go to search it in YouTube.
Right.
He's in his 70s. And he's coming back from Christianity crap just like the rest of us. So I guess that's why I relate to Ace, because of that.
So it's a revival Christianity kind of thing.
He was raised in like a setting where there was a cult in the 70s in California where people communed together. They all like ate together, slept together. They freaking did everything together.
Love it.
They were like hippies, but it was church and anybody was welcome. People come and they left. So he's coming away from all of that, plus various other different denominations. And at the same time, he mostly just reads scriptures, but I don't know. I mean, I can see from his channel that he's been doing it for a while.
Ace likes to read certain scriptures. He doesn't like them all.
Well, it just so happens I'm of that same mind where I only read Paul's letters. I'm not saying I can't read the rest of the Bible. I'm
Do
saying
you
that
trust Paul?
so Paul is like any man, like a regular, normal, everyday person. And I can relate to Paul um, because I personally never had God in my life as a child. I didn't even know who God was or what God was.
Jody, will you tell me Paul's story as best you know it?
Hmm. The best I know it. So, well, do you want the really, really short version?
No.
God, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can completely express that. Are you guys hearing me?
Yep.
All of a sudden, it got super quiet.
And
Anyway,
muted.
oh, you muted?
I muted because my
So Paul was just doing his life, and it did involve murder, killing all these poor souls. And God, um, from my understanding, I'm probably very cloudy on this. I'm going to be honest. Um, God stopped him in his tracks, and basically, he couldn't see for I want to say for like a month, but I'm probably wrong on that too. He was literally blinded. But I think that was more like his mind was blown, not really blinded. Like it was his understanding, the way he saw things. Anyway, from the scriptures, it says that God wanted Paul to complete his word, the word where he said, "Let there be light," that word. Um, because we represent the chaos. We don't understand. We're always groping for God, trying to figure God out. Um, coming in and out of religion, and at least that's me anyway. Anyhow, Paul basically said that God is at peace with mankind. There is nothing that God holds us accountable for. We are not accountable for anything. You can blame God for every fucking moment of your life because things were out of your control, because they're in God's control. And we need God, but we have to realize that we need him. If you don't
Well, let me ask
realize you
you.
need him, then you won't have a reason to think you need him. Does that make sense?
Let me ask you a question though. Why is it that the Jewish apostles disliked Paul?
Ooh, Jesus. I'm sorry. Let's see.
Nice
Why
hit.
did what?
It looked like you took a hit or like a puff
I
off a
did
pipe
take
or
a
something.
hit. I did take a hit.
Yeah.
But I dropped my iPad kind of slipped off of its spot. Oh Jesus. Um so Paul was teaching a message of freedom. You let people live, and first of all, you have to live. You can't let other people go and let them live until you realize that you can live, that you can just be yourself and take off the fucking mask and be real. So God wants us to be real. He doesn't want us to be um, stuck in religion and in dogma. And you can just be yourself, because that's what happened in the garden. Eve couldn't be herself. She was confused. She was enticed by how beautiful the good and evil tree was. There were things about it that made her really want it. Yeah. And then Adam just went along with it. Like, because she
Now, do
wanted it,
you do you
he
think
wanted it.
that was actually a tree and that was actual fruit that they were eating?
No, I think somehow it's connected to sex.
You think the
I would
snake had
agree.
big dick energy?
What?
You think the snake had big dick energy?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, massive, massive big swinger.
Oh yeah, that makes
Only,
sense
only
because
if,
the enemy
only
is
if,
always trying to usurp God's authority. So the enemy is just the ego, the free will of man. So if you don't understand that, you just go about your life in ignorance is bliss. Everything is business as usual. But if
Well,
someone gives you that understanding and you're meant to hear that because you have ears to hear, which means your understanding is open to hear, all of a sudden things start crashing in your mind. Like things that you thought you knew, you no longer know.
okay. Well, a couple questions about Paul. I mean, he never actually met Jesus, right?
No, I
So
didn't say that. I said
no,
God
no. I'm
blinded
I'm I'm
him.
I'm I'm lining up my question by
Oh, all right.
making that claim because he
Okay.
did not actually in the flesh meet Jesus, but he did claim to have spoken to Jesus, like in that vision you were talking about, right,
I
where he
don't
gets
see it as a
blinded and then he's
vision.
told
I don't see it as a vision. I see it like a light.
whatever it was, he was blinded and was given instructions. So he got a message, but he was very particular about what he called his gospel. He didn't treat it like like the Jewish apostles. He called
So it
his
was
the great.
evangel. It's an evangel, right?
Yeah, what it translates to is the announcement, and he called it my announcement. And he was
Right.
very like, and if you track the usage of this term, back to the other gospels, you'll see that a lot of the other gospels have adopted this Pauline term, which means they were written far after the writings of Paul. These are
Okay.
disciples of Paul that are rewriting, um, like Hebrews and Acts and stuff like that, trying to
So
make sense out of.
Paul's message is to the people that are for the celestials, which in Christian dogma that's called heaven, but and then there's the terrestrial, which are the Jewish people. And then there's the subterrestrial, and I have no clue what that is.
Okay, so I don't know where all that's coming from. I'm not
It's in the
sure exactly.
scriptures. It's in the scriptures. I
Okay,
believe it's in 1 Corinthians 15.
so they're subterrestrials, people that live below the earth.
Yes.
So I guess we're talking about the archons,
The who?
the powers and principalities that Paul spoke of.
Oh.
Well, now think about it. You're talking about subterranean people. Now, are we talking about? Do you think that Paul is referring to people that actually lived underground?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, but subterrestrial would imply that. But anyway, Paul's message changed multiple times too. Like Paul's view on the resurrection seemed to change over the years.
So it took
He
16 years from the beginning of his letters to the end of his letters, where he had a progression of growth, where he went through this journey of kind of like a baby does, up until it reaches puberty, like that. He had a progression.
Well,
so
he also
some
was going
letters,
through
are
a
more
lot of
mature than
beatings.
others.
Yeah, well, he was
Exactly.
taking a lot of beatings and a lot of accusations for being a con man in Thessalonica and Philippi. I mean, he's beaten, but see, if you look at his letters, which you can tell are legitimate because they are one side of a conversation. So he's answering criticisms and accusations about these things to other Christians, and he seems to
Yeah.
be very jealous of Apollonius of all people. He really does not like that his pupil Apollonius gets more attention than he does. And he definitely doesn't like or associate with the James gang, as Ace would call them. He has nothing to do intentionally with Peter and the Jewish apostles until
But
they extort money.
as he matured, he realized that God sees both the same. Like that's
No, he took a bribe. He took a bribe from the Jewish Christians to send money to Jerusalem and they would leave him alone about his preaching.
So I've never heard what you just said. I'm not saying it isn't true. I've just never
Okay.
heard it.
Well, there's a scholar. His name's Dr. Steve Mason, I believe, and he covers the time periods, the first and second and third Christian or century Christians, and how the Gospels and what order and how you can tell what order they're in by
Okay.
them using terms and phrases and things from previous Gospels. And it's not like these are just quotes from Jesus. These are stories that are written in the exact same way and wording so that you know that they're pulled directly out of mostly Mark.
But you do realize there's 16 years in those 13 books where he grew. Like, it's like thinking of a baby versus a 16-year-old.
That's fine.
It
But
all
the things
happened
that
up
he said,
here. It all happened here.
right, but you have to be able to separate then where he was the clearest, whether it was in the beginning or whether he actually evolved.
Exactly. Yes.
So he could be drifting away from the original message, or he could be getting closer to a
Yes.
truth.
You're right.
But you can't tell.
So there's only 7 out of 13 books that were authored by Paul. There's
Paul
13
thought that he
letters.
wasn't going to die before Jesus came back. I'm sure Paul was very surprised when he got his death sentence.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say the same thing if you were Paul?
Maybe.
Everybody says that. I'm going to live to be 100, or I'm only going to live to be 50.
No, I don't make that assumption. But he the way he understood the gospel or whatever, he was saying that that they wouldn't taste death, that they would go to heaven. And then when he gets a letter from the Thessalonians, I think, or no, it might have been the Philippians, but he got a letter and he's addressing issues because people are saying, hey, look, our brothers and sisters, some of them are dying, and we thought that nobody would die before before Jesus returned. And he's like, no, some of you are going to taste death, but some of us which remain, and he includes himself in the group that will remain and be alive.
Yeah,
when Jesus
because
comes
this
back.
is the wicked eon that killed Christ. So that began at the turn of, what do you call that? The age? Yeah. Right? AD, BC?
I don't know. That sounds like some Ace Theo stuff.
No, BC, AD, like before
Yeah,
Christ,
but you
after
said
death.
Aeon, right?
Before Christ, after death. No, I always call it age, but it's technically eon.
I don't know when we started actually referring to the new time change, the common era and all that. Or year of our Lord.
Like,
I
have you
don't
ever
know.
heard the hymn Rock of Ages?
Okay.
It's kind of old. Rock of Ages? It's like from
But what does that have to do with anything?
So ages, it means the eon of the eons. So there's 5 eons. We are currently in the 3rd eon. And the body of Christ will be snatched away before the 4th eon begins. And that's when Christ will return for the Jewish. But before he returns, the body of Christ is snatched away. But first, the dead rise that are the body of Christ, which would include Paul. And so the dead have been dead for all this time. Anybody that's ever lived since the beginning of time has been dead except for Christ. Christ is the only immortal. And because Christ is immortal, he is a picture of our progression. Because Christ lived and grew up just like we do. And then he went through periods of hormone changes. He figured out his father's business and started talking in the synagogue. But the things he was saying were completely contrary to the Jewish
everything.
The Jewish authority. So Jesus didn't see them as an authority because he saw his father as the authority. Because the Father and him were one mind. They fought together.
Okay, Jody.
What?
Let me ask you, when he's talking to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and he tells them that they're of their father, the devil, What the hell is he talking about?
Because they didn't have God's heart in mind. They had their own interests, like our government, like Christianity, which I believe are both going to be combined. But it may not just be Christianity. It might just be
Yeah,
like
but he's
what?
talking to the priests of Yahweh.
The Sadducees and the Pharisees were, in my
The
opinion,
priests of
they
they are the
were
priests of Yahweh.
okay. They were the vipers. They were the
Oh
the
yeah, the
open
den of
the
vipers.
sepulchers.
Yes,
On the
yes.
outside, they look gorgeous. On the
Whitewashed tombs.
inside, they were
Yes,
fucking
A- and
nasty.
they were still the priests of Yahweh, and he called them the sons of their father,
But
the devil.
Jesus had to call them out. And so Jesus came to reveal the Father, the true Father, not the Father of priests.
Okay, all right, and I'm with you there a little bit. I'm with you there. Okay,
It'd be like
so
me telling somebody about a conversation
mm-mm.
you and I had. But
wait,
Jesus
wait,
had
wait.
perfect memory because his mind was one with the Father. You
Okay,
and
all right,
I
Jody.
don't have a
Jody, you keep
complete
saying the
one
Father,
mind. When
right?
I
You
say
keep
the
saying the Father.
Father,
Do you
listen,
think the Father
I'm
is
gonna
the God of the Old Testament?
so the Father is the source of all things. Everything visible and invisible. The invisible is greater, which is God. God's the invisible.
Okay.
But
Do you think that that Jesus is referring to the God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, as his Father?
all right, I'm going to be honest with you. That whole Yahweh shit, it totally confuses me. I don't get it.
Okay, so the God of the Old Testament that's doing all the murdering and slaying and wrathing on everybody, burning everybody up and shit. Do you think that sounds like Jesus?
So, from my point of view, this is how I see that. The Jewish people were set apart for a special purpose, and God gave them what their heart desired, and they wanted violence. They wanted that. So God gave them what they wanted. And then
Wow.
as that progressed, they made these laws, the morality laws, all these different you know what I mean? Like how laws just progress. Like they make it harder and harder for people to be free, in my
Well,
opinion.
okay, but they never stopped. Even after they got the laws, they never stopped. He never stopped being a war god.
No, that wasn't God. That was them. He gave them
Right, but the
what
Old
their
Testament
heart
is full of.
desired. He
I
gave
believe
them
you.
the
I'm
heart of their desire.
sure, sure. He was very fine, apparently, with approving of the kind of genocide that they were about.
So, like, if you love pizza and you love lasagna, but I know you love lasagna better, am I going to give you pizza?
Uh, Both of those are just terrible for health. But anyway,
No, I'm
look, it
asking.
doesn't matter. No, no, wait. You're saying that the Jews controlled the God
God gave them the desire of their heart, what they wanted.
at the expense of innocent people who had nothing to do with this nomadic group.
Okay, God was using that to show how stubborn they were, how hard headed, how
Okay,
obstinate, like children
wait.
that won't listen and you just tell them shit and they
Now,
look at
I mean,
you
I hear
like
you
you're not even
talking.
saying anything.
Right, I hear you talking, but I don't think you hear me talking. Okay, I'm talking about the God that they attribute in their writings, the prophets and stuff, to giving orders for them to slay their neighbors, man, woman, and child, and the same God who is accredited with punishing the civilians of Egypt for the acts of a pharaoh.
Um, I don't, I mean, I guess I don't have a full understanding of all that. at the moment anyway.
Well, all I'm asking you is, if you look at the Old Testament, at the character of the God that the Jews worship and the commands that he gives and the way he acts, does the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth God have any similarity to Jesus's turn the other cheek and love your neighbor God, or his Father?
Okay, so there's
No,
only
but
one life.
what gives you
and
the
that
moral high
one
ground?
life runs everything. One spirit runs the entirety of everything. There isn't.
How do you know that?
Because in the beginning was God. Right there it says there was nothing else, just God. There was only one God.
Which God?
It doesn't matter in a sense.
I mean, it does.
No, I just want you to hear me out for a minute. God means judge. So in your mind, everything you think about and process is a judgment that you make. We came out of his judgment. We are the judgment of God. But it's all good. God's judgment is restorative. So what I mean by that is the circumstances of your life like tear you down and break you down, but God is using that to restore you to who you actually are. So he had to give you the contrast, because the enemy of your mind is the opposer. The opposer works in the opposite of God. So in order for you to understand that, you have to see it from a flip side. You know, you have to, go ahead.
What's the opposite of judgment?
That
Blind
would be
faith.
ego. That would be ego. Your ego is the opposer.
Do you think the judging God could be the enemy or the opposer of the Christ, the redeeming God?
So everything God does is everything God does is through Christ. So Christ is the channel of God's motivation.
Which God?
God is, when I say God, I'm talking about the Most High, El Elyon.
Okay.
Who is the source of all.
But who is the creator of this place?
Now we have a name.
So if I'm correct, I'm not positive on this one, but I'm pretty sure Jesus was the creator.
So he was the one doing all that damage in the Old Testament.
So God was alone in the beginning. In the beginning was God. He was alone until he wasn't alone, because that's when time began.
So back in deep
Jesus
time
was in the beginning, God gave him an end. So the beginning for him was already known before any of the plan was rolled out. And this plan was already finished before it even got rolled out. So think of like a giant carpet. And in that carpet is time. So God rolled that carpet out, and Christ was along there in the timeline, and he came right at the right time.
So predestination is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it was also already finished before the predestination.
So now, okay, so wait, now we're at an omni God who has all power, all knowledge, all really.
All of it's
I don't
in
see
there.
that in the old. That's not in the Old Testament at all.
Scriptures. It's in the beginning.
No,
it's in the beginning.
Look, I can prove to you.
Oh
no, I can prove to you. I can prove you wrong.
Okay.
Okay, so an all-powerful.
This right now.
You're not doing it. I am. All you have to do is listen.
Okay, go ahead. You might hurt my brain though.
Well, it shouldn't. Okay, so if you're talking
wide open,
I'll go very slow. Okay, so if this all-powerful, all-knowing God has always had a plan and known exactly everything,
right?
I mean everything, exactly how it would happen.
Yeah.
then it makes no sense, the stories of the Bible, when he learns new information and becomes wrathful and repents of things
So
and
all
gets
of that is
angry.
symbolism. It's not fucking. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but the symbolism, which is
Yes, you
the
did.
invisible. No, listen. The invisible is the symbolism of it, like how you think of a word, like how someone might call this a tobacco pipe, but others
Okay,
might
does it
call
say that
this
God repents?
whatever.
Does it say that God repents, Jody?
What? Where are you
Does it
going?
say in the scripture that
See, you're
God
blowing my
repents?
brain.
I shouldn't. It's very commonly known that he repents of making man at one point. He wants to
No,
destroy his
that's a
own people
figure
of
of
Israel.
speech. It's a
No,
figure of
ma'am.
speech. Like,
When
I'm
he
going to
says he,
kill these kids if they don't behave. That's a figure
oh,
of
no, 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 no.
speech.
It's not that simple to write it off, Jody. Because if it
No,
wasn't for
it is an
Moses,
actual figure of speech.
sure, so Moses is a liar,
No, it's a figure of speech. Like how you
darling. It's
say,
not. It's not because
oh
you're
my
calling
God.
Moses a
See, I
liar.
told you I didn't want to get into this.
Well, you're not prepared for this.
I don't need to be prepared. You're the one
Right. I mean,
bringing
you
that
don't
shit
have
to
to
me.
listen.
No,
Right.
I
You don't have
don't.
to listen.
I'm not saying that you're wrong or you're right.
Right. You haven't heard me yet.
I'm not ready to go get my shit and look it all up and prove
You
it to
don't. You
you.
don't have to. You could just be polite and let me finish what I was saying without being
Okay.
defensive.
I know, but I don't really want to. Okay, go ahead. I'll
That's
just
fair enough,
ignore it.
Jody. You have a good night.
No, seriously. Okay. That went south fast.
Where's the man of the hour?
I guess I just see God as the source of everything in my mind.
Jody, to in Will's defense, you have a tendency to conglomerate everything into everything and call it everything as everything, and
Because I know that
your
is
vocabulary is quite confusing sometimes.
So,
So
you know where it says in the Bible that in John 1, where it says in the beginning, or no, it says, oh God, I can't even remember now.
John 1:1, in the beginning was the word.
Oh, it does
word,
say that. All right,
and
so where it
word was
says,
God.
you know, where it describes all things, go down like a few verses where look for the phrase all things.
What about that?
Okay, just read the sentence or the sentence, the wording before that and the wording after that.
Right. Give me a second. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Through him, all things were made.
Right there. So
Right.
okay, go ahead and keep reading.
Without him, nothing was made that has been made.
That's the source of all things.
In him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and darkness has not overcome it. What does that tell you?
So when we're born in complete ignorance, and that represents the chaos in Genesis 1. If you read in Genesis 1, that's our origin. Mankind originated there. So anytime you want to understand something, you always go back to the beginning. You know how they say read the directions?
Yes, but
So,
Richard would say that the creator didn't create anything out of nothing. He reformed whatever was there.
so read that sentence again. Without God, nothing was made. So basically, it's saying that God authored everything, God owns everything, but man doesn't understand that because they are darkened in their understanding. They can't get it, they're ignorant. So the only way for God to reveal that is to have Christ be our understanding. So Christ is our achievement. He's our obedience. He's our Sabbath. He's our placeholder. He's our offspring. He's everything the Father is.
So is Christ the figure of speech as well?
No, Christ is the Son of God, who is our Lord, who served us life. That's why he's the greatest servant. And he had to die the death of everyone, but it was only God's life that in him, because he was flesh, just like us. He's a picture of humanity. Because Christ is flesh, he had to die the death of every living soul that's ever lived and that ever will live.
I have to say, I mean, yeah, Jesus' death as depicted in the Bible was horrible, but there have been many examples of people who have endured far worse suffering. So you're talking about the sins, the crime, paying for the crimes of every sinner. I would say that's probably there.
Wow, we're getting some interference.
Sorry.
Well, he actually became sin. He became the curse of the law. And when he fulfilled the requirements of the law, he said, "It is finished." So the law was completely filled at that point as far as God's end of the deal. He gave the Jewish people what they wanted because Christ actually came for the house of Israel, not for the non-Israelites. He came to the house of Israel. So the message of the four gospels is specifically to the Jewish people. It's like me getting an electric bill and expecting you to pay it. If you read the Jewish letters and you apply that to yourself, what you're doing is taking on the role of a Jewish nation and all their practices and their laws and
Okay, get it.
all their stubbornness.
Referring to any religion, though, that's what doesn't make sense. I mean,
So Christianity is kind of taking on that Jewish thing where you got to do this and you got to do that. You got to get baptized. You got to get you got to go to communion. You got to whatever. You know what I mean? Like you got to dress the part. You got to be the part. You can't smoke, can't drink, can't this, can't that. I lived that like my entire fucking life. But most of the time I would walk away from God. I'd slam the door and I became an atheist. That was how my mind worked.
How do we how do you differentiate between a metaphorical thing in the Bible and a literal thing in the Bible?
Well,
when is it a figure of speech and not?
So there's the Bollinger's book of figures of speech. And that will if you look that up online, you can see every single figure of speech in the Bible. Okay, but those figures of speech are meant to have a double meaning. So
wait a second.
Sorry,
Sammy,
I can't understand you.
Sammy, are you trying to say something? I can't hear you.
I don't think he knows he's unmuted.
Oh, is that it?
So
I don't remember.
There is a manual where we can detect figures of speech in the Bible.
Is there?
I don't know. You
Oh,
you
there
just
is.
said that.
It's called Bollinger's. Bullinger apostrophe S. Figures of speech. There might be more to that title. That's all I can remember. So it has a double meaning. It's not. I'm not trying to say that it's not real.
I'm coming.
And I
You're pretty unintelligible, Sammy.
I'm coming, Baba. Oh, my goodness. Must be bedtime.
Okay.
How do you distinguish
I put the movie on.
how do you
Do you want popcorn?
think are literal and which are metaphorical?
Oh, that's another one asking for popcorn. Hang on, I'm plugging in. Oopsie.
I think I'm gonna call it a night though.
okay.
Judith,
Yeah,
it's
I'm
been
tired.
good talking with you.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
really good. I
Kevin,
enjoyed it.
nice to see
You guys
you.
don't think I'm crazy, right?
Well, no, you're not crazy, but you're not sane either.
I'm not
And
sane, no.
none of us are.
That's true.
Sane is
Alright.
boring.
Okay. Are we saying good night?
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. They have returneth. Returneth? Is that a thing? So you can't even share a bloody video on StreamYards on a phone. This is shite house. Putting the little one to bed. Put your drink there. Oh, there, or maybe there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I guess. I don't know how old it is.
It's so good.
So good. Thirsty.
Yeah. Have a cake tonight. Oh God. Hey, me? Well, I hate
Hello? Is there anybody in there? I am back. Halsey, if you're still out there, feel free to click the old link. Sure, there should be one there in the chat somewhere. I can do another one. How do I share it on the phone? Oh, Natty's liking. Spooky's liking. Bless your rodent and non-corporeal souls. Seem to be having a boomer moment. Come on, StreamYard, you're not going to make me go to the live stream to get the fucking link, are you? You are. You prick. Hang on, the link's not going to be there. What is my brain even doing at this point? I don't understand. I'm in an internet browser. Give me the fucking address. I don't know. I mean, am I having a fucking stroke? What the hell is going? How can I not share the link? What a full-on boomer moment. Oh, thank you, Spooky. Fuck, the audience can seem to do it better than I can. Oh, it's just this on this Samsung. They really need to optimize StreamYard for phones. It's a bit of a joke, actually. I guess it's too much processing power, though. StreamYard's already struggles on phones. Not struggles, but cooks your phone. Boomer. It's funny, I'm pretty sure my parents were boomers, actually. I believe I'm a millennial. But whatever the fuck that means. Let's see, what banners do I have? Well, this looks like a nice background. Very zen. So 8:40, so what? That's like fucking ridiculous o'clock American time. Or several different ridiculous o'clocks. And what about you UK guys? Are you're sort of early morning-ish? I'm gonna go 8, 9 a.m. is my guess. Let me know if you're out there. Nerdy or spooky? Comments. Show me the comments. Yep, almost 10 a.m. Ah, sweet. Yeah, so I had fucking videos and all to watch, but I can't share the bastards, so that sucks. Hopefully, if someone comes in shortly, I'll get them to share the videos. I think in future, if I'm gonna intend on streaming away from home, I'm gonna make sure I have a laptop. I don't think I realised how difficult it was because I believe I've only been in other people's streams on the phone, and well, other than hit enter stream, you don't really do much in StreamYards as a guest. But fuck, it's frustrating. Can't play music. Oh, I can probably play the music in my StreamYards. I've uploaded something. Let's see. Music. Okay. They get me copyright strikes. It's like a New Zealand background. Yeah, that's very observant, Spooky. I hadn't really paid that much attention, but now that I've read that, it's definitely lush and thick, like New Zealand. We do have nice green areas like that, but I just don't think that it's that sort of lush. Okay, sorry about that if anyone's out there. Looks like a New Zealand background. I said I watch Aussie Gold Hunters. It's all red and scrubby, yeah. But where all that is set is like that's fucking desert. If it was daytime, I went outside. It's pretty lush here, but not that goddamn lush. No, I had to run off. Fucking parenthood. Like kids, so selfish. You know, interrupting my stream of nothing. No, poor little Darwin. She think the chemo comes out in a shit and it's just burned her little ass. It's funny, that's somehow sadder than worse things. I think 'cause she just gave me this look like, why are you causing me pain, Dad? Poor little thing. Can't imagine being 2 years old and trying to comprehend that shit. And God, if I was your mother, where would I put 90s? Okay, well, I already checked where I would have put 90s. So obviously, God damn. Why is it so hard? Here we go. Looks about 4 sizes too big. Perfect. Here you go, Bubba Girl. Daddy got you a 90. Turn your machine off for a second. Undo all your tubes and shit. God, who knew it would be such an effort to put a 90 on a kid? Dodging wires and tubes and... Okay, Bubba Girl, sit up for Daddy. Sit up. Here, you got a fresh nappy. Is your bum okay? Yeah, better? You got Tweety Bird. Flat, that's right, Bubba Girl. Yeah. Boop. One arm. 2 arms. What? What can you hear? Don't panic. What sound was it? Was it crickets? Calm down, bud. Pa's outside. Was that what you heard? He's freaking out, Pa. I just put my car in. What did you hear?
Oh my god.
You had a. Oh my goodness! It was Pa closing the gate. You silly duck. He come flying. Hands on ears. Down in the crouch.
Sorry. The guy makes a.
Give me big sock, don't you? Yes, Bubba.
Crash.
I'm trying to get your little sissy sorted. Hmm? Yes, buddy. Few more minutes. Yep. I'm gonna jump back in. I'll come and join you, baby. Oh my god. Was I just talking for like 15 minutes fucking muted? Are you for real? Tell me you heard most of that and that I only just muted. Yeah, anyone who's out there and still listening, Spook did just post the link for me. It's, been talking for hours. I feel like looking at something. Maybe a little short video review, look at some nonsense. Here we go. I was muted for ages. Fuck me. Yeah, it wasn't important shit. It's just No, I didn't mute. Phone died. I thought I managed to get that in before it died, but I obviously didn't. Hello, Heretic. Good to see you. Fuck you as well. Aussies should not generally be mute. Maybe the Chinese have cut their underground cables to Australia. Yeah, well, they can have their fucking nasty cables back. And I do believe we've stopped selling them so much ore in our Australian fucking brilliance, selling the raw ore to China and then buying the fucking processed shit back, like at twice what it should be worth, because that makes sense. Cooey, Heretic, love you, cunt. Feel free to jump in if you want, brother. Who else messaged while my phone was dead? Just had a little buzz and I'm gone again. Yeah. That was the vibration your phone does as it dies rather than like the minute before, so you actually could have warning. That buzz. China is proving right now they are and will be the numero uno country. The deal they just arranged between Iran and Saudi Arabia is unreal. I knew that would happen. I actually sort of stopped paying attention the last week or two because my brain is so full. USA in the West, EU, UK, Oz, New Zealand, South Korea, Japan, all fucked. Well, just personally, I welcome our new Asian overlords. I'm here to serve you. Just tell me what you need. Here you want me to rat on? Happy to do it. Just leave me and mine the fuck alone. But I do love your food. I honestly, I will have no problem with China being the new world power. I mean, who am I? We need information. Do you not know what channel you're on? Oh, who? Oh, right. Number 6, really? No. Okay. I am so confused, Heretic. I'm sure it's very basic. And I'm just missing it, but number 2, who is number 1? Is that like a reference to that weird movie where they were numbered and trying to kill each other and shit? Iron Maiden. Oh, no, I know Iron Maiden. But is that lyrics to one of their songs? In a way, I was a bit too young. My brother listened to them and that, but I wasn't into them greatly. I was a bit of a Metallica head. Someone didn't watch the television a long time ago. I will not make any deals with you. I've re-signed. I will not be pushed, filed, stamped, indexed, briefed, debriefed, or numbered. My life is my own. Nice. Iron Maiden was Was that Dave Mustaine? Or am I thinking of a different band? I'm sure Iron Maiden was Dave Mustaine. But yes, they nicked it. Interesting fact, if it is Dave Mustaine's band, the song, not Hit the Lights, God, what's the Metallica song? Well, there's a song that was written by Dave Mustaine and James Hetfield, so both Metallica and Iron Maiden have the rights to it. Dave Mustaine took the music, put different lyrics over it, and made it a song about a fucking mechanic. Weird as fuck. Yeah. I definitely need to check that out. I can't. Have a look. Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden formed in Leighton. Primary singer-songwriter Steve Harris. Okay, I was way off. Oh, so Iron Maiden is Hallowed Be Thy Name. That's a good song. I do like Cradle of Filth's version. Nice. I had no idea that was them. I just gained a bit more of an appreciation. I'll check them out later. Fuck, StreamYards is a pain in the ass on a phone. Swapping tabs and shit. How do I get back to my StreamYard? Just let me back. There we are. No mention of Dave Mustaine. No. Who the fuck was Dave? It was no, not Motorhead. Why am I blanking on Dave Mustaine's band? I mean, apart from the lack of sleep and weed, there's no reason my memory should be failing me. What band is Dave Mustaine in? Oh, just understand my gibberish, please, Google. Don't make me fix it. Let's see. Spelling mistakes and all. Hey, found it. Megadeth. Okay. Dave Mustaine is Megadeth. Now let's see if I can find the shit. It was 40 years ago. Dave Mustaine was fired from Metallica. This year. Memory's this bad because I spend my life upside down. Hallowed Be Thy Name was the same album with The Prisoner. Interesting. Alright, I'm gonna stop looking at shit and start paying attention to the stream. I was hoping someone was gonna be here by now, but not seeing any names. William, leaving me here high and dry. I might message him. What you doing, wifey? He hates when I call him the wife. He thinks he wears the pants. Well, he actually does wear pants, but come pick my brain. It's my favorite fundamentalist Christian, Calvinist all the way. I must tell Jesus all of my struggles. Jesus can help me. Jesus alone. Do you know, Jill, we had this lame ass ad in Australia, like advertisement. It must have been like a PSA sort of thing. I don't know what the church was, but it was like, I don't know if the kids were homeless or just poor kids or whatever. Maybe all the, I think from memory, there were school kids and all, or a school kid, and all the other kids wouldn't play with them. But this is how the tune went. I need a friend. I need a friend. Lord Jesus, won't you be my friend? Lord Jesus, won't you be my friend? I haven't seen that for about 20 fucking years, but do you think that I can get that bullshit out of my brain? Heretic, I mustn't be sub to you because if you're going live, I'm not getting notifications. I'll have to fix that. I, like you, Heretic, actually enjoy my conversations with Jill, especially when it's just the two of us. When the room's full, everyone wants to dogpile him. And I know you're quite defensive of him, but I think Jill would be the first to admit he kind of brings it on himself. Jill, I don't know if you saw, but even someone who dislikes you greatly came to your defense tonight. Ox in my stream. He actually rage quit, if you could call it that, from the chat. And oh, okay. I won't read that message out. Oh, I suppose it's in the chat, so we can see it anyway. But so you don't you just keep it privated, or because you're super secret except for Jill. Like Jill's the only person you bring on. Fascinated, Heretic. Oh, it was a joke. Oh my god, I'm gullible. But yeah, when it's just me and Jill, because I'll stay calm and he stays calm, and we have, I wouldn't call them constructive conversations, because I go into these conversations understanding that Jill's not going to move his position, and I'm not trying to move his position. If anything, I want to steelman his position and hope that, even though I know his responses, I would hope that he would at least try and steelman my position before telling me how evil it is and I'm going to hell and all the rest of it. If you're out there, Jill, love you. Kisses, Jill. You're not going to move your position either. Once people all understand that, you can have good convos. Yeah, exactly. Even disagreeing completely. Oh, Heretic. I spent like 2 hours arguing with Halsey and Pixie tonight just on this very fact. I said, let's do a simple thought experiment. And I mean, Pixie, you can imagine exactly how she reacted, because I didn't come up with flowers and roses. I made sure it was a uncomfortable thought experiment, because that was the point of it. I asked before we did it, how far do you think you're willing to go to fully understand a different worldview, or a way of thinking that is completely, let's say, opposite to your way of thinking, or in complete disagreement with your way of thinking? And you know what people would have said, oh, no, all the way, I'm honest, I can do devil's advocate in that 10 seconds, and oh no, this scenario doesn't work because this, and that. It's like, no, that's why I chose this one. Oh, well, the society should do this and this and that. And I'm like, yeah, in reality, yeah. In this thought experiment, that's not an option. And just like, the reason I'm saying this is because that was me. Pixie is ultra feminine while pretending she isn't, and she is very defensive. And Halsey is more objective. Sir, I like the cut of your jib. can't disagree with any of that. Yes, I mean, I love them both dearly. But, if anything, it should be our loved ones that point out our flaws to us, isn't it? It should be easier to take coming from those close to us. I guess at least in the end, it may have took 2 hours, but we ended up for ease of words, agreeing. And that is literally after going around this massive big circle to come right back to the original point where she agreed. So it was kind of like, so what was the last 2 hours if you actually agree with me? It was fun. We're not supposed to understand them, and no one should expect us to. They're women. Exactly. I guess like we shouldn't expect them to understand us. Where are my papers? But yeah, so within this new stance of mine of trying to be dogmatic and not be, a big lefty or a liberal, as Jill would say. Not that I want to be a conservative. Like the point is, I think everyone's full of bullshit. Both sides are full of shit. I can pick holes in both sides. I don't want to be that person that argues from my emotional stance on a matter when I have logic or in any way, shape, or form approached the argument. They eventually always agree because they start with emotional arguments while we use objectivity. And as long as people stay in the convo, they find out that evidence wins. Well said. I generally agree with you, Heretic, but I'm especially agreeing with you tonight. Oh, I have a guest. I have a guest. Oh, how do I get them in here? Add to stream. Hello, Heretic.
Now then, I thought I'd come in because my fingers are getting sore tapping the wrong bloody buttons on this machine. So I've got an example. I got an example for you of strange hypocrisy arguments that are going on. And I watch a lot of manosphere sort of stuff.
Yep.
And as time goes on, you start picking up little nuances where you go, I've heard that for the past 6 or 12 months and it all sounded right then. But now there's just something wrong with it. I'll give you the example. And it's like the Kevin Samuels stuff. Do you ever watch Kevin Samuels? Did you ever watch him while he was alive? Black guy from America. That sounds familiar. Black guy from America, always wearing a suit. Brilliant talking on the internet.
Older fella, glasses.
Older fella, yeah.
Yep, I know him. Yep.
And always had women coming onto his show to talk
about
stuff.
Can I secretly tell you, even when I was like full left, I loved him. I love the way he just tore them down.
Yeah, but I mean, he was aiming at a very specific demographic, Black America. He was aiming at a very specific gender. Women on one side when he was talking about this stuff, and men on the other side when he was talking about some other stuff. So he was doing it, but he wouldn't mix the two up a lot. And then the other thing that he was doing, in terms of the women, he was only interested in the women that wanted to be married. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
That gave him a complete boundary and a complete structure that allowed him to bring on people who wanted to be married but weren't married, and he was able to start asking them about how they fucked up their lives and how they were going to get back to the position where they could be married. And it's like, it's a brilliant structure. He set the whole thing up completely, guaranteed that he was going to piss people off and get people talking and get people all emotional.
Yeah.
And he was on a winner because he had all the arguments, because no one else had any of the arguments from the women's side. I mean, it was a superb, absolutely brilliant business model. He made a fortune. He had 1.7 million subscribers. But one of the things that he used to say, and a lot of people actually say it, right? To get back to my point, they go, "Oh, you've been shagging all these men. You've been doing this. You keep choosing the wrong men. You keep lying down with these men. You've got a problem with your choices. You need to get better at choosing."
That's not even offensive.
And you go, okay, that is a point. It's a good position that you can have. I don't know how people can choose better if people are very good at lying, or if people change over time, but there's something there. Okay, so that's one of the favorite Manosphere memes. But then you go, okay, when he's talking to men, or when the other Manosphere people are talking to men about how they got shafted in their marriages, how they lost half of their money, they lost their house, they lost their kids, blah, blah, blah. Not one, I have not heard one Manosphere bloke turn around and go, well, you should have been better at picking a better woman. It's your own fucking fault. Because that's the same argument.
Yeah.
It's your own fault. You need to be better
That's
at
a
picking.
blaring hypocrisy.
It is. And it's took me over a year to actually work it out. It's that subtle.
Yeah.
But I'm now going, okay. But if you cannot, I mean, look at it. When two people are getting married, each of them say to each other, I love you more than I love anything else in the world. You are my world. I'm going to be with you forever. I want us to be forever together forever and ever. And I am going to make vows so that we will be together forever and ever. Till death do us part, till blah, blah, blah. Whatever words you want to use, I will glorify you. I will worship you. I will walk, whatever. But 50% of those go wrong. And some of them go wrong very, very quickly. And 80% of the ones that go wrong, the people that file for divorce are the women. Now, I can't make a judgment on why that's 80%. A lot of people in the Manosphere do. They make a judgment, it's because women walk away. And I guess some will just walk away, but some of them will be walking away pretty scared because they felt abused or felt unsafe.
Yeah.
And others will just walk away because they found out the guy was not the same guy that they married. And that happened very, very quickly because now that they were married, the dynamic changed. So I don't know. I don't have any answers to that particular bit. But if 50% of marriages, bang, they end when it's actually supposed to be forever. It's until you die. That's 1 in 2. You only have a 50% chance of success. And it's getting worse as time goes on. It's getting worse and worse and worse. The only answer that I've got to the whole thing, because it's men that get shafted. Men get absolutely shafted when a marriage ends, with everything to do with the contract. Men are providers. They provide the money, the security, the house, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's what they're meant to do. Men are meant to do that. Men get screwed. They lose half of all those things. But they also lose all of what the woman brought to the marriage. There's no sharing of the things that the woman brings in.
See, how the fuck is that a thing?
Well, I mean, that's just how it is. That is how they have developed the laws. That's how everywhere has developed the laws in terms of it in the Western world. Another reason why the West is in trouble. But okay, so we now know. I've got an echo. We now know that this is the position. We now know it, right? The question is, why is any bloke ever getting married? Ever?
Yeah.
And
personally, I have no fucking clue. I've never married, and I never will.
Yeah. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's so if anybody was to say it, I'd be going, well, how do you know you're basically tossing a coin, and it's one flip, and the flip might be wrong. 50% of marriages go wrong. You spent all this money, you spent all this emotional entanglement, you've put all of this into it, and then it's all gone completely fucking wrong, and you're fucked. Okay.
Yeah.
What advice? What is the advice that anybody should be giving to any man in the West nowadays? And the only advice I can offer is, do not, under any circumstances, get married unless you are prepared to lose half of everything that you've got, if not more.
What about if you're the man, but there's a woman who wants to marry you who earns twice what you earn? She's the breadwinner. Should a man get married then and raise the kids? And so when they get divorced, he takes the half?
I don't think that does usually work like that.
It's a thing.
It's occasional. It is very occasional. But it doesn't actually work like that in reality in most cases. I think that you have to have the best lawyer to be able to argue it, and you have to be in the right place with the best judge, who is an evidence-based judge rather than an ideological one.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you go into a marriage with nothing and they've got lots, and you become the housewife and you never earn anything, and you don't have a job, you're the house husband, say, then in theory, you should be the one that walks away. But if you know anything about women, they are hypergamous, and they will never, or 99.9% will never marry somebody that is earning less than them, because they've been taught this right from the beginning. As soon as they start earning more than their husband, you might as well ring the divorce lawyer straight away, because it's coming. They're looking for somebody else because you're no longer good enough. That seems to be the outcome of nowadays.
Well, yeah, that's definitely the theme of a lot of those manospheres type shows. That and especially that Kevin, he will get women to admit that they are always looking for a better man or a man with a higher paying job. And this will often be when they're in a relationship. So right from the onset, they're having this view that it's temporary. You know, there's poor blokes are in it for life sort of thing, and
yeah, I mean,
left
that is one of the
blindsided.
views. That is one of the views that is coming through. Nerdy Rodent, which bit are you wanting citation on? Just let us know. Because I think there's a lot of stuff of what I'm saying which is more just what I've picked up from the manosphere as opposed to what I would say is absolutely true. From what I know, from what I know and what I'm aware of, if a man, is it the hypergamy thing that you're skeptical of, or is it, because there is plenty of evidence for that, or is it if a man earns less than the wife, then she's going to divorce him pretty quickly, or is it if a man earns less than the wife and then they divorce?
So he said the 99.9% of women thing, I'd say lower. What did you say? 99%?
I'm trying to remember.
You might have been using hyperbole.
Is that hypergamy? Is that hypergamy? The earning thing? Yeah, the hypergamy. Yeah. If you look at pretty much anything to do with anybody that's looking to be married and going on dating apps nowadays, 95% of the women will only go for 5% of the men. And so the 5% of the men are the very, very best of men. So they're allegedly, according to their dating profile, they are earning shitloads, they're over 6 foot, and they look really athletic, and they're very good looking.
Yeah.
And
doctors
anybody else, anybody else, they don't even get a look in. And that information has got worse and worse and worse in terms of the proportions for the past, however, a decade or so.
Yeah. And see, I've seen the videos we're talking about, right? At the time, though, I was in this stupid position of instant dismissal. So I ignored those videos. You know what I mean?
We've all
didn't fit my narrative.
been conditioned. Yes, we've all been conditioned, all of us. And we're not looking at what's actually happening in the world.
Yeah. And like, nerdy, that doesn't mean like, because I can look at this, that I'm all of a sudden Andrew fucking Tate.
No.
Or, I just went extreme right or anything. I'm just realizing that everyone is so indoctrinated and polarized at the moment that people I thought were being genuine and honest are actually, okay, buddy, are just looking to prove their point.
Was that your daughter or son?
That was my son.
How old is he?
He's 6.
And what time is it over there?
It is 9:30, but it's Saturday night, and Dad's got him. So, shh, don't tell Mum.
Give him some more sweeties that will keep him awake.
Exactly. Good morning, Jill. What is absurd? I thought you would actually agree, Jill.
I don't think he's been listening really. And I don't think he keeps his finger on the pulse of societal changes. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be making an assumption there. So, I mean, the question is, if this is the way that the world is, and 50% of marriages, just bang, they go. Can you, in all honesty, ever have any sympathy or empathy for any man that gets married and then gets shafted nowadays?
No, you couldn't.
I can't.
Yeah.
Because as you just said, they are living in denial. They will just deny it. No, I'm in love. This is the one. You just don't know it because you've never been in love. This is the one. This is the one for me. It's going to be forever. And 3 years later, they're divorced. They're crying into their pint. They're living in a caravan and they can't see their baby. And they're paying 50% of their money out every month that they earn to their ex-wife who lives in the house with their kid and their new boyfriend. So,
you're in UK.
Yeah.
Does child support scale to the man's income? Oh, you said 50%. So it's a percentage.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the 50% was just a throw out amount. I don't know. Some men have felt so badly done by they've committed suicide, but I don't know what the numbers are. I've had I've had 2 kids, but neither time have I gone through being taken to the child support agency. I just pay up every month. Bang.
Yeah.
I can give you this much. Great. Okay. And it's just a direct debit. It goes out every month. That's guaranteed money to them. Boom. There you go. As long as I can see my kid. So, and he's in his room at the moment. And
so Australia's
my eldest is down in London, probably waking up from shagging somebody.
Oh, good for him. Her.
Good for her. Yes. Good for her. She's got the best of the best there. Whoever she is.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's the same on the flip side as well. Do 99% of men go for 5% of the women?
No.
From experience?
No.
Nah, dude. I'm pretty low standards. Like if a chick's willing,
most men actually will, on the dating apps, most men will pretty much tick 80% of the women. 80%.
Yeah.
Men. I think men need to start having some better standards, though, because fat, ugly women, feminists, people who are ugly on the inside will never be beautiful, no matter how good looking their skin is. You know, we've got to start getting better at discerning this. What is an ugly person that you should avoid? And that's nothing to do with facial beauty or body beauty. An ugly person comes from inside. And
so, do you think men have lost value in themselves?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah. Yeah,
it
absolutely.
sounds like a lack of self-respect, doesn't it?
I mean, we've been told
because we've spent
all of
the
our
last
lives.
30 fucking years pushing that on women.
We've been told for this past 30 years, and I'm double that nearly. I've been told all my life that I'm no good, women are good, men are bad. Women are good, men are bad. You've got all of the benefits of all of the men from all of the past, and your abusers, and you're nasty, and you don't deserve anything, and women deserve everything, and you've got to treat them as if they're like soft candy. that you've got to maintain a certain temperature. It's like, what the fuck? I was brought up with a very nasty catty mother and a very nasty catty sister. Women are not like that at all. Women are fucking worse than men. At least men will tell you to your face that you're a cunt. You know? What does Jill say there? My wife can never divorce me. She is not allowed to. Well, we'll see. We'll see, Jill. And then if you marry a liberal or a woman who is not a wife, she doesn't qualify to be a wife, then that's your fault, not God's or marriage itself's fault. Right. I mean, what you're saying there, Jill, is exactly Kevin Samuel's point. A woman who is not a wife, not every woman is a wife or can be a wife because of the way they were brought up, is essentially what Kevin Samuel says. Kevin Samuel says modern women, if they are brought up in a certain way, if they have not been taught how to be with a bloke and how to treat a bloke and what a bloke requires as a wife, then they will not be a wife. They will never be a wife. And as a consequence, marriages will not work. Is that what you're meaning, Jill? Because that seems to be in line completely with what Kevin Samuels says. And I think Kevin Samuels doesn't use the word liberal. Kevin Samuels uses the term, and I think they're interchangeable here. He uses the term modern woman. Very disparagingly.
That's one of those bizarre things of society where words that just by the very nature of their definition are positive words have been weaponized, like liberal.
Well, I mean,
like the word liberal doesn't mean liberal anymore. It's just whatever a conservative thinks a liberal is.
We all weaponize certain words, don't we? Jill has chosen this word. The word that I weaponize is Nazi or fascist. You know, that's my weaponizer. And some people are quite happy to claim they are Nazis and fascists because they actually are Nazis and fascists. And they want to be known as that. And I guess most people are quite happy to say they're liberal. I mean, in the real sense of the term liberal, as opposed to libertarian, I am liberal. Nerdy is quite happy weaponizing Tory or Republican. Exactly. I mean, you can weaponize these things, but some Tory or Republican aspects are actually quite good. It's just the extremes that are the problem. Because a lot of it comes from economics and economic theory. And some of it just comes from ideology, which is exactly the same for liberals and leftists. A lot of it comes from ideology, but a lot of it's quite good. Whereas fascism is actually an extreme position, as is Nazism, which is why I have a real fucking problem with it. Because I can't stand any extremes of anything. Which is why I don't like today's society in a lot of ways with the way it's going with this men versus women stuff. And the only thing that I can say to protect men is never, ever, ever get married. And if you do, it's your own fault. You should have chosen better if you get divorced and you lose everything. And if you want to then just go and slit your throat or jump off a cliff, then that's your choice. It's your decision. But don't blame anybody else. You made the decision to marry that person. It was the wrong person. They fucked you over. And the same thing for the woman. The woman marries somebody who's the right cunt and divorces him, whatever. They're all upset because it blah, 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 blah. It's like, fuck you. Got no sympathy. Choose better.
Yeah. How many nice, caring dudes did you say no to go out with the jerk?
Yeah. We can all be jerks at times. The thing about a marriage is
But
whether
we're not
you can
all
put up with
always
exactly. Can you put up with the jerkish traits of your partner? If you can't, don't fucking marry them. Don't stay with them long term, because those things, if you can't deal with. What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, it must have been my own voice coming back as an echo.
Yeah, don't get married.
That's the only thing that I can suggest. That is it. Society has absolutely killed itself. Society has killed itself. Because the only children that are going to be brought up nowadays are going to be with single mums, or the majority of them. And those single mums will not be able to deliver the masculine traits that are required from a father in order to make their children rounded and whole. So their children are going to be lopsided, and that will be the future society. That's already in place right now. It's lopsided. What is Jill saying there? Read it out.
I can't say I've ever seen this definition, Jill. Liberal in the US, basically those who take personal liberties with the Bible and our US Constitution. A conservative wants to conserve those two pivotal world-changing documents as is.
That's really interesting. That is, I mean, I've got no problem with the definition. I'm glad Jill has actually clarified his terminology of liberal, because it puts theology and politics front and center, both together, and it also puts theology, because he used theology first, it puts theology at the head of his worldview, which I accept because that is his worldview, but he's putting that forward as the worldview that there should be in America, which is not necessarily true, because there's plenty of people that don't believe in that theology. So the concept of one law for all is where I come from. And it's like you build a sort of set of laws and a set of stuff that binds everybody together, where it's equal, egalitarian. I think the word was Nerdy Rodent used. You bring laws together that make sure everything can function, and that is the function of a government, and everything functions equally, and nobody's allowed to illegally better somebody else and just run off with their stuff or take away some of their property. Property could include their life. And then the morals and the ethics of individual people are left up to individual people. That's how I see it.
So, Nerdy says here, the UK is often used to refer to a political ideology or worldview that values individual freedom, equality, and tolerance. That's the definition I'm familiar with. And
what's interesting, just to pick up on that, if you go back to Nerdy Rodents one,
yeah,
that's how people sort of view what's supposed to be the Liberal Democrats.
Is that classical liberal?
It might be. I don't know. I mean, it's whatever definition Nerdy is giving. I'm just going to accept his definition there. And that the Liberal Democrats, being a political party, the third party in England, I will say, rather than in Britain, the Liberal Democrats are actually not left. They are more right-wing than left-wing. which sort of fits in with individual freedom, equality, but very unclear on the tolerance bit.
That's
There's not a lot of
fascinating.
tolerance. Not a lot of tolerance that goes on in the UK
Because
at the moment.
the name of our Conservative Party is the Liberal Party.
Right. See, that it's like people pick and choose these words, and then they've all changed over time, haven't they? The Democrats are now called the Liberals, but the Democrats used to be the real Conservatives, the nasty Conservatives, you know, from way back. And then they switched over and they flipped. The Democrats and the Republicans completely flipped. It's like, what the hell? It's living languages, I guess. Living politics.
Yeah. I had a conversation just tonight about that very point. I was arguing with someone and it came down to, oh, well, it's the word you're using this. And it wasn't like an ambiguous word. It was, I can't remember, but it was pretty straightforward. And we had to do this big roundabout circle and define all my words, which they agreed with all those definitions. So we were on the same page from the start to end with, well, if that's your definition, then I agree. That was always the fucking definition. It was also always your definition. Why are you arguing? You argued before I even made an argument.
Did you say that was Pixie you were arguing with again? Was it?
Well, I was having not to keep calling her out, but yes, it was Pixie.
Oh yes.
And
She loves
Heretic,
an argument.
I may have also told her she's autistic.
I've never gone down that route, but
No, me either.
I can see why you may have said that.
And I only did because I've been talking to people about my diagnosis and, you know, whether I doubt it or whether, you know, just talking about it in general. And I kept saying to Pixie, she describe things, well, the way I see things. And everyone would go, but that's different to everyone else, Pixie. Well, yeah, but that's me. And I'd say, yeah, that's also autism. And she'd do it again. I did it like 4 times. I said, we're up to 4 autistic traits. She's like, you could give me reasons for the next 20 years, but you'll never convince me. Like, we'll see.
And then 20 minutes later.
Yeah.
Nerdy Rodent, just to answer this, I have only ever voted Lib Dem. Not because I like them, but because both Labour and the Tories, I couldn't vote for either of them. Could not do it.
Where were they doing projection, Nerdy? I'm not saying I didn't. I did an awful lot today, actually. But at least now I'm catching myself, which is a step in the right direction. Because previously I wasn't even aware of it.
Yeah. If you go back further up, there's some comments by Jill. Just after, from Nerdy's last comment, prior to the
Liberals don't hold to individual freedom, but collectivism.
A bit higher up, I think.
Conservatives are classical liberals, and that's a classical liberal. Democrats do not hold to any of the classical liberal positions. This isn't JFK's Democratic Party.
That's an interesting thing. I don't know anything about JFK. I mean, I wasn't alive when JFK was killed, you know? It is interesting. Again, it comes back to that previous conversation. Things change over time. When you got Joe Biden, Victoria Nuland, fucking Ned Price, or I was like, what the fuck is going on nowadays? I really don't get it. But everybody in the West is lock, step, and barrel together, complete fascists while claiming to be liberals and Democrats. Total fascism going on at the moment. I find it very frustrating. And the next comment, rebuke and reprove, Jill says conservatives are classical liberals. I think that's exactly what I was just saying. Conservatives, if that's the definition of liberal, that the Democrats are absolute assholes now and fascists and whatever, they are now conservatives. Whereas the classical liberals are the original conservatives, which I assume is what you mean by JFK. You know, people who are objective and use evidence and have integrity. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. And I have to be honest, yeah, Nerdy, I was projecting the fuck out of myself this afternoon. But here's where I get confused, right? Is it projection if the things that you're claiming, whilst yes, are part of you, if they are also part of the person that you're talking to? Because that's why I didn't agree
Projection
with
is
it.
about accusing somebody of something. If you're accusing somebody of something and trying to say that's a bad thing, then that's projection. But if you're just highlighting that somebody's showing certain traits,
yep, which is all
you're
I
not
did.
actually accusing them of anything. You're not saying, and that's a bad thing. You're a bad person
Well,
because you're blah,
I
blah,
went
blah.
as far as to say I see it as a good thing.
And the other thing about projection is actually you accuse people of being something that you are when they're actually not.
Yeah, which I could be wrong, but this is my opinion. Strawman or gaslighting happening.
Telephone. Ding, ding.
Oh, I didn't know you could hear that. Stop ringing. Who's ringing? So everyone listening and yourself, no one would deny it, right? Pixie gets what she will use the word passionate, right? And a lot of people get passionate. A lot of people get loud and yelly, right? Pixie has a different thing. Her brain speeds up and she talks at 1,000,000 miles an hour. My slow ass brain.
Someone really wants to talk to you.
Oh, yeah. It's just people wanting shit so they can fuck off. Yeah, and this, the way, like, instant argue, right? Instant on the attack. No, that's bigoted, that's this, that's that. To calm down, think about it. I am going to keep hanging up on you if you keep ringing, so. To, an hour later, actually come around and realise what was being said and admit that she agrees completely. Then to say, I don't have the monologue in my head like most people. I have several different monologues, like that wear different costumes. Now, I'm sorry, but just recently, my psychiatrist described that very thing to me, right? As
schizophrenia?
Borderline personality disorder, right?
She was promoting it as a good thing because she can see things from lots of different perspectives.
Yes.
Problem is she can't argue any of them coherently.
No.
That's where the issue is. She's seeing things from all these different things without being able to have a position herself. She's going, I'm going to pick and choose which position I'm going to have based on the person that I am listening to or talking to, and I'm going to argue the shit out of it.
And in general, nerdy, he said, I can't say either way. To be honest, I'm not a medical professional. I have no idea how to determine whether or not somebody is neurotypical. I agree 100%. Until I got my diagnosis, and I've been learning with a professional about the symptoms, I can recognize a symptom. And as I said to Pixie, I'm not diagnosing you in it. And I didn't actually say you have autism. That's just how I worded it to you. I just pointed out she would do these things, and I'd go, that was a very me thing to do, Pixie. That was kind of it, So it wasn't like, oh, you're spastic, or you have autism, sort of thing. And understandably, she got straight on the defense.
Yeah.
And I kept trying to say, I'm not judging, I'm not having a go. I'm just trying to make an observation. You're one of my very good friends. I thought I was okay to say this and you not get upset. And you're free to turn around and go, fuck off, idiot. And I'll drop it. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wasn't like, go and get fucking help, Pixie, now. Sort of thing. It was just fascinating to me because it was like I was having a bit of an epiphany. Going, wow, I see this every day, but I never understood. I just always went, that's just Pixie. And it is. And having a diagnosis changes nothing. She's still going to be Pixie. Everyone carries on, nothing changes. But now Pixie can understand why her brain's doing the things it does. That was all my point was. Because it was like, I found this amazing thing. I want to share it. But it turned into, I think you're projecting on me. And so my response was, I probably am, and I apologize, but I'm just trying to tell you what I'm seeing. And I'm not even saying I'm right. But can't I say what I see? Sort of thing.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, I don't know if I was wrong to say anything. Like,
no, I mean, you're having a conversation.
I would never tell someone they're neurotypical or not.
You're having a conversation. The word neurotypical, that's the first time I've heard that. I've heard neurodivergent, but neurotypical is clearly the standard person.
The normies.
I'm not sure there's such a thing. I mean, if I consider diversity and inclusivity actually defines everybody as different in some way. If you accept diversity, you have to accept every single character trait, what you may perceive as a character flaw. You have to accept that as somebody's character. And to be inclusive, you have to embrace that they are different to you. And it's not wrong that they are different to you. The extreme of that is Jack the Ripper or the Yorkshire Ripper or just somebody that finds that once they've killed somebody, they have to kill somebody else, a serial killer. They have no choice about it. It's just this thing that goes, I have to do it, I have to do it, I have to do it. You can. That's why we actually put these people in jail. We do not accept their neurodivergence. And in some ways, we just say they're evil. But if somebody's evil, that by definition means they're neurodivergent in some way. There is a character flaw in them which makes them that way, and they can't actually help it. This is what they are. This is what they do. I find that a fascinating argument because it's sort of all this tolerance, so to speak, that has led to this wider we have to accept all these things, but all of these neurotypical people that do anything, they do the slightest thing, we will throw the fucking book at them. You'll lose your job. You'll lose this. You'll lose that. You'll be cancelled. You've got opinions that are really nasty. It's like, what the hell is going on in this world?
Yeah. Those are the things that pushed me away from the left of the left, closer and closer to the middle until a couple of weeks ago. And I don't know that I actually did, but I said the words, well, holy fuck, that just pushed me over the line onto the right. And it was just, it was an ad on TV or it was on the news or something about some movie awards thing in America. It was just flashes of all the stars there and the performances. And I'm like as open as they come, you know what I mean? And think everyone should be able to do what the fuck they want if they're not harming anyone. But looking at all these stars and the way they were dressed and the glaze in their eyes, it was almost like I can't describe this surreal experience. They looked really very judgmental and derogatory. They just looked like a bunch of fucking idiots. And I was embarrassed that they are supposedly on the same side of the political spectrum as I am. That's when I realised,
Really
well,
desperate,
maybe
really
I'm not.
desperate to get hold of you.
Oh, fuck. Christ.
Just message them, tell them to fuck off, or send you a message, and you'll be able to answer it when you got the chance.
Hanging up 6 times should have given you the hint. Fuck's sake. There we go. Shouldn't be back.
You see, there is something that I would argue, and that it's just because of the extremes of the left, in quotes, that are now coming out as the standard, does not mean you should become right wing.
No,
what you need to do is maintain your principles. That actually, the right wing is wrong, bad, extreme. The left wing is wrong, bad, extreme. And you maintain your principles and try to find a political party or a political position that allows you to sit there in the middle, not being extreme. Now, if that means you are on the edge of society, then so be it. But it doesn't mean you're right. Right wing, that is. Right wing.
Yeah. No, and that's why I put it as I've sort of shifted towards the centre. But I feel like I didn't move. The left moved.
And
away
they
from
no
it.
longer represent you.
Exactly.
Yes.
At least, especially not the extreme end.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean that the right represent you either, unless they've moved leftish towards the middle, and they now hold the middle ground that actually covers your position. So it's one of those things where you have to be very clear what it is that you're doing, because you don't want to end up joining an extremist on the side of something that actually you don't agree with anything about. You've just joined them as a reaction because the other people that you used to agree with have become a bunch of cunts.
Yeah. Well, that's a really good point, actually.
I'd like to say hello to Johnster Monster and to Cryptomeria.
Yes, absolutely. Big love to John, and oh my god, a calm chat. I know, it's awesome, isn't it? And we're even talking about provocative things. Shouldn't
calmly
we should be
talking
able
about
to be.
provocative
Yeah.
things.
What a shock! But the thing that shocked me, and again, I'm really open, and on a personal level, you can't really shock me. Like I'll go, oh yeah, that nice try, but why I thought no, this is fucked was it was a bunch of young blue hairs. So that's how I'm going to describe them, and they were having a party, and one of the women brings a cake out, and this cake it was just made with edible things, but had a dead fetus made out of nougat and whatever, right?
On top of it.
On top of the cake. And it turns out that this was an abortion party celebrating a girl's abortion and not a support thing. You're right, you lost this, blah, blah. It was,
Yay! No
yeah,
longer pregnant.
yeah.
Mm.
And even that, you want to be like, cool. The minute you're paying someone to create a dead fetus to put on your cake, you do not now. You are not representative of anything that I stand for.
Especially if you eat it. Or you wait. I
You go.
I've seen a parallel to that, but I think it's even worse. And it's to do with the war that's going on at the moment, where some people with a blue and yellow flag put together, and there's lots of photos of these parties, they put together cakes with Russian babies on the top. And these are babies dressed in the Russian flag and whatever. And then there's all the hooping and hollering as they cut the cake straight through the middle of the baby. And it's all done on the basis of we're going to not just kill you, we're going to absolutely tear you apart. And it's pretty sick because these have actually been arranged and done purposefully as celebration type things.
Yeah.
And it just shows the mindset of how other extreme things can make usually perfectly normal people very extreme. And it's really concerning. And this is the world. I'm not just pushing this at Ukrainians. This doesn't just happen in Ukraine. This happens everywhere. People have emotional reactions to stuff which make them extreme. They lose their ability to control their emotions. And they think it's clever to do really, really bad things. I'll give you an example. If we go back to our old conversation about the manosphere stuff, the original profession, prostitution, that has now become a de rigueur profession in terms of in front of a camera. You will do these things, perform these pleasure acts, either on yourself or with others for money on the internet. And lots of people nowadays think that this is a good profession to be in, and they don't understand why people do not have a high level of regard for them, because they are now making lots of money being a whore. And they don't understand why people don't like it.
Yeah.
And it's all about standards. Prostitution has now become a profession that should be uplifted except it's not just prostitution, it is anyone has access to your body. And it's sick.
What the actual fuck?
It is sick.
Yeah, that is fucked. That's all I can. I just want to keep saying it's fucked.
Yeah.
And,
but this is society.
again,
This is where we are at. And this is why we have a problem for men.
Yeah.
Because no man that's worth his salt, no man with any standards would actually have a relationship with somebody like this. And a lot of these women are going, why can't I find a man to marry me? They don't like my profession. It isn't a profession, it's prostitution. Well, it's the original profession, but it's not one that's got any value to it whatsoever, except to the worst in the world who cannot actually get a woman and therefore they have to pay for it.
Yeah.
And it's usually always the worst women who have to actually sell themselves.
Yeah. While I think each to their own, we should be able to do what we want for not harming people. I personally would not want to be in a relationship with someone who comes home from work and has fucked 10 other people that I do not know.
Or that 150 people were actually watching it.
Yeah.
See,
Like,
the thing
what
is,
kind of
that's
special man does that take to be attracted to that?
It's called a cook.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what you said was absolutely right. Anyone can choose to do anything, but anything and everything you do has consequences. And the consequence of doing this thing is you're not going to get a man with standards to actually be your bloke. The only person that's going to be with you is your pimp.
Pimp, that's what I was going to say.
Or wild heart. Somebody like that.
Yeah. And I just want to address Jill's comment, not the one I've highlighted, the one before it. Jill, you're entitled to your opinion, but I feel like your statement there it dismisses my existence. Just saying. Can you see it, or you want me to read it?
No, I can see it. I'll read it out. An abortion party. Laugh, laugh, laugh. These people are sick. This isn't just the left. This is the entire Liberal Democratic Party. He's talking about the US Democrats here. They are either openly supporting it or are complicit. Now, I think Jill's actual position on this is abortion is bad. And that's what he means by these people are sick. Anybody that has an abortion is sick. But then somebody to celebrate an abortion and have a cake party is even worse. But he blames the Democratic Party in the US for pushing abortions. Whereas there's another extreme where you've got the Catholic Church in Africa that denied condoms for use in Africa, and it led to the continuation and the spread of HIV. So there's it's not just about abortions, it's about contraception in general, contraceptives. And these are different positions, and I think a zero contraceptives, zero abortions is an extreme position. But an abortion party is also an extreme position on the other side. It's disgusting.
Yeah. And that was what we were talking about, which is why I took that's what he meant.
I wouldn't take offense to what he's saying. He's just giving his opinion that he completely disagrees with abortion and the concept of a party after it. He is as sick about that as you are.
And I think, like, I would love for Jill, and I don't know if it's a pride thing or it's a requirement of his beliefs. I would love Jill to be able to say, well, hey, fuck, there's something we can agree on. Let's start there. Because I've tried that with Jill myself many a time, but it's not usually successful. Look at this one. I respect the far left, so the abortion cake people, more so than any so-called centrist liberal who votes for Biden. They're at least consistent.
I wonder when he says far left, he's meaning communist. I don't know what he means by far left, because Biden and his people, and in particular Canada and Trudeau, they to me are far left. But then there's communism. Biden is extremely far left while being fascist far right. Yes. Biden is a complete contradiction.
I'm glad you added that.
This guy is a complete contradiction. He's a warmongering, hating,
hair sniffing.
He's horrible. He's absolutely fucking horrible. Always has been. And it is while he's been president that people are actually seeing it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And especially now he's president, when you look back at his political career, it's blaring. You know?
Yeah. But he was always ignored prior.
Yeah.
Outside the US, he was always ignored, but he was always on the inside in the US. And he was fucking nasty, horrible piece of shit. And I only know that by looking backwards now, because I never really knew anything about him. I didn't really care. But it's clear he had his hand in a lot of fucking nasty shit.
See, look at this. Crypta's been having shit at work, like anxiety's through the roof. She doesn't even want to go most days. The latest, me and my crew are threatening to get punched out at work. This isn't legal or right, but it's happening. And I'm sorry I've been a bitch lately. I have not seen you be a bitch in any way, shape, or form, Crypta. You don't need to apologize.
Doesn't sound good, does it?
No. And this is my point. This is why I can't say I'm, 100% for certainty in the left, because that's the people doing this shit. And here's an example, right? I'll give a smaller example, but it really highlights it. There's this video. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll play it one day. I'm just going to say pro-choice and pro-life, right? I don't know the specifics. They might have been like a family first thing, but the essential thing is that one group were no abortion, the other group were abortions, right? College age sort of thing, where they've had all tables set up and they're doing their thing, right? The video starts of like a phone being picked up really quickly and catching someone ripping something off a street lamp sort of thing, and going, "You can't rip down our posters." And she quickly walks back to a table with a little posse, and one of them goes, "It's illegal to post on those poles without permission." And the chick goes, "But you've got like 10 posters on there. I just had one." And the third one, they all put their heads down, right? And the third one didn't even make eye contact and goes, "We're choosing not to engage now." And that broke my heart a little bit. You know what I mean? I was like, I used to think that was okay because of this stupid idea that I was in the right position, so the means justify the end. These filthy bigots don't deserve to have posters up and shit. So I'm being the monster that I'm
Which ones
trying
are the
to
filthy
kill.
biggest? Which ones are the filthy bigots?
The right. This is me when I
the
was.
ones with the 10 posters.
Yeah, no, the one with the 1 poster. And I was the one with the 10.
And the ones with the 1 poster say they're refusing to engage.
No, the lefties. When the right one come up to say, why did you rip my poster down? Or you're not allowed. But you've got 10 up. And the lefts went, well, we're choosing not to engage now. So conversation over. So we've ripped your poster down. We've not given any explanation or logic. We've just done the opposite of that, actually. Acted completely emotionally. And now that you've just pointed out so calmly, so politely, no condescending, nothing, right?
See, there's
Well,
a different
we're
way of...
trapped, so we're going to
Yeah.
stop engaging.
Yeah, but they've still won. Because they've got the
Yeah,
10
to
posters
them,
up.
absolutely.
Yeah, they've still won.
And
I
that
mean, we're not
shits
engaging
me.
now. This is hand to the face. Go away. We're not talking to you. We've done what we're doing and we'll keep doing it. And we win. Now, there's another opposite to that, which is actually happening in most organizations that I'm aware of. Some other people will say it's completely different. But from my experience, so I'm going to do my autism bit of Pixie here. So my experience is in the industry that I'm in, that if you have certain traits, if you are born a certain way, in particular, if you are cis, male, white, then you have no say. And it has been going on for so long that nobody will put their head over the parapet for fear of losing their job. Nobody. And people will parrot the current paradigm as if it's right when they know it's wrong. And yet it has elements to it where, oh, right, because it's that and whatever, then it must be right. So most men are in the position where they are unable to say anything. They put their heads down. I'm not engaging now. And it's not that they're not engaging because they won. It's not. They're not engaging because they've lost. So there's both sides. There's both sides to this, which have the same outcome.
Yeah.
Somebody puts their head down and goes, I'm not engaging now.
Yeah.
It's absolutely shocking in both sides.
It is. And that's like, I've been saying it for so long without even realizing the words coming out of my mouth. Like, we're polarized. Everyone's polarized. We need to stop being polarized and try and come back to the middle again together.
Which is exactly what we have just been talking about for the last hour and a half.
Yeah.
Everything to do with polarization. Everything.
And it's like, how was I saying the words, heretic, but not even hearing my own goddamn words? That blinded by a self-righteousness. You know, I'm in the right because my party wants to progress the world. We want to take things forward. We want to protect the earth. We want to protect humans.
Because they're brilliant at propaganda. Absolutely brilliant at it. Everything that is fed to us in the West, everything is propaganda. A whole lot of it. And it is put forward in the realms of this is goodness. The principle behind this is we care about everybody.
Yeah.
Except for the people that we're trying to stomp all over.
Yeah.
And when it comes
and the people that we're harming Like the kids and shit.
Yeah, exactly. And the kids are being harmed by not having fathers in their families, bringing them up to make them rounded adults. So we now have a society that will be a particular flavor.
Yeah.
And there are a bunch of people who have nothing to look forward to at all. And they are a lot of men who are possibly not very well educated, who are possibly have spent quite a lot of time in the gym, spent quite a lot of their lives fighting to stay alive. And by fighting, I mean literally fighting other people to stop them from being beaten up, stop themselves from being beaten up. These people, if they have nothing to look forward to, they have nothing to lose. That will lead to a very dangerous cohort of people roaming around who will eventually come together. They will determine their own politics in their own way, and they will take power, because that's how it always has been. Always. It's that circle of easy life makes weak men, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, a hard life ends up with hard men. Back in 1970, 60% of people that went to universities were men. Now it's 40%. When it should be 50-50. It wasn't right in the 1970s, and it's not right now.
What do you think of this, Heretic? And not the fact that Jill said it, because the thing with Jill, the reason I stopped getting upset by Jill, and I now actually enjoy his Jillisms, is because I can't tell for the life of me where the seriousness stops and the troll begins. And I don't even think he does something.
I was thinking you were about to say you couldn't for the life of you really consciously argue against some of his statements. But you're going to anyway because it's Jill.
Oh, no. It's just this, like, how serious can I take him? Because if he's trolling, then there's not much point engaging except for fun.
I don't think Jill trolls. Jill doesn't troll that often. He doesn't troll that often. Not in the side chat, and I don't think he has here. I mean, he's put something in. There is no negotiating with liberals. They've gone too far. Okay? And if you understand that what he means by liberals is Joe Biden and people who follow Joe Biden and the current Democrats and everything that they promote, he's got a real good point. There is no negotiating at all. Yeah. You either follow them. You either follow them, or you are their enemy.
This is the one that scares me. And again, sorry, my son blasting his iPad.
That's all right.
Could you get it any louder, buddy?
That's what children do, especially when they've been fed a lot of sweets to keep them awake.
Exactly.
Don't blame your kid, blame yourself, right?
Oh, I do. Yeah, and it's not the fact that Jill said it that scares me. It's the fact that I have had this very thought myself.
Yeah.
At least as far as America's concerned, I can't see the reversal of this situation, this polarization.
I don't think it's here yet, but I think it will be soon, because I think it requires it's going to require a lot of people to realize that the world has gone to shit in America, and America has caused the world to go to shit everywhere else, and it's not done well. And the problem with America is people from all sides believe wholeheartedly that they are the best. They are right at the top of the tree in the world. And that's why I don't think there will be civil war in America for a long time. America has to actually go to shit before there will be a civil war there. Because it has to have a bunch of people who are going, you have brought this country down. We need to take over. And then they will argue, no, you're blah, 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 and it will end up a civil war. That's how I see it. Whether I'm right or not is a totally different fucking question.
It's a tough one.
Jody and Crypta need God. Okay.
Huh?
So does Jill. Ooh, what did Ivan Van Veen say up here? Hello, Ivan.
See,
hello, Brojo.
have you God? But you can't just say only God. Well, I don't need solutions. We don't need solutions. We just need God. That's not very helpful, guys.
The side chat does seem to have gone towards a God angle. I don't think we've been discussing God in any way, shape.
No, it's completely political.
Yeah.
Oh, Modern Day Debate Channel has scheduled T-Jump versus Aaron Ra on the topic, does religion cause more harm than good?
Snore. Boring.
That is a very boring topic.
It's two atheists talking about religion. It's like, oh, who gives a fuck? What is it? Johnster Monster, just above. Just above. Yeah. Johnster Monster says, people need to understand that the war should not be about the left and right. The war is about the haves and have-nots. And I say this is a man that has it all. Absolutely bloody right. That I think is a good way of saying what I was trying to say, and a lot faster and a lot more succinct than I was saying. A bunch of people have to realize America is fucking them over. They're not getting what they deserve, and that is when there will be major issues inside the US. I think so. But people, the only way to have a civil war is that people realize they have to do this, otherwise they've got nothing and they will never have anything. They have to realize they've got nothing to lose, which includes their lives. So that's the problem with the civil war. Oh, I think Brojo wants to join in.
Yeah, I just sent it, Brojo. Sorry, we were looking at other comments. It's imploding from the inside out. That's a good point, Jody. What the fuck? Hi, Sandy. What the fuck? What? How do I get out the back? There we go, guests. Sorry, Brojo. I'm on a phone. So there you go. I think I just added you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Oh, it's Brojo the Indian. Hello.
Or do you want the Indian voice? Good morning, everybody.
I thought that was what you were saying anyway.
Nerd.
Big G. Good morning.
What do you still do? You're still. Is this like the fourth one in a row now, Sammy?
Third or fourth. I had my kids, dude. I was not like go and have a sleep or something. And actually, if you watch the streams, I've disappeared for hours at a time and left other people running the channel. So I haven't.
You've had so many streams, you've grown a full beard. Oh, oh, you got quiet.
I'm trying to navigate this bloody phone. More, maybe? I put this picture up covering everybody, and I don't remember how I fucking did it. Oh, up the top here, brand. There we go. Fucking boomer. Get it together. There we go. Yeah.
I know. Look at
I
that.
was clean shaved at the start of these streams.
It like happened. I saw you like briefly last night. I'm like, well, he got a beard already? What the fuck?
No. I've had it for like 2 weeks or something now.
It's called testosterone, bro, Joe. Me and you, we're too old for that now.
No, speak for yourself.
I was speaking for you. I
No,
was just
you can't
adding.
speak
I was
for
just
me.
adding. I was adding myself in there just to make you feel better.
Oh no, you were adding me in there because you need to make yourself feel better.
It's called projection. We were talking about projection earlier. BigZebra.com.
Yes, I've been listening.
BigZebra.com says, "I just arrived. Why is everyone insane?" That's a fucking good question. That really is.
Oh man,
Is that
you
why
guys
is
talk
everyone
about
insane?
America? You see what happened with the bank yesterday?
Yeah.
This is the start. This
Yeah.
is
2008 all over again because it
if not
never
worse.
got fixed. It never got
Feel
fixed.
free to share, and I'll put it up, Berger, because I can't. I have no option to share my screen on the fucking phone. What kind of garbage is that streaming on? Oh, I don't know. I thought you might have had something there that you were discussing.
Oh no.
Something about the bank. Did you read it the other day?
Well, one of the top 20 banks it's in California, Silicon Valley Bank. A lot of tech people have money in there. They have closed their doors, and we have a thing. I don't know if they have it there. An FDIC. They insure deposits only up to $250,000. So anything above that is pretty much gone unless they get a bailout. And we are talking now like $160 billion, something like that.
Sammy, I think Jodie's trying to get in.
Gone. $160 billion, if not more.
Okay.
Yeah, the what is it? The S&P 500 or whatever it is, that's down however many percent it is. I don't know how much it is. But it's way down. And yeah, it does look like
a dip for your Bitcoin.
Yeah, get your money out. Get your money out of the banks. Become your own bank.
Yes, so now people are rushing to bonds. Yeah.
That's what started it, right? Everybody rushed to the bank over there in Silicon Valley to take their money out, and they didn't really have the funds to do it. So I think they have the insurance companies go there and talk to the people and tell them to come back on Monday to start drawing money out. I think it is. I'm not exactly sure.
The bonds is what has caused the problem for the bank.
Right.
So because the bank needed some money, needed actual cash, they had to sell their bonds. But because the interest rates have gone up, their bonds are worth a lot less.
Mm-hmm.
And if anybody's seen it, China has been slowly but methodically getting rid of all of its American debt recently.
Over the last number of years, they've been slowly...
It's got rid of about 20%, and they're continuing to do it because they realize, especially with the Taiwan stuff from America, suddenly... bang, sanctions, we're going to nick your money, we're going to take it all, and blah, blah, blah. They've seen what's just happened to Russia, and they're just going to get all their money out from the West. All of it. It's going back to China and Russia. It'll go to Saudi Arabia. It'll go to Africa. It's leaving the West. This is all coming together. All of it. Everything is fucked.
It's weird because you got all these things happen. You have the banking crisis, you have J6, all that shit coming out now,
Yep.
and the
Brits.
war. Oh my
It's
god!
coming. Everything. It's all coming together. Hello, Jody. Hello, PJ.
Hi.
Howdy, howdy.
How are you?
Shooting
Morning.
the shit.
I tried to go to sleep, but I drank too much coffee at 2:30 in the morning, and I couldn't fall asleep.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
well,
The bags under your eyes are covered by the makeup. It's fine. We can't see it.
What was that?
Doesn't matter. No. Don't worry. It was a joke.
I'm pretty. I'm actually pretty tired, but
I'm not surprised if you haven't
I'm
been
here.
to sleep. 7
You
a.m.
Well,
should fall
no,
asleep
I
listening
did
to
sleep. I
stream.
slept. I don't even remember. 8 to 11, and then I lay. Oh, then I was in Sammy's stream, and then tried to lay back down for a couple of. Actually, I laid down the entire time. I just didn't sleep.
Yeah, there's a saying, Jody. Sleep is for the tired.
Or the retired.
Or you'll sleep when you die.
Or the dead.
Yeah.
Yep.
I tell my boyfriend that all
Too
the time.
much to do.
Johnster Monster says China and Russia are doomed to failure due to their population demographics. I'm sorry, Johnster. This is a trope that is propaganda that is given by everybody. Everywhere else has exactly the same population demographics. It is no different anywhere. The West is absolutely screwed. America does all right because it has lots of Mexicans going in there. But you're trying to build walls to stop the Mexicans getting in. It's the same thing everywhere. We are all going down due to population demographics. Russia and China will not be doomed because of that at all.
And you mentioned earlier, Heretic, and we just saw saw an article. College men, there's like 40% college. They're in college. 40% of them of college grads are men, down 10%. Women over 60%. And most of your mating, most people get together, hook up when they're in college. So that whole mating pool is going down.
But it's going to be even worse soon because even less men will go to universities because men are seen as bad and it's only women that are good. And that's how the governments are pushing things, and it's ruining society. It's completely ruining it. So Johnster Monster says they are aging societies. Well, they may well be, but they are developing huge connections with the whole of Asia, which are not aging societies, with the whole of the Middle East, and with the whole of Africa, while the Western countries are losing their connections to Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, because the Western countries treated those countries like shit. China and Russia are going to be absolutely fine. It's the rest of us that are fucked.
We're all going to sort it out. We're going to save the fucking world.
Yeah.
Well, China's they are having their population issues though.
Absolutely. Everybody is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Russia is as well. But it's it's just as bad everywhere else. The point is they are actually making huge connections with those places in the world that are accepting them with open arms because they're not being treated badly by these countries. They're being treated as equals and with respect. And those people will migrate. They will go to China. They will go to Russia. And Russians and Chinese will go to South America, to Africa, to Asia, and it'll all mingle. What's going to be left out is the West, the Western countries, the G7.
It seems like you're only telling one side of the story, though.
In what way?
The shit story.
Well, the West is in the shit. Yes.
I mean it as in how it affects the whole of humanity. Like, I feel like you're only giving the one possible scenario.
Oh no, the effect for the whole of humanity is that the West will try to maintain its dominance and
Okay.
will try to do as much as they can to cause problems, and we will end up in World War III.
So the way I see it
These
is
things usually
people
end up
are
in war.
individuals. People are individuals, but the individuals make up the whole. It's like
Yeah.
pieces of the puzzle all come together
Yeah.
to make the picture real. But unless they come together, they can't make those connections. They can't have those relationships. Therefore, government gets what they want. We get the shit story. They, everything. But so, in my opinion, it's mine. God has got all of this already sorted out, but in our weak minds, we don't get that.
Okay, then I can't discuss any of that because I don't believe in God.
Right, you don't need to either. I'm just saying, from my opinion, the way that it was all designed, it was designed to succeed, but along the way, it failed. And now we're seeing the worst of the failure, and we're only focusing on the possibility of the failure. And now we're seeing that it is.
We're nowhere near the failure, Jody. We're nowhere near it. I mean, if you look back in history, that you've had
talking?
hordes. You've had
I'm talking
hordes of
about the
people.
rise and fall
Hang
of
on.
a civilization.
But
I'm
it's not
talking
the
about
fall of
rise and
civilization.
fall
No,
of a
it doesn't.
civilization.
And that has happened constantly all the way through history.
You're right.
Up and down, up
Cyclical.
and down. It hasn't ended civilization. It hasn't ended humanity. That's
Right.
not going to happen. What is going to happen is we are going through one of those routes, is what I'm saying.
What do you mean by a route?
We're heading towards the bottom, where it will end up in massive strife and war and civilization, and people will be going blah,
Well,
blah,
why are you
lots of people
calling
will
it a
die.
route? I'm confused.
Root as in ROUTE, not ROOT. I'm not talking about
I'm
trees.
thinking roots of a tree.
No, I wasn't talking about trees. We're going
We
through
pronounce
a
it route. All right.
I'm sorry. You're just weird. You
call it a
Americans.
router or a
I am
router?
weird.
Like when you're routing something, do you call it a router or a router? Because we call it a route.
Router.
Roto-rooter's a name. Yeah.
You know, we here in England we speak English in the way it's meant to be spoken, and you just bastardize it, or you Americans.
No, we just
yeah,
made it better. We made it better. That's what America does. We make things better.
It might have been the melting pot, and we all came to the shores of this country.
Yeah. So, I mean, we are heading down towards the bottom as far as I can see. I don't know
what Jody almost sounded like, it almost sounded like a subconscious or subliminal self-fulfilling prophecy, like how it almost seems like people have that, like they're driven towards a demise, even in religion with Revelation. The end of the world, is it something that's in the back of the head where it's an allowance because people are wanting it almost to accept it instead of fighting back against it? Is it being too I don't know, are we bowing our heads too much towards that type of thing?
So God gives us what we want because that's what we think we want. So if your thoughts are saying one thing, but it's not true, God's still giving you everything you want because that's how he works. He gives you
The
what
power
you
of the
want.
mind is suggestion.
Yeah, he works through your
Where you
desire
flow your
because we are
energies.
actually creatures of desire. We want things that we want. Like if I want a popsicle, I'm going to go over to the freezer. I'm going to get it.
Yeah,
if I don't have a popsicle, I'll go to the neighbor's house and stab him in the face and take his
so
popsicles.
that you can have theirs. So you can have theirs. Yes.
Where did that come from?
I'm just saying, we're animals.
This is it. So Ivan Van Veen, just below the comment that is currently highlighted, says the only thing that will get the entire world to cooperate is a giant asteroid and imminent impact.
She's gonna go take it apart.
And I'm not even sure that would unite everyone. It's that last bit that I'm absolutely convinced. I'm convinced it would not unite everyone, What it would do is it would allow those countries that feel they are strong to actually undertake their international relations strategies, determine who they can beat, and then there will be invasions in order to take power. And the whole of humanity has always been about who has got power. And that's what this is all about. This is all about America has got power, the EU has got power, the West is power, the
Can I just say
G7,
something?
and it's changing. And that's the point. It's the change. And people in power don't like it. They don't want to lose it.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yep.
It might take a while, and I feel like they've already been falling, but
Yeah.
not in a massive way.
I agree. It's on. That's
yeah. Go ahead.
it's on the route down. It's on the route down.
Route down.
Yeah, we are on the down. We're on the downward route as far
So
as
like
I
the
can tell.
pathway, like the pathway is leading down.
At the moment, that for me, but I've no idea where on that pathway, how close to the bottom we are before the shit hits the fan. Really hits the fan. See,
for a lot of people with a lot of money, it's going to be a building jump.
maybe.
Right? I mean, people get very, I guess, nervous when it comes to money, and some people can't handle it. It's just their whole lifestyle. It's the whole world.
Yeah. Well, that's the banking thing. This is right. This bank stuff to do with what's going to happen now. How many bankers are going to jump from high-rise buildings? I don't know, because the shit's going to hit the fan for them, and their whole life has been all about producing security, producing money, making sure that their family has got lots of money, and suddenly they've got no money and they're bankrupt and they feel worthless because that has been their whole life.
Wow.
Right.
They will jump. And that's
it's like the Titanic coming down. It's like the Titanic. You know, what it's precisely like that.
But there aren't any lifeboats.
Well, did the lifeboats really save them though?
Yeah, it saved quite a few.
Yeah, but there weren't enough. There weren't enough.
No, absolutely. But there aren't any lifeboats that I'm saying for this. This is going to encapsulate everybody. Eventually.
So Christ is our lifeboat. The scriptures say that he is our lifeboat.
If you wish to put it that way, yes.
Yeah. So the life in you is the life in me, and the life in everyone is that same one life that created everything, the source of everything.
And our mortal lives end.
You don't want it. Mortal means you die.
Exactly. Our mortal lives end. So
that's good.
I believe I believe in mortality. So when my mortal life ends, that is the end. Totally the end.
That's a good thing.
You believe in immortality. When your mortal life ends.
No, you don't know what I believe. You just assume you know what I believe.
All right. I'm not trying to have an argument. I'm just trying to differentiate.
I know, but I don't want you to tell me what I believe.
Okay, I apologize.
If I don't believe that.
All right, calm down. What I'm just saying is that people, Christians usually.
I am not a Christian. I am not a Christian.
Okay, people who believe in God often believe in an afterlife. And if you believe in an afterlife, that suggests something different from our mortal lives. So that's the only differentiation.
I believe when you die, you go back to where you came from before you were conceived, and you rest in peace with no existence whatsoever.
Is there an until?
When there is a resurrection, it's because God is going to bring everything back through Christ, which is our final destination.
What does that mean?
That means that God gets everything he wants just the way he wants it.
What does that mean for you?
That means God has family that's united in purpose.
What does that mean for you?
So that means that we each give each other meaning. We each give each other value.
But you're dead.
just like a family member, like your mother, your father.
I'm asking for some clarity on what
I'm
that
giving
means
it,
for
but
you.
you just
You're not.
don't want to listen.
You're not, because you said at the end times, or whatever the word was,
I
at
never
the
used end
resurrection.
times. I said
I-
at resurrection.
Right. So what does that mean for you?
That
You
means
were
God
listen, just listen to me to ask the question, yeah?
Yes.
Let me ask the question so you can answer it clearly. For what I want to know is, you have said you lived your mortal life, you were out of existence, dead,
Right.
and you are then, when God brings the resurrection, what I want to know is, what impact is that personally for you personally? I'm not now asking about God. I'm not now asking about anything else. I'm asking about you and your existence stroke non-existence.
Okay. So you're probably not even going to like my answer, but I'm just going to give it to you anyway.
Well, as long as it's clear, rather than
so when I
fudging the
say
thing.
that God resurrects the dead to immortal life, it's the same power that raised Christ from the dead. It's the same
You
power.
didn't use those words. You never used those
motherfucker.
words.
I said,
Look,
listen.
Stop
I said the
obfuscating.
same
I want to know
power.
what happens to you.
I'm telling you, but you don't want to fucking listen.
Just be clear. Be quick about it.
I'm trying. Stop being so fucking impatient. When the whole of humanity is brought into this resurrection of the dead, we are then completely in life that cannot end. Like, it's a full circle.
So you become immortal.
No, I'm not finished. So the whole humanity, when God, in the beginning, when God was all alone and he started time, all of that came after that is the same that's coming back to him.
That makes
it's coming
sense.
through
I don't know what that
Christ.
means.
It's coming back whole. Everyone understands all the details of their lives because God was with them for every second of it. And you're going to understand all the bad shit had purpose so that you can understand the good shit. And the end is actually the beginning. So all of it meant something, but you couldn't understand it unless you lived it in your flesh suit. You had to.
You're just waffling. You're just waffling, Jody.
I am not waffling.
You are. You
okay,
are.
then go ahead. Call me a waffler.
My first question is, how do you know this?
No. Hold on, bro.
No?
Hold on.
Because I keep.
I want to
asking
know
God.
what
I keep
happens to
asking
you.
him.
Do you exist?
I want to know if there's cookies.
Jody, do you come
don't
out
have to
of
believe me.
Jody, in your
What?
view, do you come out of inexistence and become existent again, living immortally?
So do you even know what immortal means?
Forever and ever.
No, that's not what it means. That it
Amen.
means life without end.
Life without end is forever and ever.
No, it isn't.
Amen.
He just said,
Yes,
Jody,
it is.
It's the same thing, Jody.
Think about what you're saying.
Live
Forever
forever.
Life without
and
end.
ever.
Life without end is forever and ever. That
So
is
God-
what it is.
God is infinity. So infinity, like the 8 on the side.
Forever
That's a lazy
ending.
8.
Never ending. Never ever ending.
What's that got to do with you?
Because I'm part of humanity and so are you.
Humanity is about existence in our mortal lives. I want to know what happens after our mortal life.
God's purpose
Fucking
was
hell, you cannot answer a question clearly or concisely at all. I want to know, are you resurrected? Do you have an afterlife?
right now?
No, you motherfucker.
Oh, God.
You stole my life.
No, I mean, I am sick of this. Jody, you are totally fucking annihilating every single answer. You are
better give her yes and no
obfuscating everything.
questions, Harry.
You are refusing to answer. You are worse than Jill. At least Jill is clear.
So I have to explain myself.
Give her yes and no questions.
Have you ever heard of
she wouldn't give a
INFJ?
fucking yes
Have you
or no
ever
answer.
heard of INFJ?
INFJ? What the fuck?
Have you?
What are you talking about?
Have you ever heard of the personality trait?
Oh, personality trait.
Oh.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, there's lots of various different ones. I don't give a fuck about what your personality trait is. I want you to speak clearly.
You guys made me take that test last night.
So when I think of, I don't necessarily think of myself. I think of the whole. The whole, how does it benefit
I was
all
asking
of us?
you
Not
about
just
yourself.
me.
I was
Oh my
asking you about
God.
yourself.
I'm trying to get you to see why I think what I think and why.
I'm not interested in that. I wanted you to answer my fucking question. I was asking you very fucking specifically about yourself.
I'm trying to tell you, but you won't listen.
You're refusing to answer it. This is a typical fucking woman. No wonder I'm fucking single. No wonder the world's going to shit.
And she's blonde.
No, this is white
Gray.
hair, you guys.
Gray.
Stop dyeing my hair.
Yeah, it's gray.
No, this is, well, it is gray. I got a lot of gray in the back.
Do you have an afterlife in your concept? You have an afterlife with God, immortality with God. You are going to be resurrected. You will be alive again. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because I'm part of humanity. All of humanity will be. It won't just be.
I don't need you anything else. I just needed your
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted you to realize that
I don't
that's
care
my
about the rest of it.
perspective.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
your perspective. You want to label
So-
me a fucking Christian.
So well,
For God's
you've
sake.
talked
Happy
about Christ.
420.
You've talked about Christ.
Cheers,
You've
yes.
talked about God.
I'll smoke to that.
You have described Revelation. You have described everything that's in the Bible. You have described what a Christian is as that is what you are, but you refuse to use the word Christian.
See, there you go again.
Okay,
You're
that's
fucking
fine.
calling me a Christian.
Which
I
you
am
have
not a
described. That's
Christian.
exactly what you are. That's exactly what you
I
are.
am not a Christian.
It's exactly what you are. You've
See,
described.
heretic, this is
everything.
the latest movement. Don't you know? All these Christians don't want to say, no, I'm not the typical
I'm
Christian.
not a Christian.
They're
I'm not a
all
fucking
not the
Christian.
typical Christian now.
Fucking weak, really fucking weak, and unable to differentiate their own position from Christianity.
So,
While
in
using
my
the Bible.
position- in my position, you do absolutely nothing to be selected by God, where the Christian thinks they do something to be selected. God selects you as a part of humanity.
All you've got is an interpretation. You've just picked bits of the
Oh my
Bible
God.
out. You
So
picked
God is
stuff out
about
the
the
Bible.
whole of humanity, not just this one and that one. And this one wasn't quite good enough. And this one was Hitler. And this one was Mother Teresa.
So
God's
you
not like that. That's
Do you
man.
reject Scripture? Do you reject the Revelation? Do you reject Revelation then?
Are you talking about the book of Revelation?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
The book of Revelation is to the Jewish people. I am not Jewish.
Do you reject Revelation? Revelation is not the Jewish book, it's the Christian book. It's the 27th book of the Christian Bible. It's the last book of the Christian
So
Bible,
I'm not a
the New
Christian.
Testament.
So you
That's what I was asking.
Do you believe
Do
in
you
the death,
reject Revelation?
crucifixion, and resurrection of Christ?
Of course I do.
You're a Christian.
You're a Christian. Fine.
No.
Thank you very much.
There is a
No
huge
problem.
difference.
Thank you
I
very much.
deny, I know that Jesus was not the Son of God, or I'm sorry, that he was. Jesus is the Son of God, but he is not God the Father.
Okay. So you are not a Trinitarian.
No, and most
You're-
Christians
But he's still
are.
Christian.
Are you a Unitarian?
And I do
Or are
not
you a-
believe in free will, and Christians believe that they chose God.
Okay, so you've got a few little interpretations. Are you a Unitarian?
They believe when you die, you automatically go to heaven.
Are you a Unitarian?
Unitarian.
I think so, but I don't know.
Okay.
Do you
No, that's
believe?
fine.
Do you think that you have? Do you believe that you have to believe in Jesus in order to be saved?
No.
No, no. So he's
You
not.
do not
So
have
when
to
Jesus
believe.
says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," what did he mean?
So I believe that
Can I steal, man? Yeah, because you told me
belief is a
last night.
gift. Belief is a gift. It's nothing that comes out of us.
And Jesus is a thoroughfare or like a tunnel. He's the way.
He's the conduit.
Correct.
Through the
Conduit.
the love of
Conduit.
God's motivation is love.
Path back to the true light.
It's the U-bend in the toilet. Okay.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The true Father, the light.
So, Jody, let me ask: do you perceive Christians are Calvinists?
I believe they're the Antichrist.
Do you believe the people who call themselves Christians? Do you think all of them follow the Calvinist concept?
All right, to me, labels are just man's way of making a box for their thoughts.
It's not a label. They actually choose this term themselves on the basis of their interpretation of the Bible, and it's to do with
isn't
they
that
were
where they
chosen.
make the right choice and everybody else isn't?
No. It's where they were chosen by God, and they had nothing to do with it. It doesn't matter what they do; they will be saved. Full stop. Everyone else is fucked.
No, I believe that the whole of humanity.
I know that. I wasn't asking you that. I was asking you whether you think Christians are Calvinists.
All I see them as, I see them as confused.
Okay, because they use the book, the scriptures.
No, because they want.
Nice try, heretic.
They want to earn salvation. They don't want to see that God already made the way from the beginning before he rolled out the plan. So the plan was already completed in his mind.
Right. So the only difference.
Anthropomorphizing.
Right. Okay. So the only difference really between you and the Calvinists is the Calvinists believe they are a select group and you believe that it's all humanity.
So I don't believe that I did anything to be in this position.
Exactly what the Calvinists believe. Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know the rest of the Calvinism.
I just said it.
Rhetoric.
I'm sure there's a
lot more to it.
They believe they are a select group who will be raised up and resurrected. The rest of us, we're off to stay in either non-existence or go to hell. Okay?
Yeah.
Whereas
and I don't believe there is a hell.
Okay. Whereas
it's a restorative thing. It's for God to restore.
I'm comparing your position with the Calvinists. The Calvinists believe a select few will be raised. You believe everybody will be raised.
Right.
So there's no difference other than numbers. That's all.
Numbers?
Everybody's getting saved.
Everybody versus some.
Because that's how God operates. He doesn't make a creation and say, well, I'm going to leave this part of my creation for destruction. And this part is going to be for, it's like you making a baby and then a couple years later making another baby, but you have in mind that one of them baby is going to be dead. Like in your mind, it's going to be dead. Why the fuck would you do that?
So you don't believe in the day of judgment?
It's a restorative process. It's to get you to think right. So you think correctly, not like shit doctrine from tradition passed down through your family members.
Judgment is different. Judgment is judging somebody to make a decision on them. What I'm saying is you do not believe there is a day of judgment. You believe there is a day of atonement for everybody.
I believe the day of judgment is right now. So either you can understand that God judges everyone righteously through Christ, or you do not understand. If you can understand, you will understand. Like if you have the ears to hear what I'm saying, get what I'm saying.
But according to the scriptures, the day of judgment arises at the time of the resurrection.
It also says in the scriptures that today is the day of judgment.
Would you say, Jody, would I be still manning your position? And I know this is probably ignoring a lot of the nuance of what you believe, but would a universalist be a closer description to you than a Calvinist, do you think?
It's closer to a universalist, but I think of God as the universalist, not me, not anybody else. Nobody else can be the universalist. It's got to be God. God has to act alone, but he does it through us. We have to go through the shit. That's why I was asking you. You're only telling the shit side. You're not telling the other side. There is another side of the story. There's always another side of the story, no matter what you're talking about.
Which is kind of where we were in the other stream, and
Right.
for me, it kind of, I guess we got to, because I was saying, like, you're telling me these things, and I understand everything you're saying. Like, you know, I've pretty much at one point been a universalist myself. I get it all, but the question remains:
Just wait a
where are
minute.
you
I've never
getting
been a
this from?
universalist. I've never been a
Yeah,
universalist.
no, I understand, and that's why I tried to,
So I tried to
clarify
explain it
before that
earlier.
that's just the closest we can get, because yours doesn't exactly have a name.
It's called divine order.
And so my question still sort of stands. Do you have verses you can turn to that show these things that you believe, or is this something you've
So
come to through revelation?
so the fellow that introduced a bunch of us to this understanding 10 years ago, still on Facebook. He's got a Zoom link where you can join, and you can just sit under it and ask questions.
What's his name?
Actually, his name is well, the name of the ministry is called H.I.M. It stands for His Image Ministry. It's out of Gresham, Oregon, and he's a life coach. And he went through severe trauma as a child, and kind of had I don't even know what to call it. He had a journey that was really difficult for him, but he devoured the Bible, like read it from cover to cover like 6 times. The guy is like super smart. He was homeschooled out in the middle of nowhere in the mountains in Oregon, and really super nice guy. His name is George. And anyway, we would all meet up Monday through Friday for, I don't know, 4 or 5, 6 hours a day. And he would tell us what he learned from, I'm going to use this word lightly, devouring the Bible. He devoured it. And he realized that there's a divine order, that everything is divinely arranged. Like if you think about the planets and the stars and everything has a place, kind of like how you arrange your living room. And if somebody moves something to another side of the room, you immediately know it's out of place. With a divine order, nothing can be out of place. So the divine order is the way that God created everything and how he's bringing everything back through his son. And the son represents the whole of humanity. Anyway, there's an order, and everything comes down from the highest to the lowest, like a ranking of a military. And God is the Most High, who is he's the owner of everything. And the owner gets to decide everything. So he put Christ in charge. So it was done before the beginning. Christ was on the scene before the beginning. And God already saw him crucified, resurrected, saw all of humanity saved through him. and then he just rolled everything through time. He rested on the seventh day. Everything just rolled out through time. It's still been playing out. Things are still being created. And we are seeing God bring us to the end of all of it. Because at the end is actually the beginning. Everything comes full circle. Kind of like nature. How things like rot and they go back to the earth, and then the seeds sprout and everything comes back to life. It's like that. Did I lose you guys?
No, Heretic just asked you a question and dropped out, the rude prick.
Right.
I'll get him into that tomorrow. So I guess you were just addressing us. Is that Brojo, the dude with the scarf?
Where?
Scarf. That's
Who? What?
Your avatar.
That's cheese. That's cheese's crust.
Oh, it's so little on my phone.
I see it now.
It looks like Jesus with a scarf. Hang on, let me make you big.
No, yes, no.
So the way
That
I
is
see it
all.
is God made a plan, and the plan cannot be.
I just realized he has a Pillsbury in his hand.
What?
A beer. That's I just noticed blue ribbon. I'm getting a little.
That is a fucking big slice of pizza, Brojo.
It is.
I know. He gets the biggest piece.
Oh fuck! Now I can't get you off full screen.
So I think each one of us individually. I think each one of us individually have the truth, but we just are unaware of it.
So are you saying in a way that everybody gets there because eventually everybody will get there?
Yes, God is appointed.
That sounds like universalism.
So God has appointed a time for each of us to understand the message. And the message is all about peace, that God's at rest.
If he gives enough time, then what happens to the people that don't have the time when it ends? Are they like, are you bringing about something of like, I always forget the words always on the tip of my tongue. You know, you come back to life and you live your life over again until you get it right. Is that almost what you're saying?
No.
Then how would somebody correct themselves if they weren't corrected at death?
So it's your thoughts. Your thoughts get rearranged.
So if you're stripped of everything,
they get
okay, I see. That is universalism in a way. When you're stripped of everything that's in your mind and you're just there, then the confusion of the world is gone. So you are what you're supposed to be in a way, and everybody's accepted that way. So it's like all the troubles of the world are let go because of that. I heard that before.
The scriptures say that we are vessels. So like I have
too much allowance for me. It's got to be more rules, I think. Some people have to be shot down.
Different. No, listen. We are like this. You got a coffee pot to hold coffee. You got a bowl to hold whatever you want in here. You can smoke weed. You can smoke tobacco.
Right.
So each of us represent a different container.
Right.
That is something different in each of us.
We're vessels.
We all represent his purpose.
I just want to quickly address the chat for a second. Ivan Van Veen and then Brojo touched on the idea of why Christians aren't keen to die. And the way I usually put it, because I'm so tactful and all, is I say, why aren't you high-fiving each other when you get fucking cancer? Like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm going to see the big man.
Guess how God's calling me today.
Right. You know, I'm thinking about getting pregnant so I can murder my baby the day it's born so I can go straight to heaven.
Do you get extra points for giving souls up to the Lord?
Or why aren't more Christians rock climbing or scuba diving or jumping out of planes and
do you want their
response? At least
because they're actually lost. They don't recognize they're lost. They're the ones that are taking other people into the ditch because somebody took them into the ditch. So why can't I just pull people in the ditch with me?
Soul, all alone
their answer would be
like shit rolls down the hill. You know what I mean? The shitty shit rolls down the hill.
So, Jody, what's your
That's
view
why you
on
need dumb
other
people to bring you
religions?
back up. Sorry.
Jody, what's your view on people who have other beliefs?
That God's got them right where they have to be at that moment.
I mean, they may say they're believing, and that's their truth, like
Right.
Krishna, the Hindus.
I guess what Brojo's saying is, are they wrong?
No,
Yeah.
they're not wrong. So that is the
Okay.
wrong thinking, or that's not the correct thinking. So the good of evil, it was about right and wrong. So the good and evil tree in the garden when Eve ate from it was about the voice she heard in her mind. She was confused and scared. So out of that fear, she made a decision.
I'm sorry, Jody. I have to stop you though, because you say the other religions are not wrong, but the scriptures that you read say they are. I
For
am the
a
Lord your
time.
God. You shall not have any other gods before me. What do you do with stuff like that?
Okay, so for a time in your journey, you have to experience the shit of man's doctrine, the crap, in order to understand what real thinking, real logic looks like.
And partaking in the tree of knowledge gave them knowledge like who? And who were they made the image of?
God.
Yep. So
No, that's man.
right. So, you're calling it man's atrocities, but let's face it. Who made man, and whose image are we made in?
Yeah, God
And what type
wanted
of
us
God
to
is
believe
represented
good and
that
evil.
made this world is represented in this Bible, in this book that you read.
So God wanted us to believe we could be right, we could be wrong.
That's because he could be right and he could be wrong, because he's not even sure of himself, the creator of this world.
It's not like that.
But that's what it shows.
No, that's man trying to understand God. But God doesn't
It's
need
God
to be
erasing man
understood.
because
God
he didn't
doesn't
understand
need
his
to
own
be
creation
understood.
or didn't want to understand it.
To understand something means you stand under something. So we stand under God in that divine order. And it happens.
Well, if you stand under
mind.
something, you're just going to get shit on. You have to take a look at it from all around, you know. Sometimes
Yeah.
if you want to, you don't stand on the exhaust pipe and say, start the car if I want to smell if it runs fine.
Right.
I mean, you do in a way, but you also want to check everything else.
The people in the West, Jody, seem to have this idea of a God, just like you described, this judge, this ruler,
but the judgment is
this dictator,
completely
this
in your
one who,
favor.
excuse me, this one who has might has right. You know, there's other belief systems. It's not the case. It's more of like what you were saying more earlier, that God is part of like it's a cyclical thing. It's more of a God is everything. It's not, or it's not even a personal being to some. It's not
It's
a
a
judge.
judgment. It's in your
All right,
mind.
because we
It's
have
a
to remember that the
mind
Bible is
thing.
following an order of something that's coming out of Greek and Roman thought. I mean, this idea of judges and rulers
So
is all coming
everything
from that
you
idea.
do throughout your day is based on judgment. If you decide that you want something, you go for it. If you want to take a nap, sometimes you don't, because I drank too much coffee and I couldn't take a nap, but so God's judgment is always for us. It's not against us. Christianity says you can fuck it up. God says you can't fuck it up. So there's a huge difference between Christianity and God. They aren't even in the same category.
Where I'm struggling to get my head around what you're saying is you're saying you can't fuck it up, that someone in another religion is in where God wants them to be. But
for
then
a
in the
time,
same breath,
Sammy, for a time. Like when you grieve, like say your favorite dog
you addressed the thing I was getting at.
Okay,
So,
yeah. So maybe 20 years ago you lost your favorite dog. Over time, what happens with the memory of that dog?
it disappears. It gets less.
Yeah, that's what happens. So God uses time to heal everything. So that cliche that time
Still
heals
miss my
everything,
dog.
is God actually doing that through time?
Jody, what do you do with the first commandment?
So the first commandment is there is no other God before me.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So this is the way I see the first commandment, is that God is declaring that there is no other judgment but mine, meaning God's judgment, not mine, the personal.
I think it clearly says gods, not judgments.
So God means, if you look it up, the origins of God, the definition of God is judge.
I don't think so.
So what do you think it means? Because God is neither gender. We always call him he, but he's actually neither gender. There's other descriptions for God. Subjector, which means God subjects us to his will, whether we like it or not.
The origin of the word God is from an Old English word, Godon, a Proto-Germanic word.
Are you looking at the
But I know that when you look, you have differences of when you look up in the Bible, like in the beginning, God is Elohim, which is a plural form of God. And then you have forms of God. Then you have words like Lord being used. And so it can be interpreted many different ways.
So there's an actual divine
But
order.
when God
Everything
says, "You
is,
shall not have any other gods before me," He's speaking to the right. Isn't He not speaking to the Israelites and telling them not to worship these other gods from the surrounding nations?
right.
But you say these people are in the right place. These people who are worshiping these other gods are in no better or worse place than you are worshiping the God of the Bible.
So in
Do I have that correct?
in the grand scheme of time, they are right where they needed to be so God could teach them. But they were unteachable. They were stubborn. They still are stubborn. They don't even believe that Christ died for them. They're still waiting on the Messiah.
Okay, so now, Jody, do you understand now? Now you are saying that Jesus is the only way to understand God. You're saying that now.
I don't refer to him as Jesus in the resurrected sense. I refer to him as Christ because he's
But
no
you
longer
understand him
in
to
the
be the
flesh.
only way to understand God, because everyone else is like doesn't have it right. Correct?
So, yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, because you said something different earlier. I just want you to understand that.
So I look at it like that Christ is the channel by which all humanity is brought back to God. So
Why?
his death
Why?
was the death of every.
Why?
So his death was the death of humanity.
Why?
Because he became a curse from sin. He took the whole of humanity's sin on his body.
Why did he have to do that? For thousands of years, Yahweh was forgiving people for just simply sacrificing an animal. He was forgiving sins. Why would he have to torture his own son to do that?
Because the scriptures say that the heart of man is wicked, and in order for God to have us at our worst, we had to see the wickedness, but we blamed it on God. We didn't blame it on ourselves. We didn't see the depravity of our hearts. We only see it that God is letting this happen to us. That we're just basically pointing our finger in God's face. Like, why did you do this to us? Why did we even exist? We're not seeing it from God's point of view. We're seeing it us looking at God. We're not seeing it from the highest to the lowest, and then lower, and then lower. We're just seeing it that God like subjected us to the worst. We're not seeing
And
that
this
the
is
worst is
so a
the
loving
bottom.
God. Is this a loving, all loving God?
His whole motivation is love.
Is he an all loving God?
Yes.
But he subjected humans to the worst.
So that we can understand.
Oh, so Jody, would you subject your children to the worst with the
Okay.
motivation of love, so that they would fully understand?
So can I explain something? When you are a child, I'm talking like a year and a half old. And as an example, say there's a wood stove and it's burning hot, and you put a gate around it.
Mm-hmm.
But this kid decides they're gonna move the fucking gate and touch the fucking wood stove.
No, you can smack his hand and make sure he don't move the gate.
It happened in a split second. She literally ripped open the gate and put her hand right on there.
Okay.
And her hand swelled up and filled with water, and it was disgusting.
So why didn't? Okay.
So she's petrified of that wood stove now.
Okay.
Over time, she may not recover from that. I don't know.
And okay, why would you put the gate up?
To keep her from getting burnt.
Why?
Because I knew.
Right, because you didn't want her to do it in the first place. But you're telling me God doesn't have a gate.
Control.
God didn't put it. No, but Jody, you're telling me. But Jody, you're telling me God purposely didn't put the gate there. Go ahead, go have at it at the stove. Because I want to, expose you to the worst, so that you may fully know my love.
Listen.
That's what you're telling me.
Throw that baby into the stove.
Am I getting it wrong here? I don't know.
What?
I don't know if I'm getting it wrong, because it seems like it seems like you as a parent is more loving than this God.
So God put the tree where Eve could look at it and admire it and desire it. And she fucking took what she wanted.
All women take what they want. It's a weakness of women.
No, actually, she was convinced by a talking snake to take it.
All women are convinced by talking snakes. It's their weakness.
The talking snake was in her
Trouser
mind.
snakes.
Yeah. She was thinking about that snake.
Jody, I was a Christian for 30 plus years, so I'm very well aware of major doctrines. So Sammy here, he was a Jehovah's Witness, so he has that angle. So I mean, we're very well aware of things that are said in the Bible.
Yeah.
Now the question is, how do you come to know that's true or not? What makes you think that anything that's read in the Bible is true?
You didn't listen. I sat under a ministry.
You sat on the ministry doesn't mean nothing.
I'm not sure what that means.
Jody, that doesn't mean nothing. You know how many people have read the Bible back and forth and have come up with a different interpretation than this ministry?
Better.
Do you understand that?
I should have explained better.
Okay.
When we met for these, few hours a day, he had everything written out on, so he could put it up on the screen and everybody could view it from. There were people in Australia. They're everywhere, just like now. Mm-hmm. But there was YouTube, but I wasn't doing YouTube.
I know the little projectors. I got you.
Yeah. And anyway, we would all meet and we would talk about our issues, the things that were eating us, the things that we struggled from since we were young. At the time, I couldn't do that. This was 10 years ago. I couldn't talk about the things that happened to me. And so I would stay in the side chat and I would speak from what I understood at that moment. But so a thing about coming to this meeting was to learn, but you also had to bring something to the table. It's like having a gathering where you're going to have a cookout. You got to bring your own booze. You got to bring your own plate to pass. Bring your silverware. You have to bring something to the table.
I'm sorry, Jody. I just wish you kind of get to the point of why do you believe these things in the Bible to be true?
Okay, so all of it was scriptural. Everything was verified with 2 to 3 witnesses scripturally.
So you
Everything.
believe the things in the Bible to be true because it says so in the Bible.
Okay, so you have to read through a lens that you have to understand who Apostle Paul is versus Peter.
I never like to tell a woman to stop beating around the bush, but
Okay, I'm sorry. You know what? You
Jody's
guys need to
just
change
joking.
the damn subject. Somebody else needs to talk.
I love talking about this stuff.
I know.
Like I said, I have had this back. I have that background, and for me, now I know you say you don't believe like in this literal hell. For me, the background where most Christians do come from is that Jesus came to save you from a judgment and a judgment of eternal damnation or a hell, however you
That's not
interpreted
what he
that.
came for.
Uh,
He came to reveal the Father, that your life is meaningful because
but do I need Jesus
because of
to?
Christ. Your
Do I
life
need?
means something because of Christ.
Okay. I understand the symbolization that Jesus offers, the metaphor of this dying and rising. It's this cyclical thing. This is why we have seasons, and
Right.
and I can understand that if you want to use that as a metaphor, use Jesus as that. I mean, have at it. But as far as him, a person literally dying and rising from the dead, and perform and all these sorts of miracles that are claimed in the Bible, I just they're just stories. They didn't happen. We have no evidence outside the Bible that these things actually happen.
So I think it's symbolic, a lot of what you're reading. And you make it say what you think it should say instead of reading it through that God has your best interest at heart, that everything has meaning because God wanted it to have meaning. He didn't want it to be a shithole.
Jody, do you not see a problem when you say you make it believe whatever you make it
When
say
I
whatever
say
you want
you,
to
I mean
say? Don't do you
everyone.
not see a problem with that?
When I say you, I mean everyone.
Right. Everyone you make it say what you wanted to say, Jody. You read the
Right.
Bible, you make it to say John, Joe, you read the Bible and make it say what you want to say. You don't see a problem with that?
So because whatever you hold on to that means something to you is what is considered value. If you appreciate something, it will be nurtured. Kind of like if I grow a pot plant, I'm going to fertilize it. I'm going to water it. I'm going to trim it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to shelter it from the wind.
Right.
I'm going to make sure there's something in case
I
the sun
gotcha.
gets too hot. Well, that's what God provides that for us, but we don't recognize it.
But you seem to think that it's only in the Bible. Every other
Well, okay. You have a truth in you. Everyone else has that same truth. But not all of it is the truth. Just
what
parts
is
of it
truth,
is.
Jody? What is truth to you? Can you define truth?
Truth means that you came out of God. That everything came out of God. Everything goes back to God.
No. How do you decide that something is true or false? How do
I
you
just
come?
told you.
No. Well, I mean, if I tell you 2 + 2 is 5, you're not going to tell me, oh, God's going to tell you that 2
So
+ 2
there's
is 5.
only one God, just
Or
like
maybe
the
that's a
first
bad
commandment.
example, man. That might be a bad example.
There's only one God, and God is responsible for everything. So that commandment is the reason why it's a commandment is because God wants you to know that the only source of your thoughts are Him. So the things you think are because He wanted you to think what you thought so that you could eventually understand the truth over
How do you know
time.
I'm not trying to explain truth to you now? I'm not God. I'm explaining to you God.
So God
How
to
do
me
you
is a
how do you know?
judgment.
You have a boyfriend, right? You said you had a boyfriend.
I do.
Does he love you?
Yes.
How do you know that? How do you know that to be true? That he
Did
loves
he
you?
buy you a motorcycle?
He saved
How do
me
you
from.
know?
Are you gonna let me listen, or let me talk, or both?
What?
My boyfriend saved me from my dead marriage.
What does that mean?
So the last time we had anything to do with each other was in 1980.
Right.
Yeah, 1980. I was 14 and he was 15, and we broke up because he was living in Wyoming and I moved back to New York. I was just a kid. And he got married for 30 some years, got a divorce. He's been on his own for 5 years. I got married. We haven't seen each other since 1980. We haven't talked, nothing. And then
So
back in
what other ways does
November,
it show
he
you that he loves
messaged
you?
me. He
What other way?
messaged me and didn't leave me alone. To the point where I ended up messing around on my husband, and I ended up leaving my marriage.
That's lust. That's a cardinal sin.
Yes,
Oh, that's a sin.
You're
Now that's-
married to at the time? Oh no, you broke into the vows?
I did.
And this is of God?
Yeah.
You're saying this is from God?
And you're smiling?
I am.
Oh my goodness.
So
I don't get that, Jody. I don't know.
So my
Yeah,
husband and I
so-
were intimate. We were more like brother, sister, best friends.
That makes it worse.
Kinky. Just lying to yourself the whole time. That's not good.
I know. We tell ourselves these stories, you know, that don't really make sense.
So, Jody, now, how do you know this is true? You started a relationship with an old flame from high school.
No, it wasn't high school.
In an adult in God's way, in God's eyes, an adulterous relationship. I mean, and now you're saying this is love. This is true. I mean, I don't
So
understand that.
I
How
was
does that
14 and I didn't even know what God meant. I was not raised around any religion.
I understand dead marriages, that's for sure.
So
Amen, brother.
I had no understanding of what God meant until I was 16 and I became a born again believing Christian soldier. And I was one of those that had to walk around in the halls between classes with my Bible in my hand.
What is true?
We call them hard to get.
Yeah, I think I was keeping myself protected with the Bible. I actually held it like in my arms like this, and everybody knew it was the Bible.
Jody, what if I told you I have a cat? Would you believe me?
I mean,
Do
I
you have
don't
any
have
reason
any reason
not to believe me?
believe it. Yeah.
Do you have any reason to not believe I have a cat?
No.
What if I told you, Jody, I have a fire-breathing dragon, a little fire-breathing dragon in my garage?
I would say I would like to see it.
Why? Why wouldn't you take my word for it?
Because, okay, God is invisible. His spirit is like the wind. You don't know where it's going. The
Well,
wind
I'm
just
not talking about
blows
God. I'm
wherever the
talking about
fuck
my
it
dragon. I'm not talking about God right now. I'm talking about the dragon.
wants. Oh. Okay.
But I'm glad. I'm glad you know where I'm going.
Yeah, I've been going there since 1982, dude.
So
I swallowed all that crap like hook, line, and sinker.
Can I just offer what I think it was for me the weakest part of your not argument, but whatever you want to call it,
Understanding
was, and it didn't trigger me when you said it. I find you're a very calm person, and while I don't really hold to those types of beliefs, I don't have any issue with it or you having them. It was when you said You just don't understand the mind of God. Do you know every Christian I've ever spoken to? I've got them to that point. That's where the argument ends. When they say, you just don't understand the mind of God, the conversation's over. Because that implies, one, you do. Two, that you know I don't. Even though you've not said that, that's all implied. It's implicit. It has to be. Or else I would be right, would I not?
Good point.
I guess I don't completely follow.
So
I think our definition of God is different. When I think of God, I think of a happy God, that everything is going just the way he wants it to go in time, from a perspective of somebody who doesn't get that. I think that God is different, completely different than the real God. The real God has got everything right as it should be. Like nothing is out of place.
Yeah, I that's what I mean. I fully get that. At the moment, I'm going down Gnosticism paths and things, right? Not to be.
I don't even know what Gnosticism is.
But so I get all this, and so all of the rhetoric is kind of falling on dead ears with us older Christians, because we've been having these discussions and hearing the exact argument. You don't really have a unique view. It's unique to you. You might have some nuances, but, and I don't want to sound dismissive, but it is essentially a type of universalism. And I have no trouble understanding how that works and how he is a happy God and everything is as it should be. I get all that.
Like it
I
is
don't
what it
agree
is.
with
You
it,
notice
right?
that phrase is really popular. It is what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly my perspective. My perception.
What I saw was that you make an argument, you respond to it, we then respond to that response, and you respond, and we go down and down and down, and it stops at you just don't understand the mind of God.
Because
so
that's what the scriptures
that
say.
becomes the
Nobody
foundation.
understands. That's what the scriptures say.
So then we've just gone from the foundation is that we just don't understand God to now the Bible says. And that's cool. That's your foundation. I can't
it's
just
hard
go,
for me
okay,
to
Bible.
express everything in like, it's hard for, it's
Yeah,
kind of like eating an
absolutely.
elephant. You have to do it in little pieces. It's not like, oh, in
Yeah,
5 minutes
I
I'm going
know
to
what
give
you
you
mean,
the.
but
Plus, you got to
see
remember,
that
I have
statement to
anxiety
me.
disorder when it comes to speaking in public.
Well, no, you haven't failed in any way. That's the point. You have done excellently. I understand your position. What I'm trying to get across is it's not about the detail of the position. It's about take all the details away. What factor can you show me in this world to get me to your position? Not explain it all to me. I understand it. I don't believe
What,
it.
you want me to
What
like
can you show? Verses in the Bible?
So that's
Like,
where George came
what
from.
are you based in? What's your foundation based in? Is what I'm trying to get at.
So George was like a mentor, and he had everything.
So I have to meet George. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Because I'm looking up this ministry. It's not. Is it Brad Spencer?
No, it's George Maitland out of Gresham, Oregon. It's called
Oh,
His
okay.
Image
This is a different
Ministry.
hymn ministry. Okay.
And what's the denominator? Like, are they sort of New Age, universal type?
Okay, so His Image Ministry is that each of us are ministering to one another in his image. So everyone is made in his image. So God is with you like he's never left you. But you're becoming aware of that and awakening to that understanding. And when you are, you're ministering that truth that you are also growing in. And I was under this ministry for maybe 3 years. And then I slammed the door on all of it. I walked away and I kind of just went my own way. I've done that my whole life, not just that. So when I did that, I went under Martin Zender, who also teaches the same thing as George, but in a different way. It was all Apostle Paul. It was the evangel of peace, that God is at peace with all mankind through the death of his son, the complete death or the complete work of Christ, and that everyone will come into that understanding eventually. Some, like a few are called now, some will be called later, and the rest will be all called at the resurrection of the dead.
I think what Sammy's trying to ask is that what convinced you that this is true, and how would you convince him that it's true?
I mean, I probably put like 30 hours a week in for 3 years. And it was
So
all
that you're saying
scriptural.
there's no real hard and fast answer. I think you tried to say that before. It was
It's
like
individual. Yeah, it's individual. Because after a while, I couldn't deal with it anymore. Because I had so much trauma from my childhood. And the free will part really bothered me. That God would subject me to that horror. And that the whole time he wanted that to happen. And it pissed me off. So I slammed the door on God. This is what I did my entire life.
was there a main whether you want to call it doctrine, faith, belief, principle,
that you are made
really
in his image. That you are made in God's image.
That was the most powerful thing for you?
That God is at peace with all mankind through his son, and that we are the son. The whole of humanity represents the son. And everything revolves around the sun. Everything.
So I guess, right, whether it's we're jaded or we've just thought about this shit for too long, maybe, but
so Christianity
my brain can condense everything you just said down to one sentence. And I know you, if you're honest to yourself, you can't put it in one sentence because you're dismissing too much.
Right.
But what it comes down to is a man told you, and then another man told you.
Yeah.
So I told you this man suffered like great trauma. This man that I sat under, he's by profession, he's a life coach for big corporations. This guy is not dumb. But my brain hurt when I listened to him because this man was speaking profound things. But I knew he was speaking the truth.
So I guess it then came down to personal revelation.
It does. It's individual.
And there are those of us out there who have been there, done that, done it again. To me, especially, I won't speak for Brojo, but you've given us nothing new, nothing of substance, and this is an attack.
Yeah,
this is if anything, this is just my
3 years 30 hours a week.
Well, this is one of the problems you have when you're only pertaining to one book, like what's inside the, like, let's say the King James version of the Bible, because only certain parts of the text are taken from there. Where if you were to look at, like, you're talking about what's a Gnostic, or somebody who looks and seeks knowledge and wants to understand, where they find the other texts that say the same thing, but also include, if anybody asks for any money, they are a false prophet. If anybody pass a basket, they are a false prophet.
Yeah, he wasn't like that.
So this guy's doing it for a corporation. Is he getting paid for this? Why does this corporation have this speaker come in there? No. Wait a second. Because they want more money. They want more sales from their salesmen. That's why they have these people come in there. So if whatever they spew out there is just for the corporation, just to boost the sales of that. So it's all for profit. So ill-gotten gains are still ill-gotten gains, and those are false profits.
He was self-employed. They came to him to be coached. Like a contractor, that does a drywall job.
Yeah, I know business. I understand. That's what I'm saying. Business is business. It's about money. It's about the dollar.
He didn't work for a
gotta be in it to
corporation.
win
He
it.
worked for himself. He was his own business. You get the difference, right?
So when I do a job and somebody comes to me and they say, "Hey, you do pretty good work. I want you to build me this, or I want you to do this," and I say, "Oh, can I make an agreement for a contract for money on there?" That's business. Money exchange for services is business.
So his business is promoting that God is at peace with all mankind. That's his business. And when we sit under that and we understand it, we are standing under that truth. So that truth becomes our understanding. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but you're still writing on the business line here. You're still writing on money. You're still writing on a profession. He's not going around
so when
spewing this for
Jesus read
free.
in the synagogue, he said, "I'm about my Father's business." He was trying to get them to understand that he came that they might understand who the Father was, but they didn't get it. They were expecting.
Wait, are you talking about Jesus here?
When Jesus was reading in the synagogue when he was just a boy.
Did he ask for money?
No, he was reading about himself, and he shut the book and continued to tell about himself word for word. And they couldn't believe that he could understand, let alone memorize all of that, because they had spent their entire lives trying to understand God and trying to memorize the Torah. And here this kid walks in and tells them everything it's saying without looking at the words.
So
it's common sense.
Can I ask the question, how could a person who, whatever, let's give it any reason you want, trauma, hard heart, I'm an asshole, whatever the reason is, right? My brain is incapable of accepting the word of a man as evidence for something as big as God, right?
Okay, I can tell you why it happened.
Well, and just to, I guess I'll just quickly finish that point then.
Or how it happened.
And like you said, you had that little bit of added personal revelation as well. Because I've been with, I don't know, when you were listening to this guy, you knew it was the truth. You said, that what happens to the people that doesn't work for? That's not enough for me. Like, I'm not judging you on your belief or the fact that was
And
enough
it's
for
okay
you.
if you
I
do.
respect it. Well, yeah, but I don't. I respect people's right to believe whatever the fuck they want.
Right.
But I'm saying, like, how do I find your God? Because all you've been able to give me so far, if I was an honest seeker going, where the hell is this God? I'd have to go to this church and meet this dude that you met and hope that I somehow had the same personal revelation. Do you see why all of a sudden this whole big thing about it all fits together? And how right here at the start it falls apart.
So these pieces that make the whole, when I say pieces, I mean each of us individually have a piece of the truth. Your truth is different than my truth, but we both share something in common. We both share the life of God, because there's really only one life.
So my fire-breathing dragon does exist, because that's my truth.
If you want your fire-breathing dragon in your garage, you can have it.
Like, is he potty trained and are his poops hot?
But
you understand what I'm trying to say, Joe? How can my truth be your truth? How could that's a contradiction?
It sounds like
anything goes.
It is anything.
Yeah, anything
God will
goes.
let you believe whatever you want. He'll let you go your own way. And at some point, you're going to get to the end of your ego, which is actually pride, and you will fall flat on your face.
But and that
No,
point
that has
there,
not been the
well,
right?
case.
some say that your pride in your Christianity, in your
Yes.
ego, and that how you
Christianity
reflect
is
and
the
deflect
pride.
everything, knowing,
Christianity
saying
is
and knowing
the
that you
pride.
know what others don't know. That's very
Yeah.
egotistical of you, very vain, to think that you know
And we
everything and nobody else does.
So before I started entering into this Zoom meeting, I was headlong back into Christianity. I was like nonstop. I mean, I was playing the Bible on the fucking CD player 24/7, like weeks on end.
Mm-hmm.
So I was subliminally, is that a word?
Almost subliminally.
In my mind, I was thinking, the more I listen, the more I'm going to understand. That's how I thought. This is how my mind thinks. Okay. So the more, the better.
Yeah. But see, instantly, right? And this is what I was saying. My brain hears fake it till you make it. How do we take the same fucking concept and we are so polar? And yet there's apparently this one God.
God makes us each unique. We're each a piece of his masterpiece. The masterpiece is only one whole of humanity. It represents one body. One
Do you
complete
understand
whole.
the concept of if something is all of a thing? Oh, that's not a very good way to put it.
How about making a pot of chili?
You mean like all part of one thing?
Like
if
a
something
melting
shares
pot.
one.
It's the idea, right? And if I just say it in the simplest way, a lot of people's mind just doesn't get it. But infinity is exactly the same as nothing in every way, shape, and form. I know. If you want to talk about it for 5 minutes, I'll probably get you there. But
you say like
let's
no
just
meaning
say that
because it's just a
physics
continuance?
accept that, right? There's this idea that once something becomes everything, it's nothing. So if your God is okay with every single thing, what is your God?
So if you read 1 Corinthians 15 all the way to the end, it says that God will be all and in all.
So you're a pantheist.
So
sounds like you're right.
Everyone
Just have to accept the way it
God's
is.
family. We're all going to be joined together in a relationship where we are connected and that we're only thinking about each other and not our own needs. So we will put each other first and not last. We won't think like man sorts out God and thinks, well, we need to make a religion, then we need to make another religion, and on until we have like 200,000 versions of Christianity. You know, we won't need any of that because that will all be in the past. It'll be behind us. It'll be gone. We're only going to be living in the future.
So I can just not worry about it. I can ignore your religion. It doesn't matter. See how it
religion
now?
doesn't
It's
matter.
pointless.
It's
Don't need to
pointless.
read your Bible.
Then. Like,
Yeah, it's meaningless.
why
Like,
I
tell
don't
us
need
It's
about it?
Jesus.
meaningless. It's
I don't need
meaningless.
Jesus. I don't need Jesus.
Yes.
So
I don't need Jesus.
Now,
Jesus
can you
died.
see the problem logically? You have just said your God is meaningless.
So because the Son of God is the true meaning of life, and all of humanity is in that true meaning,
How do you know that?
everyone has
that's where the
meaning.
turnaround comes. When you think it's meaningless, they're going to use somebody's going to use you to make it meaningful
So
for
God
profit.
uses
Just
the
falling
law of
for it. The same
attraction.
tricks of
God uses the law of attraction. Like when Eve was in the garden and she wanted what was in that tree of good and evil, she desired it because it was beautiful to look at.
Anymore.
And it meant something to her. So she went ahead and took what she wanted. And then the man is like, I want it too.
Jody, can a God exist and the Bible be false?
Can what?
Can a God exist and say most of the Bible be false?
Can a God exist and most of the Bible be false? So I think it's your perception of God, how you define
I'm asking you yes
God.
or no. Do you think a God can exist and the Bible be false?
In my mind, yes, because I became an atheist on and off my entire life.
I'm not talking about atheism. I'm saying, can a God exist?
When, though? Right now?
Can a God exist and the Bible not be true?
Are you talking about right now, or are you talking about
Right
the
now,
end of
yeah.
all things?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the end?
No, now.
Okay, so right now, God is at
Right.
rest. He
Can a
hasn't done
God-
anything since the beginning. God hasn't performed one act since the beginning.
No, I'm asking you,
Could
can a God
your
exist right
God-
now, but the Bible be false?
So okay,
Just
so
like you say, the other texts don't have it
when
right.
you say false, do you mean like a false belief?
Not true.
Not reality.
Not reality. No miracles. The miracles didn't happen. There's no garden. There's no one rising from the dead. There's no
A dude didn't get put on the
Now,
cross
are
and
you
come back
asking
alive.
me, can you come to the truth without the scriptures? Is that
I'm
what you're
asking
asking
if
me?
can a God exist and the stories in the Bible be false?
I guess I'm going to say yes.
Thank you.
So you could get to the end and meet God, and he said,
You can't meet
that
God.
whole fucking Bible thing was a joke. What were you thinking? But your God could still exist, even if everything the Bible said was false. So nothing about your God is from the Bible. If it is, then you
Can I
need the
explain why I
Bible.
said yes?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't even know how to start that. So like your idea of like
Not
food
my
that
idea.
well,
Why
your
did
idea
you
of
say
like
yes?
the food that you prefer to eat, like maybe it's Mexican, Chinese, American. I don't know what Australian food is, but you
We
have
don't
your
have
own
any.
idea of what you prefer, right?
Yep.
So you probably have an order of like what you normally would order.
So God's like a buffet.
So in God's mind,
And that's okay.
everybody has a perception of how they view God. But in God's mind, he views everyone already completed in Christ. So when you
See, right
think
there.
of
Wait, stop right there, Jody. Right
I
there,
gotta
because
get a
you had
drink.
to add the
I
little
gotta
in
get a
Christ
drink.
thing. You had to add the little in Christ thing. That's where you lose me.
I know.
God's got it all, from his perspective, everybody's okay in Christ. And that's where you get me. That's where and that's where it comes down to the book. Every Christian wants to say, Look, hear me out. Hear me out. God, the Christians want to say, and the scriptures say, my ways are above your ways. My thoughts are above your ways. You cannot possibly understand what the hell I'm doing. I work in mysterious ways. Yet they confine the character of God within the book, a box. The Bible is your God box. And that's why I'm trying to get you to step out of that God box.
Okay,
That's
so you
why
know
I
how
asked
you
you.
just
That's why
spoke
I asked
all
you,
that to
can
me?
God exist outside of your book?
So listen,
You
when
understand
you
what I'm
just
saying?
said
Do you
your
understand?
perspective, when you just gave me your perception, your perspective, I know they're different. When you gave that to me, I look at the scriptures as words that contain perception. But you are going to read it differently than I'm going to read it. I'm going to read it the way I'm going to read it, and the way you're going to read it is the way you are going to read it.
Okay, you just said the same thing twice.
Okay.
We're on the road to nowhere.
In other
Come
words,
on
it is what it
inside.
is. Your perception is what it is. My perception is what it is. Each of us currently have our own perception.
Universalist.
And it's constantly being sharpened. Either
And everyone wants to think they have it right.
Right.
That's the thing about humans. We love security. We love certainty. Don't upset the apple cart. All right. Because I want consistency. Right. Right. That's what we like.
Yeah.
And we like to think we have some level of truth that gives us security.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when someone says, "Oh, but you have to read it this way," I have my perception, right? But then you're telling everyone else
you do not have to do anything.
No, but you're telling me, Jody, earlier, Jesus is the conduit. He's the way, just like the book says, right? It's like you tell me he is the way, but you don't need Jesus. So this becomes like me, like Sammy says, the idea becomes meaningless.
I'm going to tell you why. Because God is the one that reveals his son to us. And when you hear the truth, it begins to set you free. But at the same time, your ego is screaming like a fucking bitch in your head and telling you that that's a flat out lie. But in reality, you do know it's true.
Well, Christianity is telling you a flat out lie by conflicting and confusing what Jesus is and what the God of this world is by trying to combine them together to keep this beast going. You're just feeding the beast.
Yeah.
And to on top of that, I'm going to add to that. It's like I left Christianity. All right, though you might think my perception of whatever Christianity was different. All right, but was pretty mainstream. But when I left Christianity, all right, I felt the whole burden was lifted from me. I felt more free leaving Christianity.
Me too.
And I'm able to be more open to other ideas of what the divine is.
But in some ways, I think I inwardly was ashamed that I couldn't get it together with God. Kind of like my husband, like I couldn't get it together with my husband. The marriage was dead for 10
with your
years.
emotions.
This is something I've never got about anyone's God, right? How the fuck is this almightily divine thing so concerned about this supposedly broken little fucking creature on this planet? Why are you ashamed? What kind of God, this happy God, but you're ashamed and guilty?
So
that's not a happy God. Or did you not understand your own God?
I didn't understand God. I was really confused. And that's when I suffered a lot of depression, anxiety. I mean, I still.
So in your view, there should be no guilt. There should be no,
So there's
we owe nothing to God. Would you say that?
Christianity so comforting?
No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite, Sammy. When I understood that I didn't
We owe everything to God.
So when I understood that I didn't have a will, and God's will was the only will, I mean, it took a lot of years. Okay, it did. It was miserable. I'm not gonna lie. because I was all alone. I left that ministry, the His Image ministry. I left it. And I was just on my own, and I was sitting under Martin Thunder's teaching. And by the way, that's where Ace Theo was also. And a bunch of us that are in
I
Ace.
found the website here. Is this him? Because it's like this website gives us nothing.
So you got to look on Facebook. Are you
Easy one for you. Does sin exist?
Sin means that you made a mistake. Like my granddaughter touched the fucking coal stove and it was burning red hot.
So, see, now we have a word and a concept for a mistake. So, you were saying mistakes exist, sin doesn't.
Right.
Sin is a sin against a deity, your spiritual deity.
So God keeps no record of wrong. That means that he doesn't see your sin. He sees you as the son. Like he sees all of humanity as the son. But
so there's no
you
sin.
are
Really.
gifted. Until you are gifted that, you will sit in your sin and you will fester like an infection.
Which I get that, but what you and all the other people that say that are doing is just saying imaginary words that you don't even believe in. You should be saying, we will fall short. That's what you're trying to say.
No. I wasn't mad at my granddaughter for touching the coal stove. I just recognized.
No. I mean, of God. We will fall short of God.
So, because of the dogma of Christianity, we have redefined what sin actually means. It's not even the same word. Sin means to make a mistake. My granddaughter touched that stove. Even though I tried to figure out a way that she wouldn't touch it, she went ahead and did it anyway.
I understand that you're saying sin is a mistake, but I mean, we can look the definition up if you want. Or are you saying you understand that, but you have a different definition of sin? And if that's what you're saying,
the root word of sin is to miss the mark, and
exactly, fall short.
Yes, my granddaughter didn't have the understanding to know that the stove was hot. She opened that gate and put her hand right on the side of it.
And
it
this
was
is my point, right?
A fucking 1,000 degrees.
Guess what?
A year and a half.
Your daughter did not make a mistake. Because to make the mistake implies she had some sort of agency in it. That little kid doesn't know it's going to burn.
You are making
that's not a mistake.
So that's what ignorance is.
I know. I'm being a bit pedantic.
So Eve didn't understand when she ate from the tree of good and evil. She
didn't sin.
She what?
She didn't sin. She made a mistake.
To think that
you can't make a mistake. If you do, you're sinning.
All right, her reaction to eating from the
God
tree
has
that
it all under
God
control,
told
right?
her not to eat from, her reaction was to be afraid. She hid herself from God. And Adam did the same thing. They did it together. They hid from God. And when God said,
so when they disobeyed God,
God said, "Where are you?"
Which God?
Meaning, why are you thinking that you are alone?
Creator God.
They got scared. They thought God was angry with them. But God was never angry. They misunderstood God. And since that time, we've been doing that. And we've been making babies and making babies and making babies. And all these babies are confused.
Who's telling the truth in the
that.
garden, Jody?
And
Pardon?
I understand. I think I see how your mind works. You sort of end up just explaining the story and not answering the question.
Yeah.
The question.
Because it's about perception.
Yeah, that's fine. What I want you to say the words, right? While everyone else accepts that sin is a specific thing, I hold a completely different definition. Say that, and I will hold your definition, and that's the one we'll use moving forward. But we can't,
But
because
it's not that
to
easy.
me, sin is definable. I can look it up in the Bible. I can look it up in the dictionary. I can ask another person.
But unless you dig deep into what that actual meaning is, it's
Yeah,
pointless. It
says
doesn't
What
have a
makes you
Jody.
meaning.
think? What makes you
Right?
think you dug deep enough?
So the reason why is because when you perceive the truth, you actually receive a peace about you that,
Special knowledge.
no, I said a peace.
Just comes down to
Peace.
special revelation.
When you have a peace, you understand that things are working for the good, that the world isn't falling to pieces, that the sky isn't fucking falling, that no one's coming to get me, that I mean, I'm not saying that man's government isn't fucking us over, but you recognize that God has a plan and that nothing is out of place, that everything's working just as it should be, and
Excuses,
rest.
universal
You can rest
excuses.
from man's fucked up theologies. You can rest from thinking that you can fuck it up yourself, because it was never yours to begin with. That God is controlling everything.
This is universal.
So I
allowance
just want
for
to.
for, sorry.
No, you're up, PJ. Finish your point.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying. It just
I gotta get a
sounds
drink. I
like
gotta get a drink, you
typical.
guys.
Get a drink.
Oh God.
It just sounds like, I don't know, typical. It's just excuses of just fitting my religion to fit my life's narrative to get to what I want to go, and I'll make it happen. Yeah.
Whoa.
And the big softy in me keeps going like, don't attack, don't attack. We're not attacking a person.
I don't want to attack.
It's hard, I know.
Because
I just hope Jody.
I'm sure I could find commonality in like some of the things you believe.
Right.
Can you hear us, Jody? Or just put your earphones in.
I'm back.
Hey, Halsey.
While you were gone, I was just saying, I hope that you understand and don't feel as though we're attacking you. And I want to commend you for facing the lions. You've not
Did you
run
see
away.
that comment right
You
there?
haven't.
Look at that comment.
If there's no will but God's will, there can be no sin.
Yes.
So that means the
thank
Bible
you.
is wrong.
You agree with me. Sin does not exist.
Yeah,
See,
because
we can.
all this
then
sin
humans
is
are
a
not
mistake.
responsible for any
No,
decisions that
see?
they've ever made.
Look, I'll try and put in one sentence for you and see if you can see how this is completely illogical. Sin does not exist, but mistakes are sin.
No. You just said that with
Now, okay,
Christianity
you don't agree,
mindset.
but that is what you just said. So
No.
that's why.
Oh my
Well,
God.
can anyone
To
else
be fair,
back
she
me
said
up? Is that what
sins.
she
She said sins are mistakes, not
Yeah,
mistakes.
like everybody's human. They make mistakes.
Yeah, but they
Accidents
don't exist.
happen.
Remember, that was the first part.
Accidents
But let
happen.
me.
Accident.
Could I
Yeah,
jump
but
in?
they're not sin.
No,
Please,
they're mistakes.
all I want to know is
Stanley,
where
they're
do you?
mistakes.
That's fine, but stop saying they
Tammy,
are
maybe
sin.
the woman could reach the woman.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No,
Hit it,
it's
Halsey.
okay.
No.
I'm just wondering because I've heard several times the idea that there is no will but God's will. Period.
Right.
Like
But
that's
God lets us think we have a will. Okay.
But that doesn't matter. That
What do you
doesn't matter.
mean?
If God's just tricking us into thinking that we have will, but we still don't have will and it's still just God's will, then the bottom line is there's only God's will.
So, like, back to my granddaughter, I didn't want
Hold
her to
on.
touch the
I don't
stove.
want to hear anything more about specific acts that seem like sin. I just want you to say, do you hear an echo? Am I?
That's
keeping
Sammy on his phone.
Someone's just saying.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just didn't know where it's
All
coming
right.
from. Because it seems like if we're saying that there's only God's will. No matter if you want to follow that up by saying, but God just wants us to think we have our own will. That's like saying that, we think we're free, but we're actually just running around in this box that looks like reality, and we're just, someone's having like a laugh because we're just in this box, but we think that we're in reality, but we're just in this, the bottom line is we're in the box. The bottom line is God's will is the only will that exists. So humans, if they don't have if they don't each individual have their own free will and it's all God's will, then no human can be responsible for anything they've ever done in all of history.
Okay,
no decision, hold on, no decision that has ever been made by a human was not, it was not human will, it was God's will. God did that, not humans. If humans have no free will, no way to really make decisions independently of God, God did it. God made every decision. Every murder, every rape, every good thing, every bad thing was God. Everything, all the way down the line.
Right.
But so you're agreeing with that. You're agreeing with that.
Yes. For a
Yes,
time,
that's what she's
we
been saying.
believe.
No, not for a time, not anything like that. It's a straight yes or no. It's either God did it all and humans had zero to do with it. There was no, it didn't matter if humans thought they were making mistakes or anything like that. It was all God all the time for all of time.
Mm.
I'm just asking you.
Yes, God is responsible for everything. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first thing I just wanted to kind of get out of the way. And I think the thing that they were kind of asking about before, when they were asking, can God be real and yet the Bible be false? I don't think they were asking about specific things in the Bible or maybe just a story here, a story there. They were saying, like, can the whole entire book be false? And meaning, like, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't depict any true story about God. It doesn't depict anything real about God. None of the stories matter. Jesus doesn't matter. None of the miracles, the stories, none of it matters, right? But there is a God. It's just nothing to do with the Bible. Maybe it's not even to do with anything that humans have ever conceived of already. Maybe no holy books or holy thoughts have ever gotten it right. And still God exists, but we still don't know what God is. We've still never seen or met or experienced God directly, but God exists. Is that a possibility?
That was a lot.
I know, but let's just keep it to the Bible. Let's just keep it to the Bible. Can we discard the Bible completely?
So all I
the
have
stories
to speak from is my own understanding. My perception is that you can get it wrong and think you have it right. I've done it my whole fucking life. I thought the scriptures were real, that they were right, but I had the wrong perception. I wasn't reading God right. Like, kind of like my husband. I thought he loved me, but at some point, he didn't really need me. And I needed to let him go, and he needed to let me go. So I pulled the rug out from under his feet. And at the same time, I fell on the floor and I left my marriage. Same way with God. At some point, you realize, okay, this isn't about me. The universe is about God. God created the fucking universe. It ain't about me.
So, can I ask, if let's do a little thought experiment. Let's say that not just the Bible was irrelevant, right? Let's say that everything the Bible that exists now was actually false. Does that change the God that you believe in? Does that mean, shit, I was wrong, I have to figure out who God actually was? Or does your God stay exactly No, answer this question. Does your God stay the same? Because when you said I stopped believing the Bible,
you're right.
Your God disappeared.
Right.
Thank you. That's the question Brojo was trying to say. So your God is dependent on the Bible, or the Bible is dependent on your God?
It's more of a revelation that God gets a hold of you for you to perceive how Christ died for all of humanity. It wasn't
Right,
just
but that's the
for,
Bible.
no,
That's the
it
Bible.
wasn't. It's the perception of the words on the pages.
But
Those
the pages
words,
are still needed.
the words are continued.
Hillary.
Like this is a coffee cup and this is a coffee cup, but they're not the same. One is a travel mug and one
And the
is
other
a
goes to
glass
hell.
cup. What?
Can I give a little bit of a metaphor, an analogy? Because I mean, when it comes to God, everything
Wait.
falls short anyway. But do you see my image? You're familiar with some of this image, I'm sure.
The prism?
Yes.
Or no?
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's something added. Well, now it's
The Elder Scrolls?
no.
Oh yeah.
No. Sammy's got the wrong one. Presented.
Yeah.
I can't
That's
see
the
that at
Pink Floyd
all.
prism. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. The Pink Floyd prism. Yeah.
So what about it?
Okay. So you know the image, right? It's a very popular image. Matter of fact, it's Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is 50 years old this year. Unbelievable, right? So what's laid on top of this, you can ignore it, but it's like Leonardo da Vinci, the image of man. And but what I'm trying to say is that when I'm saying can God be true and the Bible be false, I want you to imagine God as the white light that on the left side of the prism. That is a representation of God, white light, right? Now we perceive color through the spectrum, right? Because of our whatever perception we have and the way our eyes work and everything, we all have different perceptions, like we were talking about earlier, right? And how I see what goes on here with religion is like all those different color bands from the white light,
I like that.
right? And we're all fighting for that color. Oh, my color red is the right way. Color blue is the right way. If you don't know Jesus, which is the yellow light, then and that's what I see religion doing. It's a
Can I
limited
add
perception
something
of
to
the
your
white
prism?
light which is all that is God.
So can I add something to that whole prism thing?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of Corning, New York?
I'm sorry, what?
The place?
Yeah, have you ever heard of it?
Never. I'm in Australia. Bojo in that might have.
Corning, New York?
Yeah, they make Pyrex.
No, I'm not familiar with the town. No, I mean I'm
It's
from
just
New York, but not in
glassware.
Corning. No.
Yeah, they make cooking glassware.
Oh, Corningware, like Corningware.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did
Oh
like
yeah,
the space
okay.
shuttle.
I made in
They
Corning.
did
All
the
right,
space
gotcha. All
shuttle
right.
and all that.
All right, now I got the connection. All right.
And they make Gorilla Glass, okay? They also make prisms like what you have on the screen. And I was cleaning, that was my job. I was specialized cleaning in clean rooms where they make these prisms. And they have them on tables with air that blows through this table and up through the ceiling and down through the walls and up through the floor. And it's a constant movement of air. So I was cleaning the particles that nobody could see. They were invisible unless you turn on black light in a dark room. So these prisms they go into unmanned drones.
Yeah.
In the military. Anyway, I was talking to one of the head guys because we were in the lounge together having coffee, and I was talking to him about it, and I was at his office, and he had all these prisms on the window ledge, and he was trying to describe what they do there because I was very curious, and he gave me a couple of them, and I set them in my window in my morning room, and I would mess around with it, and I could get the rainbow to like flood the entire room.
Right.
And my grandchildren loved it, but it would only do it at a certain time of the day, and it had to be in a perfect position.
Yeah, you have to angle it right.
Yeah. And
that's what exactly what the triangle is. We all have a different. We're all looking at things at a different angle, our own perception, right?
Right.
So therefore, we only see a certain color or colors.
Yeah.
Right.
So I
What was
went into this. I'm sorry. What?
No, I was just gonna say I wanted to know the rest of your explanation.
About the prism?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I believe that we're all light and that we came from light. So when God said, let there be light, we are that light.
We are made of stars.
We're made of lots of elements of that's found in space and the universe, and we shouldn't be surprised about that.
Right.
Yeah. We are
Yeah,
light.
I mean,
you are the light of the world.
So when
We're
somebody
very-
passes, we say the light, or we think of like unplugging somebody, like their energy disappears. So when I think of light, I think of energy. I think of
What it is.
of meaning.
Everything is frequency and vibration.
Yes.
Oh, bro, Joe,
I'm
you
sure we're all
make me
familiar with
cringe.
the rainbow.
But it
as
is.
the real thing in the sky.
But-
you know.
Fundamentally, this no.
Did you say energy and vibration or frequency and vibration?
Frequency and vibration.
No, bro, Joe. Say
what the hell
energy,
is
and
frequency,
I'll let you get away with it.
Energy.
Not
Well, frequency and energy,
vibrations.
they're overlapping a bit, right?
Yes.
But yeah, I'll even accept vibrations. Frequency, dude, you got a hard sell there because the way you're using it is not what a
Is he doing it
frequency
in a
is.
woo-woo way?
I know how he's using it. How's he? I'm holding him to task. That
Frequency is just a
word
way of
frequency,
measuring.
man, that's a
Frequency is just a
woo
way of
word.
measuring the waves. It's just a way of measuring frequency.
Explain a spiritual frequency to me.
I never said anything about a spiritual frequency. That's
I kind of
Well,
think of
what
it like
are
if
you
we're
talking
on the
about?
same
AM
page
waves?
about
Like, what are you talking about?
I think he's talking about like light waves.
It's a measurement.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I understand now. You're
Photons.
sticking completely in the natural. Gotcha. Never mind me.
when you tune a radio?
I thought you were doing the energy equals frequency equals light equals love thing. And I was like, bro, Joe, really? You understand why I had to pull you up when I thought you were saying that, right?
You think, you're going out in woo-woo land a little bit?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's might be slight what some perceive as woo, maybe. But frequency, like you're on.
But is that what you're thinking, or are you just talking about
frequency? Is just a way of measuring the wave. Is a way
a
of
wave?
Waves. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Never mind. I thought I'd lost you, bro, Joe. I was seriously going to go and grieve you.
When I was cleaning those I couldn't touch the prisms. I could clean around them, but I wasn't allowed to touch the surface of the table because the contaminant was the people in the room. Even though they were double gloved, they had the double bonnet on, whatever you called it. I don't remember. Double booted. Everything was double because your skin is constantly sloughing off, and those particles would destroy the prism.
But were they just there for like prettiness sake, for people to look at?
No, the prisms.
Yeah.
The prisms.
It sounds like they were like on a display area.
No,
like for people to
they
look
were
at.
for the government, for the military, for unmanned drones. So they use it as like the eye in the sky kind of shit, Really scary.
I have no idea what that could possibly be.
Like satellites and things that go around the orbit or whatever you call that.
But do you mean specifically spying on us? Is that what the eye in the sky means?
So you can sit in a military base in wherever you are.
Alan Parsons Project.
Okay.
And you
so it is that.
move that unmanned drone and that laser is what shoots.
I think that's the plot of Real Genius, the movie. I don't know if we have lasers, and unmanned drones shooting people, do we?
So I think the
No,
laser
the
is what
laser is for
activates the weapon. The laser activates the weapon.
it's guidance, laser guidance for the Hellfire
Yes,
missile.
yes.
Okay. So it's like a lens. The prism.
It's a lens, and they make it from scratch. They literally make it from scratch. And I was going through each room at each phase and cleaning. Some of the rooms were not high sensitivity, so they were just a matter of mopping the floor after you dusted. But then the rooms that were highly sensitive, you couldn't go near because they were towards the final product. You weren't allowed to get near them because my skin could get on there. Because even though I had glasses on, there was still like parts here. I was double gloved. Every part of me was covered, except for like right here.
See if you can pause your thought right there. I don't want you to lose it. I just need to catch up because I'm a fucking idiot. I just realized I have no fucking clue what you're talking about because I missed the whole start. I don't know what I was doing. But what the fuck are you talking about, guys? With the prism thing?
Oh,
What? No, I'll ask specifically. Where did you work and what were they making?
All right, go on the internet.
And I think I started a new cult.
Look up Tropel, Tropel.
Okay. Thank you. Carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
It's in Fairport, New York. But the mother company is from Corning, New York. And Tropel is owned by Corning, the same company that makes Gorilla Glass for Apple. I work in that lab too.
I zone back in. I look up. There's like comments in the chat about different colored lasers that turn lights into Jesus, and I hear Jody's talking about prisms and rainbows, and I went, "Hang on, how the fuck did we get here? I thought we were talking about God."
Chat has its own mind. Don't worry about it.
But I think I just left as the explanation was done. You said something because Brojo full screened his prism. Is that how?
No, he was describing the album cover of Dark Side of the Moon and how like God could be like seen as the white light that's whole and sort of complete on its own, but it fractures, right, and becomes all these other interpretations and colors, and everyone that's like looking at the different religions are fighting, thinking, oh, well, my one color is the right one, when in reality none of them are right on their own. None of them are even right altogether as their colors, right? They're correct when they're not separated, when they're the white light. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
And so the question was, can God be the white light? And if blue and green are Christianity and Judaism, then clearly they don't have all the other colors, so they can't. So you could God be right, but the Bible not be right all by itself, was the original question.
That's like saying like we've got a cake on one side and we've got flour and oil on the other side, and we say, is flour and oil a cake? We say no, but they go into a cake, right? Like
exactly.
They could be part of the cake, but they're not the cake.
My question would be, what color is Satanism? Please be black, please be black, please be black, please be black. I was asking Hillary on that rainbow, what color is Satanism?
Maybe ultraviolet. So just below purple?
Yeah, you had to be difficult. Okay, I'll go with that.
I know each color represents something in the Bible. Purple
It's not
is
devilish, Halsey.
Purple is royalty.
Well, there you go.
I like red.
Do you know why purple is royalty?
Okay. Because the color was hard to come by.
Yeah, it was super expensive
Yeah.
to produce.
Very expensive
Like
dye.
in
I
what
thought that
in
was
like
cobalt.
Renaissance times.
Wasn't that cobalt?
I don't know. I know it came from some like didn't it come from some beetle or was that red?
That sounds like red.
Well, I know
Yeah,
the
I think that
Native
was red.
Americans would grind the wild blueberries into it was like a royal blue, and that became like money.
Hmm.
And because the Native American, that's where I'm from, by the way. I didn't tell you guys that. They loved color, so that they painted their faces, they painted feathers, they were very artistic.
Coloring
And
books.
probably
Finger painting on caves and
Um,
stuff.
can I just
Welcome
say
my buffalo robe.
peace and regret, Simos?
Oh, hey, Simon.
That's going to be my new thing, especially around Richard. I'm going to say peace and regret.
Peace and
See if he
regret.
notices.
You know,
Just to
something that
fuck with him a little bit.
yeah,
I used to
do
say
it.
grease and disinfect.
Oh, I like that. I'm going to
The
do that instead.
we're all familiar with when we look up and see a rainbow after it rains and stuff, and I forget all the I don't want to hear about any like specific Bible stories regarding that, but you know it's the same thing happening as the prism. It's just it's water droplets in the sky refracting light, turning into its different colors. But one thing that people don't often know or maybe realize is that when we see a rainbow, we're only seeing like a part of it. We're seeing like half or less than half of it usually, because a rainbow is actually a full circle, but we just don't see it because it's below the horizon, and it's just not it's just not in our eye line. But yeah, I forget what degree, like what the angle of the sun has to be in the sky in order to produce a rainbow. But if you could see the whole thing, you would see a full circle.
So these engineers at Tropel that were making these laser beams, they had to dial these tables in, and then they had to move things. I don't, my mind just doesn't understand all of it. That's why I told you to look at that website. Tropel?
Spooky witch plums, because my bum plums are purple, but apparently that's normal.
So yeah, everything has to be lined up perfectly for that laser to work properly. Otherwise, the military is not going to pay for something that isn't precisely on. That's how they got the contract with the military. It was during the Afghanistan war. It was during the whatever. I don't even know what wars they did unmanned drones. I'm guessing it was Desert Storm. I'm probably not right.
I really need to stop doing that. I'm distracted talking about bum plums, and I missed the conversation again.
Did you ever look up Tropel?
Come back to Desert Storm. Yes, I was doing that right now, in fact.
So there's a part in there that talks about the lasers.
Tropel, just the word?
Make sure it's in Fairport, New York.
Okay. Well, when I write the word Tropel, literally nothing comes up. The first answer is Tangelope strain.
So
What the hell? So I'll put New York as well.
I want to say that it says incorporated.
Corning Tropel.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it.
And so what am I looking up? Because it seems to be a business.
It is a business.
And what am I actually looking up? Just the website?
Look under the optics, the laser. section.
Okay. Products. Advanced optics, Corning Gorilla Glass, display glass, environmental technologies, life sciences. Whoa, where'd the products go? Optical communications and pharmaceutical technologies. For $300, which would you like?
Is there one that talks more about optics? Or
Advanced optics.
okay,
First.
go under that.
And then optical communication. Okay.
I don't think they're going to be talking about their secret military project on there.
When you say
Unmatched
optical
expertise
communication,
in
are you talking about like
specialty
fiber
glass.
No,
optics?
maybe not. Here, honey. Wait a minute.
When you say optical
Laser
communication, are they
processing machines, optical materials and technologies for manufacturing materials and the full optical systems. Yeah, it's not saying anything, but that's their website. I don't imagine they would say much. You just want me to wiki it or something? So, Corning Incorporated is an American multinational blah 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 that specializes in glass, ceramics, and related materials and technologies, including advanced optics. Yeah. Give me some info. That's it. So again,
That's
hang on, one more paragraph. It had 5 major business sectors. Again, they're repeating the same shit. Optical, blah, 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 blah. 2 joint ventures. Main suppliers to Apple Inc. Gorilla Glass. Nah, it's just basically saying it's glass and.
Well, they're not going to advertise that they're making spy stuff for the military, because then they'd be a target.
Oh, so this is all spy stuff, is it? Maybe.
From my understanding, from talking to the people that work there, these lasers, these optics went in. They go into the cameras that watch what we're doing.
Okay. From space.
And drones.
And what?
Drones.
Unmanned drones.
Oh, drones.
So you don't have to leave
Well,
anywhere
you
to
don't
go
think
anywhere.
that
You don't need someone to risk their life. These are going to do
you
the
don't
job.
think.
What?
And so you think that this wasn't always happening? Is that
what wasn't always happening?
She was making a point about some of the stuff on the prisms you couldn't see with natural light, and I didn't really catch where she was going with it.
So God's judgment is his focus, I should say, is singular. It's singular. It's like how you're describing that light. Are you still there?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, so when I say that it's singular, I'm saying that everything that's been created is meant to be misunderstood in order to be understood. So in order to be misunderstood, you literally have to understand that you are nothing without God. Like, to get to the end of yourself, you have to come to that understanding that you have no meaning. You absolutely have no meaning outside of God. That God is the true meaning. That your meaning is only because God gives you meaning. You are a gift of God. Like, life is actually a gift. But the same life in everyone is there's only one God. Like he is over everything.
By Jesusism. Now I know why no one was responding to me.
What do you mean?
I was just like, I'm talking away, I'm like talking, and no one answered, and I turned and I'd somehow wasn't even in StreamYards.
Oh, eeks.
I thought it was one of them awkward moments, like no one knew how to answer my question, or I was like, "Fuck, did I make sense?"
What was the question?
No, I wasn't even there. Oh, I was trying to understand about the prisms thing. Was that just a sort of a little side story that you thought of because he brought it up?
So yeah,
Or
he
was there
brought
a
it up, and he brought it up in it, and I have worked in that for on and off for the last 20 years. That was like that was my occupation, like being around those lasers.
That's fascinating.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And here's another fascinating thing. I got super sick at the end of winter, or no, at the beginning of winter, and I had bronchitis, and I wasn't getting sleep because I was sick. And this lady down the road had advertised that she wanted to do Reiki, Reiki. Reiki, yes, Reiki. That's what it is. And at first I'm like, no. And then I'm like, well, what's it gonna hurt? You know, this was just a few years ago. And it was only $5 because she was trying to get her hours so she could get her certification. And she had been into it for quite a few years, but she never got her certification. And she's a very sweet lady. So I paid her the $5, and she did this on me once a week for like 4 weeks. And at first I was like very, very skeptical because I'm not that kind of person that believes in that sort of stuff. But every time I left there, I felt different. I'm echoing.
Oh, is it me again?
So every time I left, I felt different in a good way. And at the end of like 4 or 5 weeks, I finally got over the bronchitis. And it was her last time that I let her do the Reiki. And she never touched me. It was always, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Reiki.
Yeah, we are.
So she was reading, I don't know if reading is the right way to say that. She said that she had never seen it before, but I had a rainbow aura. And I just kind of looked at her sideways, like, what do you mean by that? She goes, I don't even know, but your aura is rainbow. I'm like, okay. But I kind of feel like it might have some significance, but I don't know.
Fuck. I didn't realize I was on camera.
Oh my God.
I had my full dumb face on, like. I looked down to see Smiles, Sammy. I was like, oh, fuck. How long he's been looking at me?
Ever since you came back from the stream.
Hi, Sandy.
This time.
I didn't go back.
I'm not half naked. Half dressed.
Who's half naked?
Oh, me.
Oh.
I'm got a shirt on. I'm watching the kids at my ex-partner's, and my 2-year-old pissed on me with her chemotoxic piss.
Oh no.
So I had to wash my shirt. It's drying. Simos tried Reiki, but the bed was pointing in the wrong direction, so it didn't work.
Yeah, that can happen.
I thought that was feng shui.
It is.
Is that the same thing? Is that like
No,
Reiki is energy transfer through the hands.
well, through handless contact.
Handless contact.
Right, there's no touch.
They don't touch.
But Feng Shui is like you point
Well,
like your bed towards the sun
yeah.
or certain
How's
direction.
this?
I'm not understanding you guys.
A
lot of interference.
I was just describing Feng Shui for medicine is to homeopathy as massage is to Reiki.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's how I've always seen it anyway.
It's a spiritual massage.
Yeah.
So
So
at
baptism.
that one point when she had seen the rainbows, I started weeping like really bad, and I didn't know where it came from, but I kind of felt like she swept some things away that was in my energy. I don't know what it was. So I'm suffering from bronchitis for a few weeks.
It's woo.
So I did get mocked for going to see a Reiki healer because none of my family believes in that stuff. But my daughter believes in tarot cards and ghosts and someone reading your fortune and talking to the dead and yeah.
All the cool stuff.
Crazy stuff, right? Isn't that nuts? You think they talk to the dead?
No.
No, but they rise.
I think they hear what they want to hear.
I gotta tease.
Yeah, they rise.
King Solomon spoke from the dead. With the dead.
King Solomon what?
He spoke with the dead. He was a necromancer.
Yeah.
But those are not. Those are called familiar spirits.
Right.
Meaning their family.
No.
No.
Doesn't mean family.
Okay. Somebody that's relative, like someone
just
that
related.
you relate to.
Right.
Like I kind of feel like you guys are sort of like family.
Oh, thank you.
That I didn't know about. That I never knew about. And then we kind of bumped into each other, not meaning to. Does that make sense?
It was predetermined.
Right.
We couldn't do differently.
It was God's will.
Hit the button.
You hit the. Oh yeah, hit the button.
Praise Google.
So when I think of the source of all, I think of the ocean and how you have all the tributaries. They all lead back to the source of the ocean.
There you go. Now you're getting it.
Yeah, everything comes back to the source. Eventually. It might take a while, but it will happen. And it's happening in time.
There you go.
But the only time there really is the present. Everything else is either past or it hasn't arrived yet.
There you go.
And when I walked away from this ministry after like 3 years of it, I seriously didn't look back. But I would have moments where I would think about free will. And it would plague my mind. And so it was almost like it was happening without me understanding it was happening. Does that make sense?
Nothing you said makes sense so far. I'm just kidding. I'm just teasing.
Okay.
Translation. Yes, it makes sense. No, he doesn't agree with it.
Okay, so because I walked away from it, I no longer sat under that teaching, and I lost a lot of it. So what you guys are hearing from me is fragments of what I remember. And I'm an older woman that forgets a lot of things.
But you no longer believe a lot of those things, right?
Well, it comes back in little increments, like a little piece here and a little piece there. And it comes back at odd times. It can be like when I first open my eyes in the morning, or it can be like out of nowhere, like something will remind me of that teaching, that how God operates, because the divine order is God operating his plan through time. And we are a part of the plan, and each of us are uniquely purposed in that plan. Each of us serve a purpose so that God can bring everybody back through Christ, because Christ is the whole meaning. So his life and death gave us meaning, because when he died, the entire
For you.
for me.
For
Well,
you.
it's scriptural. Everything is scriptural. I'm not saying that you can't find that in nature, because nature actually parallels everything I'm saying. Like, think of
Well,
how
they just go to
leaves fall.
nature.
Yeah, how leaves fall from a tree and they become a part of the earth. And then the tree feeds from that organic matter and gets energy from those nutrients. And the leaves come back out in the spring. It's like that.
Oh, hang on. Can I try something? All of those that use sauces are the same that burn sausages. Yeah, it works. That's pretty cool, Simos. Grilling in the name of. Did you make that up now, Simos, or have you been sitting on that? Because that's pretty damn funny. Grilling in the name of.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground of light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
I used to love that show.
Me too.
You know that guy Ron Sterling, right? That's his name.
Yeah.
He's pretty
That's a
interesting.
sick name.
He's got a couple of interviews out there. He's really freaking interesting, wicked smart dude. He created that show pretty much and wrote most of it.
Yeah, he converted it from short stories that he had made into teleplays.
Right, yeah. Pretty interesting stuff.
There you go. That is a shining endorsement, Jody, because of who it's coming from. She says, hey, look, she doesn't sound as near as wacko as some of the people I used to hang out with in Cali. Just saying.
My hometown. There's something on the wing.
I've never been to California. Well, I take that back. When my mother died, my stepmom and dad took us to the San Diego Zoo, but I was so little I don't remember it.
I used to visit the zoo all the time there, San Diego. It's like, man.
Well,
And
it's
she
a
says,
4-day drive. Go ahead.
Fun place.
and if your beliefs actually make you a more compassionate person, then go for it. which I'm behind that.
Yeah.
But if you end up being a judgmental asshole, stick it where the sun doesn't shine.
Right.
What did you get the box set of, Halsey? Seeing Halsey right in the chat, she got the complete box set, but I'm not seeing what of.
The Twilight Zone, maybe? We're talking about
Oh,
that.
the Twilight Zone. We met what we were talking about. Okay. Fuck, yeah, that's pretty cool.
I gotta smoke more weed. I'm not forgetting enough. I keep forgetting to smoke enough weed.
That's probably part of my problem.
You okay, Sammy?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
Oh.
Why, what was my face doing? Did I look concerned or worried?
Like studying, maybe intrigued.
Because I keep forgetting the videos on, I'm letting my face relax, so I probably pulling all sorts of faces. Now Bro Joe's worried about me, for fuck's sake. I want to watch this back. Maybe I don't want to.
I mean, you got a full beard. You go in 3 days. You're in the garage. I don't know, man.
I'm at my partner's house. The kids are asleep. You think I'm losing the plot? You do realize I slept through that 3 days, right? I didn't stream for 3 days straight. I'm 40, dude. Fuck, I can't last that long.
How much have you slept in the last 3 days?
Probably 12 hours. Yes, I know it's not enough. I didn't say I slept enough.
That's
not bad.
But yeah, I had 3, 4, about 12, somewhere between 12 and.
Weird. I fell asleep listening to you guys, and I woke up listening to you guys.
Dude, I fall asleep in my streams and wake up and people are in my stream, and I've been in bed asleep. Such a bizarre thing, especially because I forget that there was a stream, and I come back to the computer, it's like, oh fuck, that's my channel. Yes, thank you, Sandy. I'm the god of the gaps right now. All the gaps in my mind. Heretic, yeah. How do you know it was 2 years? Oh, years ago. I don't know why I read 2 years there. Yes, I lost the plot years ago. I can't really deny that. Nobody got my gay frog joke. I missed it. Let me see.
So it's saying, I think Samos is saying you're Nadia 3.0.
I don't sleep on screen though. I'm not Wild Heart, and I'm only doing it this week. I won't be. When I end this one, I won't be doing it for a while. I appreciate all your concern. It's so sweet. It's good to know that if I was cracking up, I have people noticing me enough to notice that I was cracking up.
Yeah,
very
that's how
sweet.
God is. God wants family to be concerned about other people's needs enough to check on each other. So that's God's end goal, is that everyone understands that we're all one big family of God.
See, I can get behind that. Not as in believe it, but I can fully appreciate that kind of God. If that's your God and they're the sorts of things that it's pushing you towards, I'm not going to try and take that away from you.
So when God's all in all, it's the same as a husband and wife making a family. So each child represents a part of mom and dad, but we represent a part of God because he's our father. And we each are his child. You know, we are positioned in a place of a sonship so that we can get an understanding of God's love. So once you understand that love, everything makes sense. I'm not saying I'm like this all the time. I have moments where I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I've had
But
a
then God
conversation with
kind
you
of
that had
reels
no
me
woo in
back
it.
in. Yeah, I do. I come in and out of the awareness of that. It's not something I'm always stuck in. The only reason I use the word stuck is because it's exhausting. Kind of like having sex all night long, and you're exhausted, but you just continue to have sex.
Is
I
that
haven't had
what
one of
people
those
do?
nights in a long time. Smoke weed every day.
Yeah.
Cannabis definitely helps.
Yeah, I've been telling myself that for 40 years too.
I've always
But I don't know if I'm
3 years.
well. I've been saying it that long, and I still don't know if I'm convinced whether it's a hindrance.
Well, because I can
But
be
the
a real
problem,
bitch without it.
I
I
already
can be
gave
a
it to
really,
you,
really
Simos.
bad bitch.
No, make him scroll up. Make him scroll up. I already fucking give it to him. No, you can post it, bro, Joe. As if
I was
I'm
just
do
gonna
that.
step away too. Okay, I'll wait for someone.
There you go, Simos. For the
I
second
can be a
time.
real
I
bad
need to
bitch.
take a hot shower.
I can be a bad bitch without the cannabis. Not always, but I can be.
We got a fresh snowfall.
Meaning that
Beautiful.
things set me off.
Oh, we've got a guest. I tell him to get in here, and then I'll leave him sitting out the fucking back.
Right. All right. I'm
Hello,
gonna go.
Simon.
Hello.
I'm gonna say goodbye.
Hello.
No, don't
Goodbye.
go just because I got here. Come on, that looks bad.
He took
Oh,
a
that looks
shower.
I think she
real
just
fucking
spun
bad.
out because she was saying goodbye and everyone started saying hello. I think she was like, no, what?
No,
You're
it's
supposed
just
to say
because
goodbye.
I haven't spent any time with my boyfriend this morning.
Well,
He's gonna start getting jealous.
I mean,
Oh
how
yeah,
how
he already is
demanding is that?
past that.
How demanding is that? Make him wait. You know they appreciate it more when they have to wait for it.
That's true. Well, he's been suffering with serious rheumatoid arthritis all through his neck, his shoulders, and his
Nasty.
hands, and they've been swollen.
Yeah.
So they put him on a steroid 3 days ago.
You gotta do some Reiki.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, I know a really good cure for that actually. If you want to know.
For rheumatoid arthritis?
Yeah, that the way you've described it, at least anyway. Blowjobs.
We've already been doing
Yes,
that.
please. Who's offering? Do you see how I said yes first and then asked who's offering? Priorities, boys.
So we've already been doing that.
Yeah.
Trust me.
I call it kissing the rainbow.
So he has lung cancer, and so we can't do it the conventional way because his chest is, infected with cancer. Not cancer. Is it cancer? It's COPD.
No, that's emphysema.
So that would be
pulmonary disease.
Yeah.
Right. So his lungs are unusual in that they go down into his abdomen. They're
That's
not
right.
just in his chest. They're down inside of his abdomen too.
Yeah,
Have you ever heard of that?
I have it.
You have that?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah, fucking way.
How do you have that?
Well, I smoked.
So were you born with your lungs like that?
No, no, no. I got it because I was a smoker.
Okay.
Smoking's really bad for it. You shouldn't smoke in the house.
Yeah.
Well, see, I have no idea what you're going on about, but I like it. Keep it up.
Yeah, it's really, really horrible. It's horrible, horrible. Very scary.
Oh, you must drink the living water. Fuck,
Your
I can't believe I
boyfriend
get that.
smoked, right, Jody? Your boyfriend smokes or smoked?
Yes, he's a heavy smoker.
Oh,
he's still smoking now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not helping each other.
Yeah, no, you have to give up smoking with that because, I mean, yeah, it's a one-way journey, isn't it, after?
So that's his way of coping is to smoke. And I
Well,
know
that's what
you're right
caused it.
about. Yeah, I know. But he's like old school. Like he's a 30-year-old. I mean, he's 30-year retired truck driver over the road.
Mm-hmm.
So his life was lived in the cab of a truck, and he ate truck stop food.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And smoked.
And smoked. He
Hmm.
slept during the day, and he drove at night.
Okay. Well, I gave up smoking as soon as I found out that I had it, and best decision I made, obviously.
So what replaced the smoking?
Well,
Well,
nothing
God.
really. I mean, just a will to live, I guess.
So the vibe I get from him is that he has nothing to lose.
Okay, I mean, everybody has their own way of facing these things. I
mean, he's
decided
alive.
I'm young enough to.
So he's already lost his colon, he's lost his kidney, he's had 40 different surgeries on his shoulders, his knees, he's
Right.
been through a lot of cancer.
Yeah.
Wow.
And came out the other side of
It's
it.
kind of like a macabre sunk cost fallacy.
A who?
A macabre sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy is when you have invested too much energy to stop. I can't stop now. I've put this much in.
It's like when you
It's what keeps people in religions and cults and things. And
it's cost me that much, but I can't stop now.
yeah,
So his
like
mother
I've spent
died
40
of,
grand. I can't stop now. He's kind of doing the I've lost everything else. Why not just take the whole thing?
yeah, and he messaged me while I was married to my husband, back in November. And so I asked him recently, I said, what made you think you could just message me and, we could just pick up like we never left off when we were teenagers. And he said, I knew that you needed me, but he was referring to sex. And I just kind of looked at him like, how did you know that? He said, because I was always there when you needed me. You know what I mean? Like sex-wise.
I'm trying not to think about it, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay.
Okay.
So, and I don't remember any of that. So when I think of our relationship,
Okay.
I don't remember
It was
him returning.
it was that
to me.
memorable. I
Yeah.
get you.
Yeah, very forgettable.
I remember having sex with him, but it was within a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
Right.
But him and I had sex when we weren't together. But he always came to my bed. It wasn't the other way
How did you
around.
have sex when you weren't together? Was it like long distance or?
He was very quiet.
I imagine if like it's long distance, how do you have
No,
sex
no, no,
long
no,
distance?
no, 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 no.
I was being funny and
We were
it
living
fell
in
flat. Never mind.
Wyoming. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean.
So
You
did you
said
phone him up and
we had sex
say,
when we weren't together.
the door will be
So,
unlocked tonight?
all right, when I was 14, him and his brother, they're twin brothers, Gene and George, they lived with us. And my father trained him how to do drywall. And he worked for my father.
Echo.
Well,
And he slept in my brother's room with Leroy, who was another guy that my father employed. And Gene and I started going out, and one thing led to another. And he would just, if he wasn't having sex with me, he was on the floor next to me. I don't know. We just had a bond. I don't even understand it. And so then we split up when I moved back to New York, and he stayed in Wyoming. And we hadn't seen each other until 90 days ago. From
Wow.
1980.
Wow.
Right. When you were 14.
Right.
Elsie
So
would like to inquire how old this guy was.
he is 1 year and 3 days apart from me. His birthday's January 5th, and mine is January 2nd.
So he was almost 16.
No. Wait a minute.
When you were 14, he was almost 16.
I was just going into 9th grade. It was right before I began high school in New York.
Gee, 9th grade.
I definitely was an early bloomer.
Well, there we go.
Um,
Anyway, yeah.
I think sex was my way of coping.
Okay. What, with having so many men in the house?
No, having childhood trauma, being
Okay.
preyed upon by family members.
I see. Yeah, I see. I did not
Not my
realize that.
immediate family, no blood. He was a step grandfather.
Stepfather. Okay.
Step grandfather.
Grandfather. Oh my goodness.
Still alive? Oh no, obviously not.
Well, he was also my best friend. I mean, which was, it really fucks with your head.
Yeah, I should think so. Yeah.
Because him and I spent a lot of time together, and I don't mean in like a sexual way. It was always, he was creating things, and I was like right there with him. And we always spent time like traveling together, and I don't know, he was a really nice guy. But there was a few moments where he crossed that line. And it was when everybody was sleeping. He was never rough on me or any way like that. I honestly think he was working through his own childhood trauma, because his father got electrocuted in I think it was like 1915 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
My grandfather was 16 at the time. So my grandfather was responsible for a death, and his father took the place of his son in the electric chair. It was in Auburn, New York. And it was the last execution in New York State. So my grandfather had to live with the fact that his father had to die in order so that his son could live.
I hope you're not giving excuses for bad behavior.
Right, that's what it sounds like, and that's no
I know it
excuse.
sounds like that, but my grandfather and I had an understanding that at some point he wasn't allowed to do whatever he wanted. I made it very clear. It was when I came back from Wyoming. I sent a message that I was done with that, and before. Okay, so I feel like he may have started this after my mom died, because he would take my mother back and forth to the grocery store, and then my mom died, and I lived there with my grandparents. So it could have started as early as 3 years old. And my grandmother used to stick me between the wall and herself. So I was always at her back, or I was at the wall. And that was after a while. Like, I think she figured out that she needed to protect me from him.
He's he's a sick man that used you, and pretty much it sounds like he brainwashed you very well because you're still defending him in a lot of ways.
So this man was loved by everybody. Like, they just thought he was the greatest guy.
Yeah. When you said, like, my grandfather was a really nice man, my brain just went, except when he assaulted you.
Right, yeah.
He didn't
And
assault
that's what
me.
I was
He never
expecting to come out
assaulted
you.
me. He molested me. There's a difference.
Okay, not to me, but I accept that you
Well,
see a
if
difference.
you've been molested, you understand the difference. Being molested and assaulted are completely different. It's like being molested and being raped. They're not the same thing.
But they're both assault.
Right.
So
Well, assault
I
is
don't.
unwanted touching, and molestation might not necessarily be unwanted.
No, it doesn't even have to involve touching.
Yeah,
It can be verbally assaulted.
Okay, yeah.
Mentally assaulted.
Yeah.
The way
Assault is the umbrella term for all of the specific types of.
So
Yeah.
I think of my grandfather as a predator, and I
Okay,
was.
yeah, I'll change the word to injure. And that doesn't have to be physical.
Yeah, I think it
Would you
was.
prefer damaged?
So I want to say this much. It took me many years to come through this, that I kind of felt like he was taking away my authority, because he had no authority at 16 when New York State electrocuted his father and ended his life. Just a minute. Do you catch my drift?
Sandy says you were too young to know what was right and wrong, and that makes it assault.
Mm.
14, that's
No, I wasn't 14.
Who's lagging? Are we lagging?
You said it started when when his wife died, I guess it was. How
My
old were
mother?
you then?
My mother
How old were you
died.
when he started molesting you?
I don't have any.
You said something about
real-
3 years old at some
I
point.
think he started then.
So it's still, okay. So it's right. So Sandy was
think
right.
it-
It's that is assault. That's,
Yeah, that's definitely too young.
Yeah.
To know what.
It's a sick man that
I don't
brainwashed
ever
you.
remember my grandfather hurting me in a physical sense. It was always like.
But it's
Like
still
you
inappropriate
said, the
touching.
unwanted.
Right.
It was always like unwanted. Like, why the fuck are you putting your hands on me? That was my thinking.
Non-consensual.
Right.
Okay,
That's
but it
that's
wasn't
assault.
That's
hurting.
assault. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, he didn't bash you.
Right.
We get it.
He physically and emotionally abused you for his own pleasure. That's a very sick man.
Yeah. A very bad man.
Yes.
So it took me a lot of years to understand that he was trying to take my authority because he had no authority.
You must have gone through some therapy to hear that. I think that it's just he wanted something and he didn't care about your wellness.
Because nobody cared that his father died in the electric chair. Nobody, I mean, he had no control over the circumstances. You know, that he was responsible for a murder. My grandfather was. It was accidental murder. what do you call that, manslaughter?
Yeah.
Well,
But back then, because this man that died was a farm, he owned a farm, and it was a prominent farm in the area. And he was in high regard in this town. The law like laid down, this was like in 1910, 1920, I think. My father was 16. He was born in 1899. Okay. I mean, he had no control over this situation.
And so, whereas a good person would develop empathy and say, I wouldn't want to put somebody else in a situation like that, a bad person would say, screw the other person. I'm just going to mess them over too.
I'm going to take what somebody took from me.
Yeah.
I'm going to repeat that cycle of dysfunction.
I don't understand. Oh, he's at the back.
So I always had that sense that I needed to be ashamed. And I've been coming back from that my entire life. Not easy. I got to go deliver cigarettes.
No worries. I hope you're okay. I hope we didn't push too hard.
Right.
She can't hear me, can she?
No.
For someone to confess such things here
Publicly
on
on
live
YouTube.
video takes, I don't know.
John.
Or
I wasn't going to say it.
stupid.
I don't think anyone was going to say it, but I'm pretty sure some people have thought it.
But she goes on St. Tommy's channel a lot and has these confessions too. She says she uses this
yeah, they say
Yeah.
that also.
And
I heard this one.
Ooh, that triggers me. Do you know what that shit is?
What?
That's the fucking what the Jehovah's Witnesses do to the fucking child sex abuse victims.
Oh man.
They have to fucking forgive the cunt that raped them.
Oh, that's horrible.
Excuses.
And go to church with him because he has confessed his sins or whatever. Said he won't do it again. That's it. Can't tell the cops.
That's crazy.
It's fucking. But I can't be angry at her. She's the victim.
Yeah.
Angry at the situation.
And the last thing she said to get over the shame because she blames herself, right? And that's what the victim does. They blame themselves for what the predator is doing.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not their fault at all.
And the justifications. Well, he didn't hurt me with pain.
He was a nice guy. Took me
It's
everywhere.
almost like she was stopping herself from saying it felt good.
Still doesn't see the
I'll
reason why
put that out there.
he did what he did to get what he wanted. You know, she's still, yeah.
That's what she needs to understand, that there needs to be accountability.
Right.
Yeah.
I just thought of something.
Mm-hmm.
You know how the womb is where the life begins in a woman?
Okay.
And man is always trying to get back into the womb.
I've heard that.
What if, in a weird way, my grandfather was trying to figure out how to get into the womb, but my grandmother was raised on a Native American reservation from kindergarten to high school, and she was a very, very strong woman. And I could tell that she wasn't giving him any intimacy whatsoever. Like, I sensed that about her. And that I kind of felt like my grandfather had been demasculated, to put it
I understand
mildly.
everything that you're
Yeah.
saying, but the appropriate object of his intention should have been an adult woman, not his granddaughter.
Yes, I do agree with you. But he was fucked up. The kid fucking lost his father in the electric chair over something he did.
But that's not an
How do you live with
excuse.
that?
How does
You know,
manslaughter murder go down anyway? I'm just curious if you know or if you care to say.
So, because I told you this guy was a prominent company, like he was
The farmer.
Yeah, the farmer. It was a potato farmer. And what had happened was farmer's wife messed around with my grandfather's father. The farmer found out, and my grandfather protected his father because the farmer was going to murder him. I don't remember the weapon involved. I want to say it was probably a farming implement, but somehow it was accidental. But it was heated, you know what I mean? Like things escalated.
Well, the way you're describing, if there weren't any witnesses for the prosecution, that should have just been argued as justifiable homicide and not accidental.
So because this man was prominent, oh my God. So the lady that committed adultery against this farmer, his wife, I'm assuming didn't say anything. So my grandfather and his father just lied to the authorities. That's simple.
can I
Well,
offer what I'm seeing?
Ultimately, it was the grandfather's father having sex with a married woman that caused it all. So to say that the grandfather was the one that felt responsible, no, if he was defending his dad, okay, then that's justifiable. But it's the original crime that.
But we're talking back in 1910. Things aren't. If you can imagine back then compared to now, they aren't anything like they are now.
Yeah, and at 16, he was an adult back then. So it's not like he was 5 years old and having to go work in the coal mine to put food on the table.
But his father didn't want him. He didn't want his son's life to end. He was only beginning his life at 16.
Right.
So he took his place. You
I
get what I
understand
mean?
that part. Well, he took his place, but again, it all comes down to if he wouldn't have been having sex with a man's woman, then the son wouldn't have had to protect his dad. So I think
I'm not saying that the adultery didn't happen, but adultery happens every day, everywhere. Getting echo again. What happened? You guys, I gotta go.
I missed it. Okay.
Hi, Jody.
Good to
enjoyed
chat.
it. Okay.
Bye.
Right.
Interesting.
I've never witnessed firsthand that level of. I'm going to use the term because someone used it in the chat, but I know it's not the right one in this instance. But like a Stockholm syndrome, defending the abuser. I was about to say to her right when she left, can I offer what I've seen? And it was her grandfather wasn't getting any, and I've seen this basically this ugly lady. So she demasculated my grandfather. So everything he did was okay because it was this lady's fault. And then when she was describing that other thing, it was the lady's fault.
Right. That's probably part of the brainwashing that the grandfather put on her, to get her to do something, was blaming somebody else for making him unhappy, and this is how you could make me happy type deal. You see that a lot in child abuse. They manipulate the child's mind in weird ways. So,
Bye, Jody.
Horrible.
Yeah, let's find a funny video. I can't share. So someone's going to have to share something.
I needed a shower before, but now I really need a shower.
Halsey's come to save the day.
Hey, Halsey.
Hello. What is that beeping?
What is that noise?
Play a tugboat.
Fucker's ringing me again.
Yeah.
Damn phones.
God damn it. Leave me alone. Can I just say one more thing before we move on to funnier, lighter topics?
Right. I think Jody's still listening.
I really echo Rama. I really don't like the idea of someone saying like that that they had like a moment of weakness or they had something that made them weak and that's why they did the bad thing that they did. Like weakness that made a person molest a toddler or a little 5-year-old or whatever. Like what the fuck is that about? Like is that a true desire that you strengthen yourself against your desire was weakened and so you were weak and because of your weakness you went ahead and gave into your desire?
That's the claim, yeah.
That's messed up. Like, and then there's also the, I was not right with God, and I was influenced by dark forces argument. Yeah, just, and like when you forgive, when let's say someone comes to church, right, and they confess their sin, someone says, "Oh, I forced a girl to have sex with me," right? And someone says, the preacher or pastor or whatever says, proclaims that because they've confessed the sin that they've been forgiven and blah blah blah. What does that do for the victim? It does absolutely zero for the victim, for the person who did the violating to say that they're confessing their sin.
Right.
And that they were forgiven. So what? Fuck them. Why the fuck do they need forgiveness?
Right.
And with everything coming out about the Catholic Church, even though it's a small percentage, one wonders, about that whole confidentiality clause,
Wasn't it? I don't know if it was Sammy or if it was somebody else telling a story about how there was a certain group of priests in a certain location that were giving special crosses, like crosses that looked different from all the other crosses, to boys that they either successfully molested or thought were
Now
especially
you sound like Alex
vulnerable.
Jones now, Halsey.
No, it was like it
someone
was
said that
it was
on
in
it.
the news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it was Tog that said it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, might have been Tog, and he insisted that was like a real story that was out in the news. I didn't look it up. I tried to look it up, but this is gonna sound pretty perverse, but like a few years ago, when all of this news, it seems like there's been news about this for a very long time, and it seemed like just more and more came out, and more. It got worse and worse as you heard more and more about it. I told my husband, I said, we should write like a novel where we make up like a bunch of really terrible stuff and see just how far we could take this terrible idea of what how they arrange, like how they identify. What do they do? Do they offer these boys gifts? Do they have like an inner circle that knows all about it? Like who would the hero of the story be? Like somebody that finds out about this circle and then tries to expose it, like they kind of get into the circle by mistake and then exposes it. Like, we should write like this novel, because I had all these ideas about like, the fictional side of things and how bad it could be, right? But it seems like almost every idea we came up with was like a version of the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't remember when, but a few months ago there was some story that broke about some like inner circle of priests that were having like parties with these young teens, and yeah, giving them money and just exactly like we imagined it would be, like basically like keeping their mouths shut with gifts and money and stuff like that.
So textbook grooming.
Basically, yeah. What is this that you got on the screen?
Simos shared that.
Yeah, this is a joke. Someone said they wanted a joke. So
Yes, please.
Let's have the
But a
funny.
funny one, not a joke of human life.
Little Johnny was riding his new bike and a policeman on his
It
horn
is a joke.
stopped. And he said, "Did you get that from Santa?" Johnny replied, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Well, you have to tell Santa that you need a license plate. He'll have to give you a ticket." And Johnny said, "Did you get that horse from Santa?" The policeman says, "Yes, sir." Little Johnny said, "Well, you have to tell Santa that the dick goes on the bottom, not the top."
Wait, what? The dick goes on the bottom, not the top?
Yeah, the police officer was the dick, but the dick
Oh, I
could have been underneath the horse's belly.
Thank you, Simos. I thought you were going to troll me.
No, I'd never troll you, sir. Never troll you. I've already disappointed you once, and that's more than enough.
And let's be honest, we're not really looking at that video for the joke. It's for the eye candy.
Sure.
Well, if you did, Simos, it mustn't have been that bad because I don't remember it.
Yeah. Oh, that's not what you said when I first came in, or it was first in the chat.
What? What?
Well, how did you say you were going to greet me?
I wouldn't what?
How did you say you were going to greet me?
Oh! Fuck. What was it again?
I can't remember.
Drill?
Something
Fuck.
in disappointment.
The moment's gone.
Yeah, never mind. It's all jokes. It's all jokes. That's all.
I love it. Oh.
Anyway, there you go.
John is always the one who's just gonna say it as blunt as you can possibly say it. I'm not gonna read it out, so.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
I just put a link in the private chat of a joke you'll like. It's a visual gag.
Do we want to share it?
Sure.
Can you share it then? I can't actually share my screen or anything.
Oh, I can't either. I'm on my phone.
I need to be logged in. So I don't.
Technically inept fuckers.
Yeah.
I don't call shit poo poo or doo doo. Shit is shit. Gay men, brother.
You missed my rainbow joke earlier, didn't you? You didn't put it on the screen.
So my gay frogs joke, because everybody missed it apparently.
And that one, yeah, I read that one as well.
Oh, you read that one?
I did, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I
Scroll
won't
up.
repeat it then.
Peace and respect and good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Richard.
Peace, sir.
What's up, Richard?
Brojo?
No,
Hey, Richard.
Grease and disinfectant.
Peace and respect, Brojo.
It was grease and disinfectant, they were going to say.
Grease and disinfectant, Richard.
Grease and disinfectant, yeah.
Grease and Tell us your best joke, Richard.
My best joke.
Yep.
When I first got to Santa Fe, I didn't have a transport vehicle, so I was using the city bus. and the route I needed was the number 2 route. But I swore I was going to find bus routes around the number 2 after this day, because it was just so weird. I just couldn't handle it. Not so weird. They they put art on the side of the bus, and this particular bus had Ernie and Bert, Snuffleupagus, Big Bird, all these characters on it. The first stop we made, these 2 really, really chubby women were giggling. They just met at the bus stop. And it turns out both their names are Patty. So you know how ladies are, and they have something in common. That's cute. And Patty, I'm Patty too, all that. Next stop we picked up this old funky guy. This old funky black man named, apparently his name was Lester Weiss, and got on with him was this disabled man, but he got a lot of love and recognition from the entire crew on the bus, apparently, and he called himself Special Ross. Well, we get downtown.
So Lester Crease and Special Ross, was it?
Yeah, Lester Weiss. We get downtown. They set the brake, and I'm picking up my stuff to get off the bus, but everybody else is peeling off their shoes and socks, and they're sitting there picking at their bunions. I mean, the whole thing just freaked me out. So I swore right there, never again would I ride with. You ready? 2 obese Patty, Special Ross, Lester Weiss picking bunions on a Sesame Street bus.
There you go.
I kind of knew that's where that was going. Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Yes.
I don't get it.
2 all beef patty, special sauce.
It was McDonald's commercial way back when.
Oh, right. Okay. And now I get it. Okay. Yeah, no, Ronald McDonald was my father. I don't know if you guys knew that.
How do you tell Ronald McDonald at a nudist colony?
I tried to live up to his legacy, but his shoes were too big to fill.
Yeah.
He's the one with sesame seeds on his buns.
That's right.
Just for the record, Snuffleupagus was my favorite Sesame Street character.
Yeah.
I like Grover myself.
I also liked Oscar. Yeah.
Oh, the Grouch, yeah, I gotta love that guy.
Yeah, the trash can guy.
Right. It's not trash. What are you talking about? Trash.
I think I never thought about which one I liked out of any of them.
Like, because you have the Sesame Street crew, but then you have the Muppets, right? Because on the Muppet side, it would have to be like, I don't know, Kermit maybe.
Kermit? Fuck Kermit. He was gay.
Like that one band member with the hat that always looked. He had the sunglasses.
Kermit Doug Bacon, though. Sorry.
I forget his name.
What was it? They called him Doctor something. What was that?
Yeah, didn't he play like the sax or something?
Oh, Dr. Tooth.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
And,
And the guy that
something-
played the drums, all crazy.
Animal.
Yeah. Animal.
Right. He wasn't he in Sesame Street as well?
No, he was the Muppet.
They cross
But-
some of the characters sometimes. They would have Kermit being a reporter on Sesame Street. Yeah, they would put a lot of the Muppets into the Sesame Street characters. And then in the movies, they cross each other a couple times, too.
But were they all Jim Henson?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the crossover was only Kermit and Miss Piggy.
I could have sworn I saw Animal on Sesame Street.
Yeah, I think they had the band on there a couple of times. They had Animal and...
Okay, I didn't know about that. But see, that's like a special guest thing of the Muppets on Sesame Street.
My
Whereas
gay
Kermit
frog
was
joke.
Kermit was a staple of both, and so was Miss Piggy.
Yeah, I think Kermit was one of
Big
those...
Bird Gang for life, motherfuckers.
He was like in between the two, really, wasn't he? He was halfway up, not halfway down.
Nerdy Kermit wasn't gay, but he was a cuck.
No. But he's a frog, and he sang a song called "The Rainbow Connection." Don't we get it?
Yes, we get it.
It's a conspiracy.
I covered that song, actually.
I'll say my joke now then. I actually touched a rainbow once when I was tripping.
Oh, I
He
did
ju-
see it.
but he just fucked me.
I did see your joke after all.
I once stood in the golden stripe of a
Of
rainbow.
course, so you grin at it.
I once actually stood in the golden stripe of a in the most yellow part, from everyone else's perspective, which meant running out into a field, probably 600 meters away to stand in the right spot.
Okay.
Did you find the pot of gold?
Yeah, like 10 people saw me in the gold of a rainbow.
Should have gotten a
I don't know
photo.
what it looked like.
But that's impossible.
No, it's not.
No, from their perspective, he said.
No, they stayed on the porch,
how far
and I
did you have to run?
Like 600 meters.
Okay.
That's just like when people
That's
take
all it
pictures in Italy of other people holding up the Leaning Tower, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Natural
understood. I
filter.
just didn't realize you only had to go that short a distance to get that perspective happening.
It was, the end of the rainbow was really close to us, which is what gave me the idea.
But that's the part I don't understand, because it's an illusion. Rainbows are in the sky.
Yes, to me, I
And they're
wasn't
circle.
standing in anything. I just picked a spot in the field in that part of the rainbow at the right distance and ran out to that clump of grass.
Oh, which was in the sky. Yeah, okay. I'm picturing you in this yellow hue.
Bathed in the
Yeah.
golden light, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. They said it looked really cool. I
So
don't know.
I'm so confused.
Nerdy, I thought it was going to be a golden shower joke, too.
That's where I thought it was going.
Right.
Just my brain just would not.
Order
go
of the
there,
Golden Dawn.
Part of their initiation rites.
You gotta drink your OP in the morning.
You know what a golden shower is, don't you, Richard?
I know what it is. It just doesn't naturally come to mind.
Yeah.
Someday
Everybody remembers that
you'll
famous
find
Stranglers
it.
song, right?
Rainbow connection.
Are you telling me, Richard, you have no desire to have human waste on you?
And me. Not on purpose. I mean, if I'm cleaning a child that I'm taking care of,
So-
I'm not grossed out by it. But
But technically, you can't intend to have it on you accidentally.
yeah, I mean, it happens accidentally, but I wouldn't do it on purpose.
You could put accidentally in air quotes, because he did say, you said you have no desire to have human waste, and he said not on purpose. So he has the desire to have it accidentally.
No, it's an uncontrollable compulsion. There's no desire.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's not a desire. Come on.
I'm joking.
Well, now I don't know if Nerdy's actually asking the question. I'm trying to be funny.
Trying, but is he succeeding?
Yeah.
There was a time in my life where we were so poor we couldn't afford water to take a shower in or anything, but when it rained, we'd just go outside. Girls on one side of the house, boys on the other.
That actually sounds legitimate.
I thought that was going to be a joke.
I'm not joking.
Okay, because you had like the accent and everything.
Yeah, you put the awesome accent on. That's a
Well,
joke.
we were living in West Virginia at the time.
Virginia.
Now you're saying it wrong. You're on the other side of the mountain. I was on the western side of the mountain. They don't say it Virginia.
Sorry about that, sir.
That's all right. That's all right.
What is that?
Did you all take the dishes out with you too in the laundry?
Well, you wash your clothes and then you wash your body, but dishes was a separate thing.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna say, like, out in the day, you have one side doing the dishes, and on the other side, you got them doing the vehicles. And little Wesley, well, he had epilepsy, so he was in charge of the laundry.
He had epilepsy, so he did the laundry. Peace and respect, Beck. Beck remembers that.
Yeah, you can get all of it done at the same time if you just keep your clothes on while you wash the car, because then it does your laundry and your body at the same time.
Wash your car with the
That-
dishes.
I do not remember us washing cars at all. Like, that's not something we did.
Probably why bother.
West Virginia red clay, it's just stuck everywhere all the time anyway. And you wash a car, probably going to rain sometime the next week or two, and it's going to get dirty again. What's the point?
G'day, Beck.
Yeah, it was front and back of the house. Beck's right. I was thinking left and right, but that's wrong. I don't remember why. There was a hill.
Disclaimer.
There was a hill on one side of the house. There was a hill on one side of the house, and you'd be standing in mud trying to stand up straight. That wouldn't work out.
Okay, speaking of shower, I got to take one. I will listen from afar. Maybe I'll see you later.
All right, man. Take care, dude.
See you, Bridget.
All right.
Disclaimer. The opinions of Flow State do not necessarily represent those of the channel.
Nice.
I said not necessarily.
They might. You never know what he's going to say.
Or whether I already agree and I'm just trying to appear as though I don't. No, I don't. I can't say I've ever done it. I get it, but it's like, okay, never mind. Anyway, so how was your day, Richard, or are you just waking?
Just woke, had a couple cigarettes, some coffee on the plaza, come back in, check things out, and insanely enough, you're doing a show. So I thought, I love these brains. I think I'll jump in there if they'll let me.
You're not running away, are you, Sandy? I hope you're going because you need to go. Bitch, I would disclaimer you just for the sake of disclaimering you. Sorry, Richard.
You're getting a growing feedback through your mic. Mute for a second, come back in. There it goes.
Nerdy would like to announce the opinions expressed by the panel in the side chat bear no resemblance to anything in reality.
Wait, that was also a comment in the side chat.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've got this statement is false.
Fuck, Nerdy. See what you just made me do in front of all the nice people? I look silly now. And I definitely didn't before this.
What happened?
Flow State, I was only joking. Don't hold your
wrote
A4.
Nerdy wrote a self-defeating statement.
Yeah. So he's winking like he meant to.
He said he won.
Yeah.
Got you.
Nice try, Nerdy.
Well, you should be quite happy someone noticed then.
So, is there a squeak, or are you hearing my crickets?
It was.
And by my crickets, I mean the crickets.
Yes.
In the ground.
Crickets.
Australia.
Sounded a little bit like a fire alarm would here.
It sounds to me like a really fast wheel that's turning that has a squeak somewhere.
Like a pet hamster?
Yeah, like the hamster wheel is squeaking or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, this shit is loud, bro. I hadn't even noticed it, but now you've all brought it to my attention. It's actually hurting my ears.
Sorry we pointed it out.
That's fine.
Just gonna have
I
to
was chillaxing to the sound of the Australian night noises. They're bugs.
dingoes and crying babies.
No, you don't hear the babies. Dingoes are quicker and slyer than that.
You grab them by the face. They learn.
Yep.
The blessed
Mother Nature's
dingoes.
abortion.
Well, they generally go for the jugular.
Hey, we don't want that, baby. Hey, let's go on a camping trip.
There's been societies that actually did that.
Oh, I think like people are being animals the way they are and all the horrific things they do. I bet money they've done that before. Yeah.
Australian crickets are probably poisonous in the size of hamsters.
Right.
Quote from Flow State.
Fighting spiders out there.
Yeah, we stick the crickets onto the cane toads, and I got to stop using Australianisms. We set the crickets onto the cane toads, and then bet on who's going to win.
Like rodeo, who lasts longest on them?
Yeah, well, it's can the cricket dismember and kill the frog quicker than the frog can poison the cricket.
The cricket. Yeah.
Oh man, that's Thunderdome stuff there. That is Australian. Two men.
Well, Nitty, you do know your Australian stuff. Do you know about the death cricket?
No.
No, death cricket?
Oh,
yeah.
Great.
Fuck, you're all gullible.
Is that when they win the Ashes, is it?
You really do think everything here is going to kill you, don't you?
It seems plausible.
I'm willing to believe it.
I noticed.
I thought it meant that you take the sport really seriously.
Fuck. Cricket is so boring.
Not when you play Australian death cricket. It's not boring. It's the spiked ball with poisonous splines all over it.
What? Oh, the cricket ball.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted by the fact that John saw Flow State as the name that sounds like a time of the month. I'm in my flow state. And, of course, perfect response. Flow State says, should come check.
That's kind of weird, because I thought it was a nickname you had for Victoria.
Victoria?
Who's Victoria?
Yeah. Like, it's not a state, is it, Victoria?
Oh, the Flow State?
Yeah, it's where all the pussies hang out.
I've never heard that before.
I just made it up. I just made it up.
I see why.
So
The
since
death
we're having a
cricket is
lull,
one of the few things that can consume a frog before it becomes gay.
since it seems to be a little bit of a lull, Hillary's there's no God to worship.
Okay.
I'm asking you.
Make one of your own.
Okay, but there's no actual God that actually needs, wants, or deserves worship.
Correct.
Cool.
Not in my belief system, anyway.
Right.
Who's the white avatar in the middle at the bottom? Is that Brojo?
Who?
Are you still here, bro? Who's the white avatar in the middle at the bottom? Is that Brojo?
White avatar? No, it's V.
Oh, it's Halsey.
Oh, it's
You
Halsey.
go quiet and I forget
You just
you're
see
here.
white.
No, that's V, isn't it?
Oh, there's.
I got my.
There might be writing on it. I'm on a phone. Hang on, let me see if I can zoom in.
Are you talking about PJ's drawing
Yeah, Silas has got the rainbow with the two green things through it.
That's Pink Floyd.
So, okay, you're making full screen.
That's Pink Floyd, that is.
Yeah, I
What?
guess that's
It went black.
Silas, right?
That's Pink Floyd.
Is it a black circle or a white circle?
It's black.
Black.
It's the inside
For
of
me,
the
it's
cover of
black.
Pink Floyd's
That's why
album.
when you said white, we all were like, "What in
It's
the
a
heck is he
black.
talking
It's a
about?"
black circle.
It must have been sticking out on my screen because it was a white circle with the rainbow in the middle.
That's weird.
White circle with a rainbow in the middle. No idea. No fucking idea.
Oh, exit that. Look, it's done it again. I'll screenshot the motherfucker.
Yeah, do. That's
So
weird.
you all know I'm only slightly crazy.
What if everyone says nope? That's not white.
We wouldn't do that to you, Sammy.
I'd shrug and carry on. I mean,
There
at
you
this
go.
point,
That's realism.
I'd be like, well, fuck, they've accepted me this long.
That doesn't matter now. Come
No,
out
it
as
doesn't
crazy
matter.
all you want.
Absolutely crazy, yeah.
In for a buck. Oh, and again, I can't fucking share anything.
Fucking weird. Fucking weird that you say it's white.
Well, not so much. I've seen it before, but it's fucking weird. The rainbow's there. Normally, when they go white, there's nothing in it.
Yeah. You mean like it's the
It's like a non-icon.
the non-icon?
Yeah.
The placeholder for an icon.
Now I'm curious, Simos, how did you create the black background, or was that already part of the original image?
No, that's part of the original image. That is the inside cover for Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon.
Okay. Send it to you, Halsey. Oh, you can't share shit either.
I could share my view of the YouTube view.
Okay.
I've got the YouTube view on my other computer, and it's perfectly normal. I'll show you.
But wait, are you in Brojo's chat then?
No, I'm in your chat.
I don't have a
StreamYard
chat.
on.
No.
I've got
The
StreamYard on.
chat.
What are you talking about? Is Brojo streaming, is he?
Okay, so that's the answer is no. Brojo has a what he calls a happy chat on Gmail, Google chat.
Oh, that, right, yeah, I'm with you, yeah.
Is that image by any chance a PNG rather than a flattened JPEG, or it might be even possibly a JPEG that has layers, and when a computer or device loads something in, it'll load it in by priority, and if the image is created and saved with layered in there, it might put the layer in first and the other. So that's
No
what
idea.
you're saying.
I'll tell you.
Well, did you just take an actual photo, Simos?
No, I got it off the internet.
Ah, see, there you go. I think
But I
PJ
did have
solved the puzzle.
But I did have the album when I was whatever.
PJ
very
has
young.
likely solved the issue.
Like 9 or 10.
PJ, the graphics guy.
I dabble.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm intrigued to see it though.
So I'm curious, Hillary's, what is Jesus? If anything.
Jesus is the perfect human, which doesn't mean without flaw. It just means most advanced or matured version of a human. And he came to give us an example by which we can lead our lives.
Oh, okay. That actually works definitionally fairly well with the word mature throughout the text.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know if you've done that research.
No.
It does. It refers to adolescence, which, we had a big conversation the other day about, the word girl and etymology thereof and all that. And the Hebrew not very much different, where there's a word that means a young man, like an immature man, and then there's another word used to refer to Jesus, where it's always using the form that is a mature man, meaning fully mature, like not immature in any way. So that works pretty good, actually. And from that, I glean that you take that as a historical figure, an actual person that lived, or do you mean that it's a mythology, a mythos, quintessential man represented as a story?
I think the story itself is a mythos, but that there were people who actually claimed to be that Jesus back around that time period.
Right, right.
Is your audience allowed to participate?
Sure.
Nerdy says Jesus is one of the colors of the rainbow.
Hashtag laser Jesus.
Nice.
There are problems from within the story, the Christian story. If a person says that Jesus historically existed, but in the idea of a Jesus mythicist, you don't really have that problem.
I don't know French.
Je suis.
Je suis, c'est que je suis.
No idea what that meant.
Is it I am that I am?
Yes, that's right. Well
Okay.
done, Hilarious. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's where the name Jesus comes from. It's people mispronouncing the French, you see.
Wrong. Objectively wrong.
No, it's my conspiracy theory, and I'm sticking to it.
It's a fine. It uses a lot of the letters, but you've got a presentism fallacy in French, and then you have a word association where those letters don't mean the same thing in the same order in different languages. So there's two fallacies in one, not just one fallacy, but two for the price of one.
What was the first one again? Presentism?
Yeah.
What is that exactly?
If you put a modern idea on an ancient people or an ancient idea, as if it should conform to the way you think of it.
Sound like a conversation I had the other day with Halsey and Pixie.
Do you mean like morally?
It could be on anything.
Anyway.
It could be linguistic, it could be morals, it could be societal. I mean, the whole conversation last night and Halsey, things you brought up about that tribe that I can't remember the name of.
The Sambo.
To say that they are wrong for their...
Well, I mean, I could tell you why I think they're wrong. It's not just for maybe the obvious one or two things that...
Right, but if I say they don't act like Americans, thereby they're wrong,
yeah, right, I get it, yeah.
Okay.
But that's not my perspective, just in case you're wondering.
I would love to hear what you said was like objectively wrong in your opinion, or subjectively, or whatever.
Okay, so the thing about, well, I won't go into the objective versus subjective, the way I think of it in regards to humans. But they lie to their boy children and tell them that if they do not do what they're basically told and shown to do, then they will not be, they won't grow up and they won't become men. And
okay, so I
they're
read
not
all
allowed
of it.
they're not allowed to say no.
I read all of it and I watched a little short clip there.
Okay, I didn't watch the video. I've only read.
Well, you and I wouldn't have it's not different. I think they did a good job of representing it without the video, but in text. But
okay,
when you say someone's lying, you're saying
Yeah.
they themselves
the
do
men.
not believe they're saying.
The men of
they
the
themselves
group,
do not. The men of the group do not believe what they are saying.
well, they're speaking. They're guessing. They're not saying. They're not speaking from knowledge. I don't care if they believe it or not. They're making something up that serves them, and they're abusing a child in the process.
Okay, so what if they both believed it when they were children, and they believe it as adults, and there's been
Because somebody
nothing?
told them, right? They wouldn't just
Okay,
believe it out of the blue. They would have to have
here's
somebody
what I'm
tell them.
saying. You could say they're bad academics, and I'd agree with that. You could say they go with
Right,
tradition
okay.
rather than learning, and I'd agree with that.
But when did it become tradition to require like an 8-year-old boy to suck off half the tribe every day? And to
It's
tell
hard to
them that they're
say,
not
and they
going to grow
probably
up unless they do that. Someone who
probably
wanted a
themselves
lot of
don't know.
blowjobs. I mean, that's extremely selfish.
They
And,
probably
you know,
don't know when it started.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to think about that because it just, it's hard to imagine a group of people that would keep such a practice for so long without ever questioning it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And
I mean, I'm sure that there are people that wanted to question it because
can
they
I
weren't
say
allowed to
this?
say no. You know, like.
Can I say this question? I mean,
Sure.
this sentence. Halsey doesn't understand how a culture could go that long. Blah 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 blah.
That's fine.
Do you see the main point?
But I know we were kind of on this the other day.
Yeah.
I mean, but the thing is, like,
We always slip back to it.
But in this case, it seems like it's just it's not
why I
it's
tried-
not only sexual abuse of
Yeah.
multiple children over years and years of time.
Yeah.
It's also requiring them to also become sexual abusers.
Okay,
Rapists,
tell me what you mean by abuse.
Yeah.
They use a child as a sexual object
And why is that abusive?
because children cannot consent.
Because children cannot consent. And when you say children cannot consent, that's based in what?
They trust the adults around them as authority figures without question because they're not mature enough to understand that they can question.
Okay.
And it's taking advantage of that innocent state, that pliant, innocent state.
Sure.
And to me, that's part of, that's part of why you don't have the life experience, the ability to say, hey, wait a minute, why am I doing this anyway? Who is this guy to do this to me?
Okay.
Like,
so I never consented to a diaper change.
Right.
Is that wrong that someone changed my diaper?
But they weren't using that was not a sexual use of you.
Okay.
They were cleaning filth off of you. They were
Yes.
Why is
they weren't
sex
stopping
an
in the middle and like using you as a sexual, like a masturbation tool in the middle of the diaper change,
Yes, I understand, but okay, from my culture, I can look at that as a sexual act, and I can see what. It's not that I disagree with what you're saying from my perspective, from within my culture. What I'm trying to get to is whether or not they are sexually abusing a child without consent from the child, which the child can't give.
Mm-hmm. If you walked in.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to break in for a moment. What if the person was a scat fetishist and they derived sexual enjoyment from the act of cleaning the kid's diaper and not touching their genitals? That would be sexual gratification from,
without consent.
Well,
Right.
I'd like to break in there then. What about a child that continually cries until its diaper's cleaned? That's giving consent, isn't it?
To cleaning the to
Not
getting
legal
rid of the
consent.
waste, sure.
No, not
But
legal
no,
consent.
children can't consent, right? Full stop.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm.
So if they can't consent, they can't give or withhold consent.
Correct.
Here's
Right.
here's
So we
outside of
assume.
normal.
So we assume that they withhold consent on those things for which consent is required. Diaper cleaning, right, is not one of those things that consent is required for. Why? Because children will make a hell of a mess and stink and cry incessantly until they're cleaned.
Right.
Because they know that they don't like to be dirty.
Right.
Okay, so I'm just saying. It's
They
not
can definitely
great,
make a request of what they desire. Yeah.
It's not any way a good analogy. Let's put it that way.
Sammy's not paying attention or something. So, okay.
Sorry,
you were
but-
in the middle of a thought and your connection died.
Yeah, let me see if I can get back there. Oh, that was it. So, if you saw anyone doing that to a child in any setting, how would you react to that? Like, you don't know anything about their tribe. You don't know anything about anything. You just walk in, you see an adult man, 8, 9, 10-year-old kid.
Uh-huh.
And he's either, anally raping him or using his mouth as a masturbation tool.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So how would you think of that? Would you be like, I wonder if they're culturally like okay with this, and therefore I shouldn't judge them on the same like moral plane? Like, how would you react to that?
So if you're asking me about my gut check reaction, I'm an American. My
Do you really
feelings
think it
about
has to
that
do with
would be
that?
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'm an American. I was raised as a Roman Catholic, and my gut check reaction would likely be that this is wrong and that I don't approve. Having said that, when I defended myself against rape from a pedophilic homosexual priest, I was not angry at him, even though I was 12. I understood that this was his predisposition, which he could not help, and he could not be another way.
That's an awful lot to give to this person. That reminds me of the earlier conversation when Jody was telling us about her poor grandfather who was responsible for someone's death and watched his dad die or whatever.
Look, I agree that kind of thing would be mentally, emotionally harming to anyone in our culture. Okay, and that the adult participating in that is completely wrong for doing it. So don't confuse me. It's just that
finish that, and I want to say something after that.
It's just that what you're talking about there is the attitude and intent of the adult and the understanding of the situation and what it means by the child. That's what you're talking about there. It is not objectively wrong.
Yeah, see, I don't think I could ever go any other direction except for it is objectively wrong.
Then you have to.
Let's say hold on. Like I said that they're not allowed to say no. And I think that they do that thing with the spear up the nose first.
What?
So that they take a sharp stick and they put it inside their nostril and they hit it with a hammer. And they bleed like crazy, and it's part of their like whole initiation, like group of rites that goes along with this beginning of the life with men. They take the boys away from their mothers, and they're with the men from that point forward until they are given the go ahead to go and mate and find a wife.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I think that they do that ahead of time to traumatize them, so it won't be their first trauma. Because if their first trauma is an adult 9-inch fucking dick being shoved in their mouth, that's...
Well, you're giving them a lot of credit.
They're going to be, let's say 8-inch, 6-inch, doesn't matter. They're going to be traumatized by that. They're going to have a much bigger reaction to a first trauma if that's their first trauma.
My argument is, why is it trauma?
To have a sharp stick shoved up your nose?
No. What you said that was
Why is it being
preparation
like
for.
a child being forced to suck off an
Yes.
adult male traumatic?
You know, just the very words you're using to, I can
But no,
tell
but
that
that's
this
what
is
they're doing.
provoking to you. Okay,
Well,
fine.
yeah, because they make them swallow quarts of semen per week. They tell them that they will
Probably.
not grow unless they have them do one after another after
I'm
another after
agreeing.
another.
How many people
You
would
know?
it take to get a quart? We're talking a few
Yeah.
cc's
I said
per
a
dose.
week, right? A week.
Okay,
Yeah,
Maybe
okay,
but
that's not the
exaggerating.
that's
1,000.
guys. That's not the point. The point
Yeah.
is not the volume.
Well, I'm interested in the number.
Sorry.
That's for sure.
Okay.
Well, anyway, if
All right.
I
So the
just
reason it's mentally harmful is because it's abnormal, because a person understands that it would be wrong, because your society and the way you were raised up tells you that would be wrong. That's why it's damaging. I did an easy comparison last time that this came up, and said nude beaches and nude adults and nude children has everything to do with your culture and what you think of it. It's not actually harmful.
No, it is.
No,
I
in
can
Europe,
tell
Tell me
you
why
as
it's
a
actually
child.
harmful.
Look, I was a 5-year-old child or 4 years old. I was very small, and I remember being ushered into the bathroom with both my mom and dad, or my mom and one of her boyfriends, right? Into the shower. They're naked. I'm naked. I'm just being told what to do. And I turn around and I am eye level with a full-sized adult penis.
Sure.
I never wanted to see that at that age.
Trigger warning.
Ever. And I would never, ever have chosen that for someone else. And I didn't have any moral code at 4 years old. I didn't have an American moral code.
Okay, but you're
Right.
conflating some issues. You're in close proximity, and this is something that you've not been around. You're not familiar with. So of course that was shocking.
I was never in favor of nudity in my family. I didn't want to see my mom any part of her naked.
When you were 4 months old, you weren't.
This way, I detested her for breastfeeding me. Okay, when I discovered as an adult that she breastfed me, I felt physically ill.
What?
Right, as an
I felt
adult.
physically disgusted and horrified, and I never ever wanted to touch that person ever again. Okay, it made me physically ill.
I can understand that. But when you were 4 years old, did you insist on having a diaper, or did you try to get out of your diaper?
4 months old, you mean?
Yeah,
Did you say
4
4
months.
years old or 4?
No, I said
I have
months.
no idea.
Okay, but that's my point. You said you were
I have no
always
memory.
against nudity, and I
So
can
you think
almost
that
guarantee
if I
you that
can't remember, it's okay?
No, listen to what I'm saying and don't jump to assumptions. What I'm saying is you said you were always against nudity in your family, and I bet you that that's not true. I bet you that's a custom that you learned from your environment, that people should be clothed, and that's perfectly understandable. But in our natural state, babies don't like to be swaddled. They don't want to be constricted with clothing. So our natural state is nudity. And you were talking about the nudist beaches. I've been to Europe. Kids over there are totally nude, running along the beach. The adults, some have trunks, some don't. But it's just bodies. The kids
And
don't care. They're not traumatized. Now they're not put face to face with an adult male. They're well in the distance, but they don't care.
Well,
It's
and
not
I'm sure
traumatizing.
I've got your flow
someone.
state. When I can we pause just one little second and hold your thoughts? I'm not going to change the topic or anything before flow state's head explodes. And anyone who's recently joined post context, there's been a bit of a discussion in our community the last couple of days about our ability or non-ability to place ourselves in other worldviews or frames of thinking, and especially ones that go against our exactly. And this conversation is the result of us attempting to do that or doing that. Have I done it justice?
Yeah. I mean, I can show medically with almost endless citations that there are things about human milk that the human baby absolutely
Yes,
need.
but they don't have to suck it from the fucking breast. Okay,
Okay,
they
well,
don't have to do that.
you,
That's not
okay,
necessary.
so these
That's for
technologies that
mommy.
allow us
That's for
to
mom. You know.
these technologies that allow us to not do it that way,
Mm-hmm.
like little vacuum pumps and stuff like that. That's all very, very, very new in the history of the human being. So was everyone wrong always, and were all women affording themselves some kind of satisfactory luxury in their infants before this technology arrived, or were all of them wrong?
I wouldn't say wrong. I have a specific reaction to it because of who I am and because of my history and because of my relationship with my mom, with mothers in general, and with women in general.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So,
Good.
you know, I admit that is like part of it.
You have
I
some personal aversion.
can't
Okay.
deal
Fine.
with anything having to do with pregnancy or babies or breastfeeding. The whole package to me is just ugh. No, absolutely not.
My earliest memory, my mom's head was about 4 feet across, which means I was really small.
Right.
I remember my face was buried in warm flesh and big soft flesh, and I remember her head was closer than it was wide. Okay. And I remember being very, very comfortable and satiated and just I wouldn't say happy, but content. I was very content in the moment. Now I'm relatively sure that I had my face up against a big old boob is what was going on there.
Well, I'm sure. I'm not saying that,
Okay.
that breastfeeding is bad. I'm saying that I
Okay.
don't like it and I have a specific reaction to it. And I
Okay.
think that, you know, I've seen these videos where these women are breastfeeding all the way up until like 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. And I'm just like, what the hell? You know, these kids don't need that milk. And even if they did, she could pump it. Why the sucking? Why does that have to happen?
You're right. They're getting some gratification from it.
Well,
you know, it's the oxytocin release.
It's been my understanding there is chemical release that makes the mother feel good and relaxed, and that's not a bad thing. Okay, and then also there's the personal aspect of it that it's very close, and it's almost, I think, endearing for the two of them, that it creates a social bond that might be important in a lot of situations.
It's simpler and more than that. I can think I have two examples in my life where both people tried to not and use bottles and things, and the baby just wouldn't take, and they ended up going back to the boob. And both of my ex-partners that I had children with, breastfeeding was painful, uncomfortable.
Yeah.
The only pleasurable thing about it was the being close, cuddling your baby and knowing that you're sustaining them.
So let me finish the
Yeah.
the build up comparative I was actually making here in a larger idea. Throughout the history of human beings on this earth, babies have needed, and it causes social bonding, to breastfeed. All right? In that culture, although it is delayed that the child be physically large enough to get nutrition from and to interact closely with adult males in their society, as they always had with females in their society, may create a greater bonding in the society and cause all the children to feel about males like they do about moms in our society. How's that for controversial?
Yeah, but 8 years old.
That's moral relativism, you know?
Yeah, but 8
and cultural
years old.
relativism.
Really? 8 years old? Are we sure about
Not
that?
only 8 to like 14. You know, like they do it all the way up until the point where they basically turn around and get into the spot of, okay, now you suck. You know.
No,
Where?
that's not true.
Sorry,
You missed
what are we
something.
Where?
describing here?
What?
The
They get
adult
married?
males also
Where?
the adult
Where?
males also do this for each other constantly.
Do what?
Okay, well,
Yeah,
this conversation's gone
whatever.
sideways.
It's the dick.
Like,
It's the dick sex
Bonobos.
I can understand. Obviously, look, babies need breast milk. That's just a fact, right? Because their immune systems can't take the
Right.
kind of germs and shit that are around them. And of course, the quick way to get the baby's immune system going is through a mother's breast milk, because she can handle the germs and viruses that are around. So it's essential,
She
in
passes
my
on the
This is
opinion,
antibodies.
precisely
that
but the
babies do get. It's
Simons.
essential that babies do get breast milk. But of course, once their immune system has got a little bit stronger, and by my reckoning, that is not 8 years old. All right, that's tops. That's
So-
only going to be like 3, possibly 3, 4 max.
So-
right, and then that job's done. So anything after that, that's just between the two of them and the mother. More importantly, if she's continuing to breastfeed past a certain age. Right, and 8 years old is way past that age.
So
So
in that culture
And
that we
just-
are referring to, that they actually look at it as a nutritional and growth thing, that it's necessary for that human beings as an animal need
So wait.
that kind of interaction in order to grow up strong. And that's
Yeah.
what they believe. They believe it's a nutritional thing.
It
I
is
breastfed
nutritional.
all. I
Jody,
breastfed all
you're
my
nutritional.
agreeing. Hold on,
Babies
Jody, you're
babies
agreeing
can
with-
digest, but hang on a minute. Babies can digest milk. Most adults cannot. All right.
Okay, but
So
we're
there's a
talking about-
point where they're not digesting the milk anymore. All right, because they can't. They're just people become unable to digest
Even
milk
human
fully.
milk?
Even human milk, yes. That's
Okay, 'cause
just
I
a
have a-
fact. Now, white people, right, and Europeans, they have a particular penchant where there's a certain percentage that can digest milk, be into adulthood, but most cannot. All right.
Can I
So that's-
please clarify
that's just
before we
fact.
get any
Go ahead.
further? Because I walked away for like 30 seconds. Flow State's not sure either, and John just arrived. What the fuck are you still like? Is this a hypothetical society, or is there a society
no, this is
out
real.
there that
It's anthropological, investigated. There is a society where the male warriors or whatever do take away the adolescent boys and have them swallow semen, and it's believed
not just
that
out
it,
of a cup.
right.
Where's this
I'm just
from,
trying
though?
to.
They
I'm
could
trying to
just
tame
do
it
it in a
down.
cup, you know.
I'm trying to
Oh,
tame it
shit.
down though.
What tribe is this?
Is it like in New Guinea?
They're in Papua New Guinea, and there's more than one, but the one that kind of has been written most about is called Zambia. I was just going to make a point that
Well,
if we're go ahead, sorry.
Well, no, I don't want to interrupt you,
Yeah,
especially you, Halsey. So go ahead, please.
Well, I was just going to make one point of, if we're comparing nutrition-wise breast milk versus, semen, there's a little bit of protein, not much. Everyone thinks, oh, protein shake, they make protein jokes. It's not that much protein. It's a very small amount of protein. It's a little bit of like sugars, and it's fluid. That's it.
Yeah.
It's like having like a quarter teaspoon of sugar and like a nibble of cheese. The nutrition is negotiable or not even worthwhile.
Yeah.
So here's the fallacy.
It's about calories.
In
and-
presentism, you have that science. They have bones stuck through their noses.
Well, that's their fault, Richard.
Well, it's not their fault
Well,
that their culture didn't
That
develop
was
scientifically
a
and
joke,
technologically.
but
Like,
it's okay.
Doesn't matter whether they got bones stuck through. The North American Indians used to have a rite of passage into adulthood, right? In order to, and they were always going to be shocking and physically intimidating for the very reason that these people had to go hunting, very, very dangerous, and suffer injuries and still perform. So yes, there was an idea that men especially, had to be able to handle physical trauma and still continue to do whatever they needed in terms of war or in terms of hunting large
So
animals.
the way my father,
And
the way
one
my
before you go
hold
to
on,
it, let me just say the last thing, which is to say, and yes, some of these South American cultures, of course, they would sacrifice. I mean, they would do mass human sacrifices, right? That was cultural. Okay, they would take drugs and they would sacrifice people. So, just to say, yeah, there are some fucked up cultures in the world, and it sounds like you're just describing one of them. That's it. Sorry,
Yeah, but are
I'm
we
done.
allowed to say it's fucked up? Like, that's basically what I'm saying. And that, in my opinion, like when you have something like the idea of objective morals versus subjective, people say objective morality and subjective morality because they're thinking of it as, a whole and a whole, meaning like a complete thing or set of things, right? But no, it's specific things. I think it's morals, not morality. I think there are objective morals, like cruelty. To not intentionally be cruel seems to me either it is on some gut level in all of us, we have a rejection of that.
Problem is, we don't agree on what is cruelty.
Like I would say causing someone else intentional pain because of vengeance or because you're some kind of sadist or something where you're getting something out of it,
Yeah. I think it's that because we are, whatever standard you measure it by, you have put your culture into it. What if sex is not sexual in this culture? What if they're a culture that struggle to get hard because they're so non-sexual? And so what happens, the boys aren't experiencing anything sexual, they're not scared, they're like, this is a cool thing we do to become men, whatever. Just to clarify, I am 100% of the opinion that this fucking tribe should be wiped out except for the kids. It's horrific. But I'm not arguing for that bullshit. The argument is that we cannot
okay, I get where you're going.
unemotively make a judgment on something we have no experiential grasping of. It's like, do you have kids, Halsey?
No.
Okay, bad example. Sorry. But it's that thing that you hear people say.
I would have some direct reference that I would probably have a fond memory of, but no, sorry, but go ahead.
No, that's okay.
Do you have any pets that you've had spayed or neutered?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well,
did you pay for someone to medically damage sexual organs on an animal?
Outright remove. Yeah, because look, they are prolific breeders, and they are driven by their hormones when they are driven to breed. They have no they don't say, I think I want to have babies. They just go, and then they're pregnant. They don't think about it. They just experience it all. If I let them if they just free breeding, it'd be 20 cats in 2 years. And they would suffer. So this is one of those things where, in a perfect world, the cats are free out and they're spaced out enough so that there's not hordes of cats being bred, right? And that's just how it would work out in the wild. But in urban areas where things are all close together, we have to not produce a bunch of cats.
Yeah, people would go around killing cats if we allow cats just to breed. Obviously.
Yeah, they do that in Australia, right?
Plus, it would make our dogs a lot worse. So,
So
there's
you
lots of
saying
reasons.
that's what happened to the human race?
In which what? What do you mean?
Are you saying that's what happened with the human race? What happens with feral cats? Okay.
No. No, that's because when you empower women and give women the rights to their reproductive systems, they actually choose to have less kids.
And flow state, that comment means you've completely missed the whole point.
All right, can I say what I was going to say before?
Yep, go for it.
That echo is so terrible. Is that you, Sammy, or is that someone else?
Sorry.
That's okay. It sucks to have you have to mute, but
I don't even know if it is me, but I'll just say sorry anyway.
okay. Well, if you mute and it stops, then I'll know. But I could see looking at the group and saying to myself, there's been a whole lot of human beings in the world that have been, have made bad decisions and been misguided and done terrible things to each other. So I can look at that group in that lens and say that before they knew better meaning what they're doing to me, like, and then, but when I look at how you were explaining it to me and wanting kind of me to look at it, my question is this. Okay, so we've got them on the left and anyone that protests against their position on the right, and it's right now, and they're practicing their thing and we're doing our thing. At what point do we approach them and say, hey, there's other ways to do things, and that's not all that nutritious, and you're probably sort of traumatizing your children and blah, 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 right? Letting them know and kind of informing them, because otherwise we end up in like a Star Trek situation where it's like prime directive. We're not supposed to interfere. Let them find their own way and stuff. No. If we know better, we should tell them. And now you're going to say, why is it better, right?
No, well, I was going to say, I think the day we should do that is the day we let them come and tell us what's wrong with our culture.
So you're telling me that you would let them just continue to do their thing in the modern world right now?
No, that's not the thought experiment. Sam would, like Flow State, would probably do things I would never do before. I would go and kill people over this sort of shit. I agree with you that from how I was raised, what I believe, the creature that I am, I get
with
it.
With the thought experiment in mind, okay, I can look at them, and I don't want to be in the position where I can imagine being them making those same decisions, because it's just so alien to me to make those decisions. So I can look at them with the lens of, boy, humans can sure do some messed up things sometimes, and also can be very misguided and act on suspicion and superstition, and sometimes do terrible things and make bad choices. So I can look at them through that and say, I understand and accept that it has been that way and that they did these things, but like you, I don't want it to continue.
Okay, so let me say this to you, Sammy, particularly. Look, if and to you, Hal, in some respects, look, if we think that they've never been told this, then I think we're wrong. I can almost guarantee that there have been Christian missionaries down there saying, accept Jesus, what you're doing is wrong.
To be fair, I think they don't do this anymore, but go ahead.
Okay, well, if all the better. Okay, now, but even if they were still doing it, right? Let's just say this. I think I'm almost certain they would have been told that the rest of the world is different, right? And that they need not be doing this. And in fact, there is some harm caused by this. However, if they chose then to carry on doing it, it would be on the basis that they thought it was good for their society.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, if they grow up, they've all the older generation, they've all experienced it. All the boys, all the men have experienced it, and they don't seem to feel that it's detrimental to them growing up. Right? So, in
and the ones that miss out do feel like it's detrimental on missing out.
What do you mean, the ones that miss out?
So say that this, I know that there's certain things that have to be achieved to go through these rituals, or is this one where it's just
every single person does it regardless.
Well, this was what was being implied, wasn't it?
Well,
This is a rite of passage to manhood. You're told you won't grow up to be a man unless
yeah,
you
I
do.
guess sorry, it's because in Australia there are tribes that you don't just get it. It's called a rite, but an RITE, not an RIGHT. It's not like you have
Yeah,
a
yeah,
right.
RITE,
You have
yeah.
to do all these things
That's
to
right.
be able to go through this rite.
Indeed.
And so there are boys that miss out, and they become a different kind of warrior, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah. Same with the Native Americans. Not all of them had to go through the rite of passage to become a warrior.
But so this is a case of a just once you reach a certain age, this thing is done. Is that what?
No, in the
Or do
Native
we not
American.
know?
No, the
The one we're
implication
Are you
talking
talking
about.
about
the implication was
the
that all men
Samian
do it
people?
because you can't become a man
The,
unless you do this. That was what was
right, and
expressed.
it
Right.
starts
Sorry. So
around
it is every
age.
single boy. Got ya.
hmm
Now that's
And there's
different to
several
Native
years, you know.
Americans, right? Who have two different distinctions between warriors and men or adults.
In my
Yeah.
case, my grandmother's mother was 100% Mohawk on the Salamanca reservation. And she married an Irish man. Like from Ireland, I guess. I mean,
That's usually where they come from.
well, I'm a little shady on that. I mean, his last name is
Really?
McCann, and I think it's Ireland, but when I looked it up once, I thought it said Wales.
Is it with a K? McKeon?
It's MCCANN.
Oh, McCann. Yeah, that's probably Ireland.
Maybe we shouldn't have went straight to the boys sucking off men extremity for this thought experiment. Poor Halsey and poor fucking Jody, both survivors, incredible survivors.
They're the most
Like,
memorable that are the most offensive to me. So I always pull them out as an example of should we honor culture? Do we need to preserve culture? Is culture something special? Is it sacred, or is it okay to blow it up and learn from it and document it and say this is what we did once, but we don't do this anymore?
So my
grandmother, I agree with that, Halsey. Yeah.
I have a good example that Sammy, I think, is suggesting something maybe less emotional. That is equally weird and doesn't make a damn bit of sense to me. We in American culture, I won't speak for other cultures that do it, they talk about rites of passage into adulthood. For a lot of Americans, one thing for females is having their ears pierced. Now this is unnecessary. It is physically damaging.
Mm-hmm.
It is painful. It is scary, and young women, young girls volunteer wanting to do it.
Yeah, it's a version of scarification.
Well, let's not talk about
what is it?
Newer trend.
I got a better one for you.
Let's not talk about the newer trend of tattooing, because I don't know many young girls these days that don't have tattoos.
That's
tattooing
is another one. Yeah.
Richard, when you mentioned the ear piercing, were you talking about any specific group that did it as a tradition?
Oh my gosh, most of white America?
Not tradition, but
no.
Yeah,
you were saying that little girls were volunteering. There are some groups. There are some groups that when the baby is like 3 months old or something, or maybe to a year old, they'll take them to the mall and just get their ears pierced when they're like little babies. You know, I don't know how I feel.
My
about
granddaughters
that. It's kind of like
But
totally
that doesn't.
unnecessary. You know?
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing because first of all, an infant is probably not going to as an adult is not going to recall the occurrence of it. It's not a continuous thing. It's not traumatic for the reason that they don't remember it. So it's not a one for comparative. But say let's see, in my family, a girl had to be 13 to get her ear pierced. What's that?
What about just like, disrespect for a person's body and their permission
It
to put
is
holes in it?
disrespectful to the person's body. It is physically damaging. They're old enough to remember the pain of it. It is in that way a painful thing, unnecessary, that they remember happening. So I'm trying to draw a one for one here. But it's culturally acceptable, right? It's culturally promoted. It's a rite of passage into adulthood for a lot of folks, right? And in that way, I think, and taking out of the emotional realm, it okay, so what I'm pointing out is it's weird, it's unnecessary, it's painful, it's memorable, it can be remembered, and yet it's not traumatic. Why? Why is it not traumatic?
Because it's done with consent.
Well, I mean,
Because
sexual activity in young personhood, humanhood. There's not like a way that just because you're of a certain culture, it doesn't do psychological damage to you.
I would say that you're completely wrong. It doesn't do psychological damage because it's thought of as socially acceptable.
So I don't
That's
even
not
think
what I'm
it's
saying,
about
right?
sex. I don't
Yeah,
even
I
think it's
agree.
about sex. I
Uh,
don't think it's about sex. I think it's about control. That you're a predator that preys on that child.
You're still forcing predatory. You're forcing social constructs onto a society that does not hold those constructs.
Yeah, loaded language and poisoning the well.
So everybody has an authority. Like, say if it's cold
Mm-hmm.
and you want it to be warm, and
Okay, what would that
I
example
can
be?
do what I
School.
want. I can do what I want to make sure I get warm. Like, I can grab a blanket, I can put a sweater on. But when it comes to a child, if an adult is preying on a child, they're stealing that person's authority to say, I'm not okay with this.
By
Because
forcing the child to wear a sweater so that they don't get sick and die.
so instead
Housekeeping,
of being
hold
a
your thought.
That's not the
protector,
same.
instead of being a
Hang on.
protector and keeping that child safe and warm, they feel like they were never given
We understand where you're coming from,
the
Jody.
power
We're not
to
arguing you.
say to that person at that very moment, get the fuck away from me. Like that kind of authority.
Mhm.
You know, when somebody's getting in your personal space, you're just a little girl, you don't know. I mean, it's that part that is the struggle that I have. That somebody else did that to me and I let them.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have much control over letting them.
But why didn't I use my words?
Because
you're a child.
No,
Yeah.
in my mind, I could have used my words. I could have said,
Well,
you're
here's
out of
another
line,
answer.
get the fuck away from me.
Jody,
Here's
you're victim
another
blaming.
answer.
You're blaming yourself for something you couldn't have been responsible for.
I can
and
still
I have some
picture
housekeeping.
myself in that position, though, and I didn't ask to be in that position, and the person that put me in that position wanted to take my control, so he took control of the situation and did as he pleased without me being considered.
Agreed.
So, Jody, my answer to you, and it's not going to be an answer that solves anything for who you are, but
I'm not trying to solve it.
no, and I'm not trying to either. But it's going to be a weird answer, but just take it and do what you will with it, right? It is agreed amongst professionals that deal with this stuff that victims nearly every time blame themselves. Okay, you don't have to agree, but I'm just telling you that
But you're not listening.
that's what the professionals that deal with this say, and people who have experiences in it have also experienced once they
get through and past that point and stop blaming themselves. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but I'm saying that's what where the point we're trying to offer to you in your circumstance. Now, the whole thing is that none of this is related to the point, because in the thought experiment, the boy, whatever you want to call them, is not saying get the fuck off me. They are saying, come on, brother, come on, cousin, we're going to be men today, you know, painting themselves up, whatever. That's the difference. And I just want to keep saying over and over again, the scenario we've described, I think every single human being here would be totally opposed to. No one is arguing for the actual scenario.
Okay.
The whole thing of this is how resistant we are to even thought experiments if they're particularly uncomfortable. And the housekeeping I wanted to do, I basically just did. Hopefully, Odine, you now know what the hell's going on while we're talking about boys sucking off men and all this weird shit. I can't imagine what it'll be like to come into this sort of discussion with no
Without any
context.
that sounded really bad.
Like even
Yeah,
Flow State was here
I'd
for
just
the
like
whole
to-
thing, and he even didn't realise what was going on.
Okay, I'd like to offer something, if I may, at this point, which is just to say, and one of the reasons why I think children, especially children, younger children, but also young adults, can't really understand the future consequences of action. They just don't understand it because they haven't had experience, haven't had any kind of social interaction or talk about the particular topics in any way, and so it's more of a case of confusion as to why you feel powerless in those situations, and confusion, right? And not knowing where this is going. Well, what's going to happen next? I don't know what's going to happen next because I've never had this opportunity to experience what I'm experiencing now. And I think I felt that at one point in my young life when I was, taken advantage of, shall we say. And I just didn't know what was going on, right? And so as a result, I just went, well, okay, but what are you doing? What's happening? I don't know. So even though I had the power of speech to say no, I didn't say no outright because I didn't know what was happening.
But when
And
you
I think
said taking advantage,
yeah,
to me, that advantage is my authority. And my grandfather needed to take my
Hold on,
advantage.
Jody.
yes,
And wait a minute. My grandfather experienced his own childhood trauma.
yes,
So
Not
to
your
his
fault or your
advantage, I
responsibility.
know
right,
he was
yeah,
a victim of his circumstances.
sure,
I was a victim of my circumstances.
sure. The difference is, though, he understood by that stage that he was the victim of circumstances. He was no
No,
longer a
he was a
child.
boy. He was a
No,
boy.
no, listen
Yeah,
to me.
No, he
Listen
was
to
an
me.
when he
adult.
did what he
Listen
did
to
to
me.
you.
Listen to me. When he did what he did to you, he was an adult. Okay? And he understood what it was like to be a child and be abused, yes. But he had also then realized.
Actually, in her case, it wasn't. The grandfather hadn't had childhood sexual abuse when
He
he
also
was
then
when
forced
he
that
was
See
on
it,
some
Flow
yeah,
children.
when
State.
he was an adult at the age of 16. He did something that his dad took the blame for. So
Yeah,
it's
his
totally
dad got the
different.
electric chair.
Yeah, it's totally different situation. It's
He,
not,
when he was doing
passing
that,
on learned behavior.
it wasn't that he was unable to consent when he was a child. That may have been the case, but he didn't do that. And if he did that, he would have realized when he'd grown up that that was the case. So to do it to somebody else who couldn't consent, it's abuse. There's no two
So
ways about that.
I'm not excusing his behavior as correct,
Right.
but in his mind, he had to live with the fact that his father died in
Sure.
his place. in that electric chair.
But he was an adult, correct?
Okay, I didn't tell you guys this part, and it's kind of important.
No, Jody,
No,
please
I
answer the
didn't
question.
finish.
No,
He
please answer the
ran
question.
away.
He was an adult, correct?
He was 16.
No, not when the thing occurred. When he abused you.
Oh, I thought you meant his childhood trauma.
No. He was
He
an
was
adult.
in his 70s.
Right, so he understood.
I don't
Right?
know
That's the
how
point.
much of his mental faculties were there.
Yeah, well,
I'm
if
gonna
his
be
mental
honest with
faculties
you.
weren't there, it still doesn't make him a nice guy, does it?
Overall, this man was loved by like a lot of people.
Yeah, okay, well, so was Hitler. So what's your point?
That's like typical psychopath behavior. They could like, be part of the crowd and do horrendous things. Nobody would know about it.
Yep.
So, can I explain why they thought he was that way?
No.
Do you understand, though, that he's an adult, Jody?
I know how.
So there is no excuse. There's no excuse
Why
for
are
an
you
adult to
taking
do
his
that.
situation into account when you judge what he did in your situation?
Because.
But hold on. Look, he has 50 years or so, 60 years to get over this, right? To come to terms with what happened. Go ahead and tell me what you're going to say.
Because what I was going to say is that my grandfather was very giving, and so my grandmother and grandfather, they kind of had a revolving door. Anybody showed up at any time. My grandmother put a plate of food in front of them. My grandfather would get out the cards.
Hold on.
Dominoes.
Look, I don't want to hear about the great people he was or they were. I want to hear about why you're giving him an excuse.
Because he went through childhood trauma. I went through childhood trauma.
So what?
I didn't ask for it. He didn't ask for it.
Who all did you kill,
I
Jody?
can relate to his understanding. To his.
Who all of you killed,
trauma.
Jody? Who all of you killed?
I don't think I've killed anybody.
Exactly. So him sexually abusing someone, when he didn't go through that kind of abuse, he endured something in his life. Although I'd argue he was an adult at 16 in New York at that time, but he went through something in his youth. Yes,
but
that
men
gives him
don't
zero
even
reason.
have a full brain until they're 24.
Yeah, I understand that.
They have a full brain. They just don't have 100% of their executive
Prefrontal cortex.
function like online yet.
So right after his father was executed, he went to New York City, and he was pretty much around burlesque women, and he worked the stage. He was a stage like.
Why is this important, Jody?
Yeah, none of this has
tell you
anything
that
to
he was
do.
around naked fucking women.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
he was a
good for
boy.
him.
No, that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
To him,
So you're telling me, are you basically saying that he became? Are you saying that he became sort of a pervert that couldn't keep it in his pants, and so he needed to come in and do things to you as a child? Because that's seriously like what I'm hearing. Like he became like a sex hungry guy hanging around naked women, right?
Oh my God, I did not.
Jody, you're being really defensive.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure I just strawmanned her for sure. But
okay, I never said his behavior was correct.
Well, would you say, Jody?
Saying that though.
No. Would you say? Can you say the words? His behavior was disgusting.
Yes. I
Can you say
that molesting somebody is disgusting?
No, say it. Say what he said. Don't say molesting someone. It was you and him.
I thought it was disgusting.
Do you think it, or is it true?
It's true.
So say it.
It's true that what?
His behavior.
When my grandfather molested me, it was disgusting and it hurt me deeply forever.
I mean, this is pretty heavy shit right here, but I just want to make you understand something. When he did that to you, and this is true for anyone that survives early sexual contact like this, they actually killed the person that you would have been without that. And believe me, it does change your whole trajectory of who you are and where you end up in life. It is a life ruiner.
So I see it as a blessing. I appreciate.
No,
I really do. I see
Holy
it like
shit.
I appreciate
Sorry.
the fact that my children didn't have to be in that atmosphere where.
Wait, what?
Where somebody could touch them.
She's saying because of the trauma that she went through, she was made sure that this didn't happen to her kids.
So I
This didn't happen to any of my family.
Family.
This never happened to any of my family at any point within the family at all in any way. So I can say that it wasn't necessary what happened to you for you to protect your children.
And to say it's a blessing. It's not a blessing.
And in the small time I've known you, I am utterly convinced you would die for your children and to protect them without having to have gone through anything, just by your personality and virtue alone.
Yeah, my kids are pretty much my everything.
And the whole point of this is you can't see that. You can't see the you for you, because me, someone who has no right in even commenting in any of this and no true understanding of it, all I see is someone who has never got to be the victim and has even gone as far as to adopt the role of their abuser.
Because I refuse to be a victim. I was taught by my father that
it's not your choice.
Listen.
It's
the way
not,
my
yeah.
father raised me
Okay.
is that life is going to knock you down, but you get back up.
Yeah.
That's how my father raised me.
Let me rephrase for you, because I think that the issue is the victim bit, right? I'll use a different word, because the victim I'm using, you don't have a say in. It's the person who was taken advantage of. That's victimizing, right?
Yeah,
you aren't a victim. You're a survivor. Okay?
I know that.
That's the difference. So you're not a victim. And I wasn't trying to say you should be the victim. And I'm saying as the child,
You're a survivor of sexual abuse.
I'm a survivor of sexual abuse.
Yes.
And an extremely lovely, polite, caring human being from my small experience with you. And that's the whole, for me, that's the whole reason I didn't can this conversation hours ago. Is because I feel some hurt coming from you in your voice,
Well, I've been through
and
a
then
lot.
and then in your words, tell me you don't see it. I'm like, I'm a fucking idiot, don't understand any of this, but I can see it.
I can too. And I wanted to talk to you about something. There's this idea that gets thrown around a lot that God won't give you anything that you can't bear.
I don't believe that.
If we use that logic, we could justify almost anything that happens to a person and say, well, God must have had like a lesson in mind for that person, or it made her stronger in this, that, or the other way, and what try to sew in a silver lining, right? But the point is, like, when you say it's a blessing because you protected your kids and you say all these nice things about your grandfather, and like that to me just makes it so that you can't really fully understand. Like, I mean,
I knew enough to keep my children away from that side of my family.
Right, but by the time you were having kids, how old were you?
I was 22.
Okay, and you were how old when this happened to you as a child?
So my mother died just before my 3rd birthday, and I think my grandmother or grandfather must have started around that time.
Bye, Simos.
And then,
yeah,
on and off.
So
but
look,
I can recall,
the thing
like,
is, as a 3-year-old, there's absolutely no way, unless you were just a terror that was.
I was a terror.
Fighting and
I'm not gonna
objecting.
lie, I was
Hold on. If you reacted the same way to anything that you protested and you screamed and kicked and did stuff like that, I could see where you maybe feel, well, why didn't I do that at that time? But for you to say that you just didn't use your words and you should have stopped it, but you didn't, it really is putting like all the responsibility almost on you as a
Because I'm an
3-year-old.
oldest child.
But no, Jody.
How do you change your position in
Jody,
the birth order?
Jody, it doesn't matter that you're the
What do you
oldest
mean?
child. At 3 years old, you're not the oldest anything. You're 3 years old. You're 3.
In my mind, mom and
Hold
dad
on,
have one kid,
Jody.
and it's me.
You can't morph yourself.
That's how I'm thinking.
You can't morph yourself thinking about your 3-year-old self with your adult mind, saying that your 3-year-old self should have chosen, or now you think of her in that fashion. She was a tiny little innocent, practically blank slate.
But my mother died. My mother died.
Yeah, well,
Jody.
that maybe wasn't
And
so
I
blank.
didn't understand death.
Well, I'm looking at the mentality. I'm looking at the mentality of your grandfather.
You were at age 3.
Because I was vulnerable.
I'm looking at the mentality of the guy that did this. Not only did he get, he's mourning the loss of his father. Bullshit. He seems psychopathic that it maybe even talked his own father into taking the rap for this guy. So, you know what? What else could I do? What else could I get away with? This is not somebody who was,
This isn't a nice person.
Right? Exactly. This is a horrible fucking guy. 3-year-old.
It's okay for him to be not a nice guy too. It's okay for you to have bad feelings towards him.
Baby, that's sick.
That's perfectly justified.
Guys, I've had those feelings for many years. And
Jody?
it did nothing for me but depress the fucking shit out of me.
Jody, you have worked very hard to survive, and everyone here congratulates you. However, you are defending a human monster who was your grandfather, and more than that, in order to defend him, you have found ways to blame yourself where you could not have been responsible. And more than that, the reason that I think that the idea of God is in charge and we have no free will is so attractive to you is because that's another excuse for a person you love who's a monster.
So are you saying God's a monster?
No, he said your granddad was being a monster.
Oh, so in my mind, my grandfather is mentally, emotionally, sexually disturbed. So I have to reason that in my mind that somewhere along the way something went wrong. And he never received any medical attention for that. Because a lot of times you can't see mental pain. You can't see mental pain because it's hidden in the mind of whoever.
God predetermined that it would be that way.
Yeah, but don't you, like Hillary's just said, don't you believe that God predetermined it that it would be that way?
Yes.
Do you see how you're giving him another excuse, not his fault?
I mean, if
it's God's fault by that logic.
It is all God's fault. I'm not saying it isn't.
Then, and you also find ways to blame yourself when you can't have been consenting. You can't have been responsible. I don't care if you were 12-year-old when this started. A 12-year-old can't handle that kind of responsibility.
Yep. I guess
Can I say,
tell you guys an important part of me. I've always been a kind of protector. My mother said that I always made sure that nobody messed with my little brother, that I acted like I was his mom.
Yeah, that's also not direct abuse, but it is an abusive, not abusive environment so much as like it's called parentification. It's basically when kids are put in roles of parents.
So this is before my mom died, and she died at 19.
Yeah, and you were how old again?
3.
I was almost 3.
You were 3 when that happened? When she died, and then Grandpa did that at the same time.
Not at the same time.
But you said right after.
Listen,
right?
I was vulnerable. My grandfather prayed on that. But prior to that happening, and during a few years after that, I can remember protecting people. Like protecting.
At 3?
No, I said from
a few years
3
after.
And for a few years after that.
So basically,
I played that role in my family. I had to protect
right.
my father, I had
Right.
to protect
But
my mother.
that's kind of terrible, isn't it? This terrible
Well,
thing happened to
yeah.
you, and now you are like hyper vigilant about bad things happening to the people around you. You didn't become a protector. Something terrible was done to you, and you did what you thought you had to do, so that it doesn't happen to someone else. And that's
You
the
know,
only
when
good part that came out of this. But this was something that you had no choice in. It was done to you, and it scarred you in ways that you couldn't feel at the time. You can't probably even feel it overtly right now. You see the ripples of it being there.
So I
Very
know what
sure.
happened. Instead
Hold
of going
on.
straight to my mom, I didn't go straight to my mom. I did not go straight to my dad. I held on to it.
Look, this happens in families for
until I was
years.
16.
This
And
happens
that,
in families for years, Jody.
yes, I know. When I was
People.
16, I
Mhm.
came clean to my mother.
So was it
said-
happening that whole time?
It
Whoa,
happened.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Did you just say you came clean to your mother? Like, listen to those
That
words.
language, yeah. It's like
I
you're
came
it's like you're lying. That's how it feels. Like you
because
just
I
said.
had felt dirty.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it.
Because he
You're
damaged
getting it.
So listen.
How are you dirty in any way? How would you be dirty in God's eyes?
Listen. My grandfather's son, his name was Harold, when I was 11, molested me. And at the time, he was my babysitter. So.
Did you know that the children that get molested are more likely to get molested again because they're psychologically damaged and they tend to be depressed and shy and predators?
Right,
They
I know
see
that.
they hunt them out.
I know that they were my predators. I'm not stupid.
They're drawn to it.
I know that. So listen, this is what happened after that. It only went on so long with Harold, okay? He was my uncle, and I always called him my Uncle Harold.
So can you clarify, though, how long was your grandpa doing this to you? 3 to what? Age 3 to what?
I only remember a handful of times, and it never... He was always very gentle. It was nothing... It was never anything that was painful in any way.
This is painful. Listening to this is fucking painful, man. Oh my God.
Well, earlier you said when you were about 12 years old, you told him that you kind of took over and said, "Don't do this. I'll tell you when," or something like that. So it seemed like you guys developed some kind of weird relationship there. Yeah.
So, my grandfather wasn't in Wyoming. So when I came back from Wyoming, I guess I was older than 12. I was 14. That's when I broke up with the boyfriend I'm with. Anyway, when I was in 5th grade is when Harold tried to touch me. And I remember a couple times that happened. And then when we moved to Wyoming, because my dad owned a drywall business and he had a lot of friends that followed him to Wyoming with their families. We were very close. All of us were. And when we came back from Wyoming, I was 14. Oh, and I became a Christian at 16. And my little sister got touched by the same uncle that touched me. But she came to me and I hid her under the bed. And this uncle came looking for her. She was scared of him. And he said, "Where's Kelly?" And I said, "I don't know." And he was acting all sketchy. And I had been studying. I had all my books all over the bed. And I was trying to act like nothing was going on, like I wasn't on to him. And my father was passed out drunk on the couch. And he turned around and left. And then my mother came home from bartending that night. And the next morning, I stood at the kitchen counter and looked across at her on the couch. And I said, "I need to tell you that Harold cornered Kelly in the garage and tried to touch her." And she just gave me a look like she didn't believe me. And I said, it's real because it happened to me, and Grandpa did it too. And my mother immediately was worried about Kelly, but also pissed off that I kept this secret from her for like a lot of years. A lot.
Okay, you say that she was pissed because you kept it a secret, but I've also heard you say before that she said that even if she saw it herself, she wouldn't believe it.
That was my grandmother. That was
Oh,
Harold's
okay.
mother.
Okay.
My grandfather's wife, yeah.
Well, it makes perfect sense that there is this repeating situation where the females in the family defend the males, which is what you're doing, who were abusers. So you're doing what your grandmother did, which you once saw as unjust.
So immediately I was called a liar, and I've been a liar since then.
Wow, I'm so sorry that
Internalizing.
you reacted that way.
My brother and my sister believe me. My mother believes me. But
Can I tell you something,
What?
Jody? With all of the story and the history and the knowledge, you know, the memories, unfortunate memories that you have of all this, you know, I want you to understand really completely and fully that this is something that, yes, it happens, right? And no, it's not uncommon, but it shouldn't be thought of as something that happens that we should just sort of brush off and say it happens to everyone and it's no big deal. It's just something that happens in childhood and all those things. Or I just want you to understand that it is definitely like not your fault. None of it is your fault. Okay. The reason
I never
why
blamed myself.
I know, but even the idea that you had to come clean about this, you know, like you hid something.
Except for the control part. I wanted my control, and he took it.
But it's
And
not
I
about your
didn't have
control,
the
dear.
words
It's about
to say to him,
look, Jody,
fuck off.
Jody, you didn't have the ability to say fuck off at 3 years old.
But in
You
my
were
mind,
you wished you had as an adult. You wish
oh my
you had.
God.
No,
In my
seriously.
mind, I needed my control back.
At 3 years
And
old.
I couldn't ever say that to him at that time.
Right.
So that's what I remember about the experience that I went through, is that I didn't have my control.
But you thought that as an adult. You must have.
No, I thought that as a child, that nobody would understand me, that someone that
Did you
that
have any
supposedly
fears
loved me,
Uh-huh.
and that everybody else loved, that this man was loved.
Look, did you have
And
any fears that no one would believe you?
I was afraid that my family would fall to pieces because I was always with these people.
Mhm.
They were an integral part of my life.
Did you have any fear that people wouldn't believe you?
Yeah, and that I wouldn't be able to be with my family anymore.
There it is.
And I already lost my mother.
That's huge right there, you know? Look, you coped how you had to. You coped not ever being given the tools to deal with this kind of shit. You know, the damage was done. It's like, you know what the damage is like? The damage is like a perfect like skin being run over with barbed wire. And the skin is just, you know, stretched over a surface, and the barbed wire comes rolling along and just rips a little part of it to shreds, and it never heals right. And there's a big mangled spot. That is what
Yeah, but
happens.
we all
That
have
is what
scars.
happens to your
We all have
psyche.
scars.
But look, Jody, it's different when you're like, you know, maybe a young adult. You go through something hard, and you understand what it really means to have
But hard to me might
grief
be
or whatever.
hard to you
Hold
in
on.
a different way.
Hold on. Look, there's scientific proof out there that when you have a traumatic event under a certain age, it causes like the equivalent to like it can, I'm not gonna say it always does, but it can cause a type of almost like brain damage where your hippocampus is born, like you're born with a diminutive, you know, a smaller hippocampus, a less active adrenal system. You have all these issues, and maybe you're even, you know, more prone to depression. But these things, they change a person's whole potential of their life and who they are. And the person who's doing it, they just wanted something to make them physically satisfied. They were, made a very selfish decision, and I can guarantee you that it wasn't just him deciding to do it that day.
I don't think it was
Probably-
related to sex
he
in
probably
any way.
planned
I
on it for
believe
a
they
very
just
long
wanted
time.
to take my control.
It's not about.
I've come to terms with it. It was about control.
You keep saying that to
it's
you, it
about
was. To
him.
them, it wasn't.
I have to live with this shit. And
Can I
I've
just
come
say
to the
something?
conclusion that
Yeah,
it was
let's
about me
bring her
having
Dean in.
control.
Can I just say something? This is completely up to you, 420. I am highly suggesting that you guys change this topic, mainly because what I'm seeing here is you have a lady who's experienced multiple traumatic events throughout her life, a lot of which, as far as she is concerned, right? Um, a lot of the power and control and autonomy that she has was stripped away from her, right? The she values her family, right, and not being alone, right? And so and so she has to do whatever she needed to do to a lack of help in order to survive that situation and live the best life she could. Now, this lady, of course, she understands that she was a victim back then. She no longer sees herself as that. She's not an idiot. She's not someone who does not understand the significance of those things that happened to her and the effects and how it affects her life, right? And so constantly drilling it back into her that she is like currently some kind of victim and her current mind state whichever it might be, is a complete result of just her trauma. And if she's telling you that it's not, then it's not. Because people have ways of how they cope with things. Maybe was her way to cope with it and move on and forgive and forget.
Yeah.
Right? But she's clearly under the impression that that particular side of the family is not conducive to be around. She has her own family now,
Yeah.
so she
Not all
doesn't need to be around
compassionate
that.
intentional. She's not progressing, so obviously this is not helping her.
This is
Well,
helping
Not
me.
progressing
This
in
is
what
helping
way?
me.
She
Batman.
is.
Batman, you said something very compassionate and beautiful and humane.
Yes,
Okay?
thank you.
But I think Jody understands that all of us, whether we're right or wrong, have good intent for the wellness and happiness of Jody.
I'm not saying that anyone in here
And I can
is
tell.
addressing her with any other intent other than
Yeah.
good ones, right?
Okay, but
But what I'm
I can
trying
tell
to
because she's still talking.
I mean, sure, right? But just because she understands that, it doesn't necessarily mean that this is a conversation that she should even be having right now, considering the point that she's at in her life right now. Maybe it may be moving on from it,
So I'm
accepting it for
getting
what it
ready to
is.
live out in the wild, just in the wilderness in a camper with my boyfriend. And it may or may not happen. I mean, his health isn't good at all. But
So I'm going to do
dying
this.
man. I mean, my boyfriend's a dying man. It's not like something I had a lot of control over.
Yeah. I just want to say, I brought Odin in here because I knew he would express the more extreme side of what I wanted to express, and he did it better than I could have ever imagined. What he just said is what I feel and think, and I honestly think that most people, everyone here, because I don't have shit humans around. They don't stay around long.
You don't
we
have
all
what?
have that exact same sentiment as Odin. I think what was happening is
our natural knee-jerk reaction to want to instantly protect you, right? Which I get is wrong for you because that makes you a victim, and you're not a victim in your
Because
mind.
I want to actually be the protector.
Yeah. And I didn't get that right at the start, but I did as it went on, and I just watched more and more. And I've had this thing lately about understanding other points of view. And yet here I was again, because I couldn't understand your position. I was getting upset by it. Not at you. We're upset at your grandfather and what he did, and people like that, you know? And in our stupid attempt to want to help, you know, this is where we are. And I know that you don't really think anything negative just happened. I'm sure that you've probably just grown closer to all of us, if anything. I'm hoping that's what this experience has been. I hope it wasn't truly traumatic or horrible, or I hope there's something positive you can take from it. At least to know that there's people out here that give a shit about you as a human.
I appreciate that.
And I'm going to finish with, would you like to change the topic?
Yeah.
Or was this helping? You have,
it's
yep, you want to change it?
I'm a little worn out, but.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just say one short thing? I'll just.
Yes, Halsey, you do get to say another
thing.
thing.
The side chat. I didn't realize that I was getting so uppity about everything.
No, but I hope that Jody understands that you and her have
some things in common.
exactly
on the trauma spectrum. Yeah, and one of my issues is emotional dysregulation. And believe me, like when I get angry, it tends to spike. And I
do the same
I
thing.
sometimes only understand that it's doing that after a few spikes has already happened, and I need to be more sensitive to that. But what I wanted to say is that, you know, before this instance, I do know that it's been brought up a few times, very casually, I felt, and it you know, I think we touched on it here and there, but not with any measure of the detail that we went into today. But I'm wondering, you know, like, I guess I just want to say, if you bring it up, can you let people know how you want to talk about it in the future? If you're the one that brings it up. Because
I'm
when
the
you
one
bring
that
it up
brings
really
it up?
casually, it's hard for me to treat it casually.
So, to be honest with you, after I told my mother, when I would bring it up, it was kind of like how you break an arm or a leg, or that's how it was to me. Like, I think I would describe it like I had an accident, and I was molested. I would just say it like it was nothing. Like I was molested by my grandfather. More like I needed to say it out loud. But I didn't have an emotional response because I think at that point my emotions were shot.
There's something that is associated with this circumstance, and it's called disassociation.
Yeah.
And what that is like detachment.
Yeah, that's what I did.
It's just, it becomes a very useful I mean, it's not healthy, but you know,
So
it does tend to happen.
I did that with my husband.
I mean, nothing is inherently wrong with detaching from something that you are trying to move on from for the sake of living a better life. I don't see anything being wrong with that. Okay, I'll just say this. I'm of the I'm like Jody in the sense that I like to protect people. And I think one of the things that I absolutely love with every single person on this group is how empathetic you guys are, right? How caring you guys are, right? But there's an aspect of when you have a mindset of wanting to protect people. Protecting people also means giving them certain tools that allow them to protect themselves, because you don't want them to be reliant on you, right, as a protector, because you're not always going to be around. You're not going to always be there, you know, throughout
Right.
the whole of their lives,
I've been a
right?
mom for 35 years though. My oldest is 35 and my youngest is 18. And I just left my husband 90 days ago.
Yeah, and you know,
So
the
being a
things that,
mom is like a protector.
yeah, you have to be that way. You've been through the experience. I'm absolutely sure you've spoken to your children about, listen, if you see these signs, if you see people doing these things, please stay away.
I think
You've
I was
made them
hyper
vigilant. That's fine.
yes,
That's
vigilant.
part of being a protector, right? But there's this other side of being a protector where it's allowing people to grow, and sometimes that requires moving on, right?
It
And
requires what?
it requires moving on, because if you can't protect people if you see yourself as a victim, right? And so what I'm saying is that, guys,
So I
Jesus
didn't
is,
see myself as a victim, but I felt the shame that
Hey,
that my family called me a liar when my grandfather was the one that should have been called a liar.
yeah,
Because he was lying to everybody around him. They thought he was a nice guy, but in reality he was a liar.
yeah,
But I
he
was
was
the
a
one that
garbage
was
person.
painted as the liar.
can I interject
Yeah,
a possibly pertinent piece of information? I'm asking you, Odin,
Oh,
yeah, sure.
since you are. Who's echoing?
Probably me.
uh-oh. What
Trying to
happened?
remember what I
Oh,
was.
the noise?
God damn it. Oh, that was it. So this is for, I don't know if Odin was present when we had I don't know if it was a super long conversation, if it was a little bit of time when we talked about like complex versus regular PTSD. Remember when we talked about
Oh
just
yeah.
yesterday, right? Or last night or
Yeah, I know.
24 hours.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to I don't know if Odin's the only person that maybe wasn't there for that, but that was that night, just 24 hours ago, was the first time that I think Jody has heard the term complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and
First time I heard it.
yeah, this is a thing that unfolds in a huge number of people that have what are, they call it adverse childhood experiences. It makes it sound so mild, but they consider anything that's adverse, like a divorce or a father that's never home. They think that is enough to like do damage, but when it's like a lot worse than
Can
that,
I
it's
tell you
worse
when I was
damage.
diagnosed?
Well, hold on a
I
second.
think I did tell you about my diagnosis. Or
Yeah,
didn't
but
I?
hold on a second. I'm just wanting to interject this information for one reason, because when you start to like just look at the information, look at like the adult symptoms, and look at like just the data and the information about that particular type of PTSD, it does help to understand it. And when you first learn about just the whole idea that this condition exists and what the symptoms are, and that it's like a checklist for yourself, at least at some part of your life, you look at it, this list. When you understand that, it's a sort of a big deal, and you do spend a little bit of time like digging into that a bit, and it is therapeutic. And so Jody has, new information for this situation. And, that part I just wanted to throw in there because, I think it's relevant because you're saying, oh, just move on, don't be a victim. But without her fully understanding through the lens of complex post-traumatic stress disorder, like, I think that letting go prior to her fully understanding and making sure she fully gets it and has gone through whatever processes she wants to go through, knowing this new information, I don't think it's going to be as possible to let it go until she's done that. You know.
So when I was in 1985, I'm sorry, 1984. No, it was 85. I told you I was put in a psych hospital for 3 weeks because I hadn't slept in 2 months. And I was driving like 120 miles an hour down the highway, and I was bobbing in between cars, and I thought I was invincible. Like, I was having an emotional breakdown, but I didn't know that. And so they held me for 3 weeks because New York state law says if you're over 18, you cannot be held beyond 3 weeks. And the whole time they tried to put lithium in me, and I refused it. I shoved it back in their face, and I talked with the psychiatrist, and his conclusion was that because I went through one trauma after another, my baby sister died full term, but her brain wasn't developed. And that was a couple years after my mom died. And then also the molestation. And then my father died at 17. I was almost 18. And then I had an abortion. And it was just like it was like shit fucking flowing downhill. I mean, it was just flowing. And then I got locked up, for 3 weeks. And they said that there was nothing wrong with me per se, except I had post-traumatic stress syndrome due to my mother's death and
they didn't know that.
feeling abandonment. And then that I was emotionally disabled from all the series of trauma. And then my parents were constantly fighting over my father's drinking. My father was always grieving my mother's death, even though he was married to my stepmom. And then all the other trauma, my mother losing her baby and all of it. And then moving to different schools. I was, dragged across state lines with my parents because my father was always moving to where the housing industry was good, and they were, I don't know, it was just a lot of conflict.
Yeah.
And I was keeping a secret that my grandfather was a fucking predator and that he preyed on me. So I thought that if I told everybody that everything would just explode, and I had already had enough.
Yeah,
I had enough on my
I
plate.
think that's the reaction that most people have been victim.
So I feel like I've
situations
been
like that would.
through enough from somebody's lifetime from like 0 to 80. I went through it before I was 19.
And again, like, what everyone in here is saying, it makes sense in the sense that, your reaction to these things, it's not atypical, right? And
More like
basically
textbook.
that
It's what?
More like textbook.
Yeah, those reactions are normal, right? And to be fair, right, when it comes to the end result of it, it just depends on the person, how much help's available, right? And how they cope with it, right? And what Space Cadet is saying, there's nothing wrong with recommending someone look into possible possible issues they might have,
I have
right?
had counseling over the years.
Yeah, even with that, right? There's nothing wrong with every now and then sitting down with the counselor and even talking about it.
Yeah, I have.
Right? That's fine.
And it did help.
Yeah. So again, right? I'm just saying this lady seems very well put together to me and competent enough to understand that there were just certain things she needed to do in order to get better. It wasn't this thing that she just did by herself. And so all of the work that her counselors and and she has done for herself, I feel like when you emphasize on the idea that she should see herself a particular way, it's stripping away all of the work that she's done. That's just my impression, right? And I don't like to see that,
I wouldn't say
right?
it's stripping away anything. It's not. Yeah.
I said that's my impression.
Okay.
Um,
Um.
and as someone, just well, let me finish.
Sure.
Like most people, I've had traumatic experiences, right? Um, and and I've had friends and family who've been through these same traumatic experiences. And when I find out, um, you know, I did something about it. A lot of the times it was violent, right? So I get, you know, so I'm looking at this from two perspectives. And those family members of mine and friends of mine who were victims, I always tell every single one of them to go get a counselor, speak to a therapist. Some of them I have to literally physically bring them, right? Because they're unable to do it themselves, right? And all of them have gotten the proper help that they needed. All of them have gotten tools of how they can cope and move on. All of them are living good lives, and they do not see themselves as the person who was violated anymore because they have moved on. It's not like they have not acknowledged what has happened to them. When you speak to a counselor and a therapist, you are going to have to say it out loud what happened, right? And I think it's perfectly fine to not put people into these mindsets. Hold on.
Had to sneeze. Do 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 do
We're
do
moving to
do
a different
do.
topic, aren't we?
What was that?
What's that?
Aren't we moving
I'm
to a different
sorry.
topic?
So
Yeah,
I'm just
at the closure of
so
O'Dane's point.
I'm just saying, I'm sure I'm sure Jody appreciates everyone's input on this. Um, I for one definitely my respect for everyone in here has grown significantly because you guys are helping. There's no ill intent and stuff like that, but sometimes how you help people matters. Sometimes some people probably don't really need your help other than maybe just giving them extra information, which I think what Space Cadet is doing is a good thing. Maybe it's something that she really needs to look into and speak to her therapist about because maybe she can become an even better human being by, addressing, by bringing that up and exploring just in case there might be other things that need to be addressed.
Yeah.
That's my
Yeah.
last take on it.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that I'll address what you said real quick, Radine. I think that for me, I went through like several steps through my life of different time frames of trying to deal with what I thought was, depression that just would not let up, and social anxiety that was extreme, and other stuff that I didn't recognize symptoms. And I tried to solve these problems. Thought I was doing it. Nothing really did it. Like I would always think back into it. And when I finally understood that one thing set it all apart from what I thought it was and what I'd been told it was, it was like revelation. And it allowed me to see patterns in my life that I didn't even really realize I was feeding into. And those patterns were destructive and unhealthy. And it allowed me, by understanding and recognizing those patterns, to actually like eliminate them, at least like 80%, I would say, if not 100%. So it is useful in that it gives you just a different lens to look through at what a person has been through. I'm not saying, oh, she should be a victim and she should feel this, that, or the other way. Like, I do want her to understand that what happened to her, and it wasn't her fault or her choice. I do definitely want to impress that upon her. Outside of that, she's got her own journey. I know she's come a long way. I don't feel that anything that I would say, look into this or whatever, would take anything away from her. She had to do what she had to do. You're right. She coped. She found some ways to make it positive.
Yeah, because I pour myself into like different skills that I learned along the way. Like I'll get into, like, I did quilting for a few years, and I belonged to a quilt guild of 130 women. I was the youngest one in there at the time. Anyway, it was in the 90s. Like, that was my way of periods when I went through serious where I needed a distraction, and quilting was brand new to me, and I kind of just walked into it, and these old ladies loved me like I was their granddaughter, and they taught me how to quilt, and it consumed me. Like, I constantly wanted to be quilting quilts and making something beautiful.
You have so many stories to tell, and such a rich memory, and so many details. Like, I found it very therapeutic to write personally, but I
do that.
I'd promote journaling to anyone, and that's not just like how I'm feeling today, what I did today, but also like just memories. Memories, because when you start remembering things, and you go back and start writing down details and stuff, it actually triggers like more and more memories. And like, I started remembering things that I hadn't remembered. There's huge swatches of memory loss in my life because of,
I have a ton of that.
Yeah, that's due to some of the stuff that I've been through, PTSD and narcolepsy. But so that those things, like I said, it just lets you look through a different lens. But journaling, like, it's great because, like, when you write down your memories and you describe them and you like kind of commit them to paper and you can reread them, it feels kind of almost like final that you've dealt with that. Even if you're not in therapy, sometimes just writing it down is like enough to like feel like, wow, like this feels something has changed about how I feel about this. Like, it feels like it's off my mind. It's out of my burden zone now, But
yeah, I don't really
and it's
think
free,
of my abuse anymore. It's more like the after effects of all my family that were my constant. They were like my constant, my people that were always
like
there for me
in your life, right?
Yeah, and they don't like call me liar all the time, but the fact that I no longer have a relationship with them because I came clean about my grandfather molesting me, to me, that just says volumes about them.
So I mean, not to dig back into it, but this is a little bit of new information, that.
Yeah, I probably left some parts out.
Well, just that you no longer have a relationship because
I came clean.
Yeah, because they found this information out and they basically rejected you over it.
They what?
They rejected you.
And that's why I never came clean, because I knew they were going to reject me.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, these are the kinds of things that I would definitely say, like, write these, think of them as the stories of your life and try to write them from beginning to end with as much detail as you can. Put names in. It's okay to name names. Put who you think they are, who you felt they were, your experiences with them. Fully flesh them out if you want to. I think it's very therapeutic. If you love hobbies, writing is an awesome hobby. I know that you said you already did it, but you could probably, just with therapeutic things in mind, maybe with this new lens, it might give you some further therapy, further along.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the last I'll say about it.
Okay.
I wish you all the luck in the world in everything.
Thank you so much. You're beautiful.
You're beautiful. You're beautiful.
Yeah.
You're beautiful. It's true. So how are you, Odine? Let's talk about God. We can talk about whatever you want. It doesn't have to be God. But I know Richard's here and Will's here. The whole crew's here. Brojo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm doing well. I was just I'm actually gaming while listening for the most part. So I honestly can't really think of any topics right now. Um,
Well,
but I
here's
don't
a fun
know.
little thing.
Let's talk about something
So,
else.
someone, are you leaving?
Me?
Oh, I thought you
No,
said
I
you
just
weren't
want to
jumping
talk
in.
about something else.
What about
Oh,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
expressed a lot of
So,
creative? Does anyone want to talk about like creativity or anything related to it?
yes. On that note, I just want to read these messages. So someone asked me, what did you ask me? Something about a god. Oh, Brojo said embrace pantheism. And I said I have a slight allergy to deities. Oh, I said, can I embrace yet not accept? You remember that discussion we had with you, Halsey and Pixie?
Yeah.
And my different use of embrace, and I thought yous were using it differently, but apparently it was me, because Brojo's used it the same goddamn way. And I said, not embrace, embrace but not accept. I'm slightly allergic to deities.
You
I
know,
don't know. Maybe you'll get over it one day.
I think that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, and the point is, long story short, I didn't realize saying it, but Brojo's pointed out that because his deity is the whole universe, I'm allergic to the whole universe. He has no idea how I'm surviving.
So it's just like if you were in the ocean, right? Or you were like a sea animal in the ocean, and you never needed to go out to breathe or anything. Like that's kind of how you are in God. You know, like I don't want to say God is the water, but to me, like if God is anything, I think that it is the infinite field of everything. And since we're in it, we're part of it. There's no separation.
I would say that my impression of God, it seems to be more in terms, I guess, the quote unquote physical makeup of God would be a little bit more in line with Hillary's perception. As far as I'm concerned, everything that exists within this universe comes from God. It doesn't come from nothing. Like nothing is not a thing. As far as I can tell, and just my
Yeah,
intuition.
I agree.
You
Yeah,
know,
I like to say nothing was never a state.
yeah, nothing can't have like properties. So that's pretty much always kind of been my intuition. The other thing that I've kind of speculated is that it seems to me this entity um, has no choice but to create, right? As in, it's just in a constant, because it's in a constant state of flow and change. I think it would make sense that a form of multiverse would exist because it just cannot stop doing that because that's a part of its properties. So I think all of the changes that happen will generate multiple different universes. I don't know about universes that might be identical to ours or anything like that, but nonetheless, universes.
I have a special conspiracy theory. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. So it's my belief that there wasn't just like a big bang, that black holes are basically the universe makers in this picture. Like, you know, stuff over time collects in black holes in such a way that at some point it reaches some sort of maximum capacity and goes past that point and creates a universe. And within that universe, at some point there will be the same process with black holes, etc. But that this has been going on forever and ever and ever, and it's just part of like the mechanics of the universe. It's part of the creation process. That's my special belief. That basically the black holes are the recycling centers of the universe. Stuff goes in, new stuff goes out. It's that the elements are reordered and fresh for different use.
For different use. That's interesting. What someone was going to say something? I don't know if I interrupted. Okay. So I think that's pretty interesting. A matter of fact, I was looking into the idea of white holes being a thing. Mathematically speaking, it could be a thing, but who knows at this point? But I think that's a pretty good view to have, and a pretty interesting possibility as far as I'm concerned.
That we're at the ass end of a black hole that just happened a long time ago, and that there's other stuff going on that's pretty much the same pattern. Just in, I'm of the belief that you zoom out far enough, there's always a pattern. Even if things look like they're not perfectly orderly.
I was literally just about to bring up is it tessellating? What's the universe that no matter how far in or out you zoom, it's the same?
That's like fractals.
Fractal.
Oh, what?
Fractals.
Fractal. Is that what you were just almost about to say?
I mean, probably not with the the level of order and symmetry that when we create and look at fractals here in our little in our universe. I think that it has qualities, fractal qualities, but I don't know how far you have to zoom out before you see that there's a pattern of repetitive.
Well, how do you feel about do you see a similarity between, say, a solar system and an atom?
Oh yeah.
Because they're not, you couldn't really call them fractal, but it has that sort of idea.
Like that, the one is a tiny miniature of the other, and
Yeah.
yeah, and also it's same with galaxies. It's stuff swirling around a central point, and I don't know how much of that there is going on out. Like I don't know the larger constructs that are also swirling around each other. I'm not well versed in my astronomy, but yeah, I think that it must be fractal in a way that, like I said, you zoom out far enough and there's a pattern. I just don't know if it's as orderly and symmetrical as what we look at and say fractal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. It's funny too because I don't know, Hillary's, are you there?
Yes.
So I'm gonna find this. I'm gonna find this really interesting article that breaks down the makeup of the DC universe, and the same concepts that we thought of basically was it's basically identical. um, and it's funny because the way how they use um, they replace certain verbiage, right? Um, but you'll see that the concept is like it's pretty much the same. I'm gonna find it and send it to you. You will have a blast. It's gonna be in the form of a discussion kind of, right? But I still think it'll be very interesting because they also take from a lot of different um, creation stories from different cultures. That yeah, I think you'll intuitively pick up on a lot of that. But the way how it's structured is beautiful in my opinion. Like it's one of the best, I guess, quote unquote, creation stories that I've ever read.
You gonna send that to me on Discord?
Yes, I'm gonna send it to you on Discord.
Okay.
Yeah. Um. So I guess I'll talk about this. I remember this was months ago, and this conversation happened on Richard's channel. And I don't remember the name of the gentleman. He I don't remember his name, but me and him had a really good conversation. Once everyone basically kind of left, and our conversations were about. Uh, it started off as he addressing a claim that he made that everything that exists within the universe, right, is material in nature, right, as intangible. And so, we went into a couple of the, I guess, quote unquote, forces that exist in the universe, and came to the conclusion that those things aren't actual, like, physical forces, so to speak. Like, you can't catch them in a bottle or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and so he's like, "Are you doing what I think you're going to do?" I'm like, "Yes, I'm gonna take it to that to that level. Let's talk." So he's like, so I said, maybe, maybe there is a God force. So he's like, "Oh my God, you did it." So I'm like, "Okay, hear me out, right? Maybe, certain, maybe certain, um, maybe there's a force that is a part of the universe that affects not necessarily human brains, but brains with a certain amount of, I guess, neurons, bulbs, and that has a particular structure, right? That could pick up and allow them to intuit a god,
Right.
right? And the reason why I use the word intuit, right? Like can you can intuit things, right, but not believe that it's like a thing, right? Like you can assess it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's where, like, you can intuit something, or or an experience, right, and still come to the conclusion that it has nothing to do with the deity, right, or
Mm-hmm.
God, the that aspect of the universe. So he's like, yeah, sure, right? But it's not necessary, but I wouldn't necessarily cite it or entertain the idea that it would be proof. So I'm like, no, I don't necessarily think it would be proof, but I think it would probably lend to the possible reasons why a lot of humans, right, despite levels of intelligence, all things being equal, right, um, tend to hold to a form of God belief, right? Obviously not a specific one, right? Especially humans who hold to a belief that, for example, the universe is God, right? So,
I do.
oh, okay. I don't know
No,
what
I'm just saying
you
I
guys
do.
think about that before I go any further.
Well, I
Oh,
just
go
have
ahead.
one question.
Sure.
Where do I fit?
I think at some point you've intuited that that it's a possibility, and with your experience, right, you came to the conclusion that gotta echo.
Oops.
I wanted to show you guys something.
I think
Have you
you've
ever
come.
heard of this?
Hang on, Jody. Just let Batman finish his point.
Okay.
I'll make you large.
I think with your experience and new knowledge, you've come to the conclusion that what was taught to you and maybe what you've intuit, right, is not what other people claim to be the case.
Have you
I
ever heard
think.
of this?
Hold on.
Is it
That is
backwards? Yes,
No,
it's
it's forwards.
backwards.
It's forwards.
Oh, it is?
Around to it.
around to it.
So my father-in-law used to make these wooden, they look like coasters, but they were bigger. And when anybody said, I'm going to get around to it,
Yeah.
he would have a stack of these, and he painted them, and he painted around to it, around the edge of it. And as a joke, he would give them around to it. And I'm serious, you guys. So when you kept saying to it, all I could think of was my father-in-law used to make these damn things.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Quick, bring it back. Bring it back.
What happened?
Sorry, Jody.
No, you're
I
fine.
didn't mean to do that.
Every time you said
I'm
to it,
fucking around with audio settings. Sorry.
all I could think of was the round to it.
That's pretty cool. So I don't know. I think it's I think we can probably intuit deities. I don't think there's obviously you guys know my position already. I don't think there's any absolute way to prove them.
I'm really
Getting an
stoned
echo.
right now. I got stoned.
So let me try and clarify. So I get that I would intuit it, and then what was the next bit? I kind of got lost there.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, so see, it's tricky with you, right? Because you were indoctrinated, right? And so
Yeah.
I don't know if it's one of those situations where you're into your proclivities because of your indoctrination push you in that direction, right? And probably somewhat force you to intuit the existence of that God or get that feeling,
So my
right, so to speak.
personality is the intuition. I
Right.
don't know if you knew that. I'm INFJ, and intuitive is the first function of that personality.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you knew that.
So yeah, I did. So
So I
I
get a
would.
feeling when you guys talk, and I take away that feeling. I don't remember what you said. It's the feeling you gave me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What were you saying, Sammy?
So I would. At this stage, I'm the opposite of that. I'm still tending to resist rather than tend towards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's
I don't know
perfectly
that I
fine.
would, change from that. It doesn't mean I can't intuit things, obviously. I intuit all sorts of things. But a God, the simpler the God, the easier. And I don't just mean, well, I can understand a simpler God. I mean, the more complicated a God is, the more explanation that God has to answer for. So, it's going to have to be something pretty simple.
I mean, so
Along the lines of pantheism or whatever, but
I get what you're saying. So what I try to do, so I always get the impression that we humans tend to do this in both directions, where we'll to some extent inject our understanding of existence or how a deity should exist, right? I think you can. I think you can. Uh, Not that I necessarily see anything inherently wrong with that, right? Um, uh, but I think it's one of those things where it's like if you experience something, otherworldly, for example, right? And it's just this once in a lifetime type thing. It doesn't owe you an explanation, right?
Sure.
It's just there, like for the same reason, you'll see a lion and it's just doing its thing, it doesn't owe you an explanation as to why it does the things
Hmm.
it does, or even why it exists. And so I think, and this might sound really weird, some philosophy shit. I think it's I think we should probably get used to just experiencing things and just leave it for what it is. When I say leave it for what it is, right? I'm not saying you can't explore it, right? But just take it for what it is. If you can't understand it, it's okay. Like you can just move on with your life as normal. As if it didn't happen. It's just an event, right? That you just found to be strange. I understand that a lot more people have more invested into it. However, I don't necessarily believe that it's all that healthy to try to invest in this thing that you do not have any physical access to. See what I'm saying?
Right.
Yep.
What do
So,
you mean
like,
physical?
well, can you get a piece of God and put him in a bottle?
So God,
See, remember
well, this
earlier
is
on,
my.
Jody,
So
my
the spirit is what animates us. It is our being, and there's only
yeah,
one spirit. You can think
yeah,
of it like
but
the Great Spirit, like the
the
natives.
point
That's what they
that
thought
he's
or do. But
yeah, I guess the point Odin is making is for me about me is like what I was saying to you earlier. I understand what you just said. Can you show me?
no, you have to
And the
experience that
answer
for
is no. Like
yourself.
we
Okay,
talked
I see what
about
you're
it, and
saying. Yeah.
you know, you got it from that church and so on and so forth.
It was an online
And
ministry.
there's
Yeah.
certain things like I will need certain things to be able to believe because it's not a choice thing,
Yeah, I walked away from
obviously.
them. I told you that. I slammed the door
Yeah.
because they wanted me to cam up and I wasn't ready. And I've only recently started doing that because I knew I needed that.
And what was that? Cam up.
Appear
So
on
part of the
camera.
part of the ministry is to be able to speak your
Oh, get on the
understanding.
camera and
Your
talk.
current
Yeah.
understanding changes all the time. It's like a river that flows. Kind of like a live stream. It changes all the time. It flows. That's how understanding is. So when I would enter into this Zoom meeting with all the other members, some of us would cam up and some of us would stay in the side chat because we were more comfortable there. In my case, I never got comfortable in front of a camera because I guess I didn't want to face the truth that I was still pretty damaged.
Can I congratulate you then?
Thank you.
Can I also interject that in this group there's never ever any pressure or requirement to cam up, and if you feel at any
Yeah,
time,
I know that.
yeah, you can it's totally your choice.
So I wasn't pressured in that group, but it went on for almost 3 years and then I was feeling the pressure.
Yeah, you're
So
putting it on yourself.
yeah. I mean, so I just walked away from it. And I haven't been back there since. But I still stalk the Facebook and look at the posts because to me that is like food for my soul. And I need that in order to survive.
Yeah.
Did you any of you guys have anything else you guys want to share on the conversation that I shared earlier? Thoughts or
Can you
Bring us back.
Yeah, because I sort of went off on like talking to Jody about it and stuff.
I do that. I take people down rabbit holes a lot. You guys have got the mild side of me, to be honest.
Yeah, touch back on it, please, Odin.
So So I gave it a nickname, basically calling it the God Force. That somehow, I think, certain developed brains,
Oh, right. Picking up like
yeah, yeah,
force, right?
yeah, would pick up kind of like a signal, kind of like how pigeons pick up on the 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 magnetosphere,
Oh,
basically, right, and use that as a form of navigation system. So now, when I say pick up, I use the word intuit.
Oh,
Um,
that's where it went.
yeah, intuit. I think we intuit a deity, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why so many people believe in in um in
Yeah.
a deity. Now, and I'm including the people who, for example, believe in like elemental deities, for example, right? Like, fire, earth, um, or even some people who believe that the earth itself is a living thing and a deity, right? I think the deification is more personal and not necessarily like, um, you know, special, so to speak. Like, it's a title we just give it. Like, you can, a pantheist, a universal pantheist would believe that, hey, the universe is God, right? So as far as he's concerned, atheists can't exist, for example, because everyone believes or knows the universe exists, right? Because you're like actually living in it and experiencing it. And that's a tongue-in-cheek type of, joke, that I would normally use, but I'm just using it for the sake of this conversation, right? So we assign the deity aspect of it mainly through reverence or appreciation.
So the
So
opposite of fear is reverence, which is the same as awe. So when you say the word awesome, it holds a connotation that it's in my mind it means like wonderful. So my ideas of God are that he's wonderful and that he's my counselor in a sense. Like and I do get that when I'm around other people of like mind. So I do believe you guys are kind of conduits of God's um I don't know, giving me a sense like we are community. Does that make sense?
yeah, I think there are multiple ways to get to that point.
Yeah,
Um, you know,
exactly.
Just gonna
but
say,
Yeah.
like, there's like roads, there's gonna be
yeah,
branches off the path, and I think that that's one of the branches of the path.
And I feel like I had a couple cliffs in there that I fell down in. And I had to figure out how to get back on the path.
like what's interesting, I remember reading this study a couple years ago where it was addressing that people who tend to be more so one with nature, right, tend to have an affinity to believe in God. Like the more, or a God, like the more, like for example, rural people who live in rural areas, right, tend to have the proclivities to believe in a God, right? Doesn't necessarily mean they're religious, right? It just means that through their consistent interaction with nature, they can feel or experience a God.
Can
And
I say
I
something
find that
about
to be
that?
very interesting.
Last April, I lived on 1 acre, and I had this design in my head. It looks kind of like let me just do it really quick. I'll show you what it looked like. I want